Chapter 581. In this battle, Yang Dingtian had three choices. The first choice was not to work with Ning Wuming, or the Snow Tribe. In the end, both sides would suffer heavy losses. The second choice was to work with the Snow Tribe and defeat Zhu Qingzhu. However, he would not be able to kill Zhu Qingzhu. Moreover, he would have to hand over his trump card. The third choice was to work with Ning Wuming and kill Zhu Qingzhu. He would not have to hand over his trump card. However, he would have to believe Ning Wuming. This was an extremely huge risk. Therefore, these three choices were all gambles. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The smaller the risk, the smaller the reward. Only Zhu Qingzhu led 6 martial grandmasters and 45 other martial grandmasters to enter the Cloud Sky Plateau. The remaining few hundred martial honorable experts were all floating in the sky above the Cloud Sky Plateau. They were blocking the southern exit. Zhu Qingzhu led over 50 people and gave up on their flying mounts. They flew directly towards the Cloud Sky Pavilion's Valley Castle. After flying for 2,000 miles, they arrived at the Black Castle in the valley. Zhu Qingzhu led over 50 top experts and surrounded the castle in the sky. Yang Dingtian, your end is here. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. It was the Joyous Palace Master. His body was thin, but his figure was like a thunderous roar. The 50 experts were all wearing the Evil Way's black cloak. However, some of the cloaks were embroidered with gold edges, while others were embroidered with red edges and silver edges. Yang Dingtian, why don't you come out? Zhu Qingzhu's voice resounded in the sky. Although he had changed his voice slightly, it did not change it completely. It only made his voice more vigorous and dark. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of figures flew out from the Cloud Sky Pavilion's castle. They were like meteors shooting into the sky. Everyone on Yang Dingtian's side was covered in white cloaks. Similarly, there were close to 50 people. In the entire West Continent, there were close to 30 martial grandmasters, including Battle Puppet Demon Yi Wuqing. In addition to the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City, there were more than 40 people. Including the martial grandmasters, there were close to 50 people on Yang Dingtian's side. All of them were martial grandmasters and above. Among them, there were 6 martial grandmasters, close to the great grandmaster level, a total of 4 people. However, other than Yang Dingtian, everyone else was shrouded in a white cloak, not revealing their faces. This was the biggest battle in 200 years. This was the battle at the pinnacle of martial arts in the past 200 years. There had never been a time when so many martial grandmasters and martial grandmasters were involved in a duel. This battle had gathered at least 80% of the world's great grandmasters and more than 60% of the world's great grandmasters. The Black Cloak Army, led by Zhu Qingzhu, formed a circle and completely surrounded Yang Dingtian's group. Yang Dingtian slowly took off his white cloak and revealed his true face. He said to Zhu Qingzhu, Sovereign Zhu, Palace Master Solitude, Ning Wuming, we're all acquaintances. So why don't you show your true face? That thin and small figure directly lifted the black cloak, revealing a thin face. This was the first time Yang Dingtian saw Joyous Palace Master acting all alone, but he didn't seem happy at all. His son was very handsome, but he was very ugly. He was very, very thin, like a bamboo pole. His face was long and narrow, filled with a ruthless aura. Ning Wuming floated beside him, looking even more handsome. Today he had shaved off his beard and returned to his previous handsome self. Sovereign Zhu, you don't need to hide your head and show your tail, right? Yang Dingtian said. Hee, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhu Qingzhu was still shrouded in his black cloak. He said coldly, I only know that your end has arrived. That might not be the case. Yang Dingtian laughed. You only have 2 martial grandmasters. You're dead meat. Zhu Qingzhu doesn't dare to kill you, but I dare to kill you. Joyous Palace Master said sternly. That might not be the case. Yang Dingtian laughed faintly. Young Master Ning, don't you think so? Suddenly, a dozen golden rays of light shot out from the bottom of the castle. Like smoke, they drilled into the sky. Even in the dark night sky, they were resplendent and bright, like the rays of the sun. Yang Dingtian, you agree to trade with me? Ning Wuming laughed. That's right. Although trading with you is risky, the rewards are also great. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, the rewards are great. Ning Wuming said. Not only will you be able to kill Zhu Qingzhu, you won't have to give up any treasures. I'll raise your son like my own and let him become the Ning clan master. It's really a great reward. Sir Yang Dingtian, you like to gamble more than I thought. In this world, I'm gambling every time. I'm betting my life in exchange for an incomparably rich result. If I lose my life. If I win, I get everything. Yang Dingtian said, however, my luck is always good and I win every time. What about this time? Young Master Ning Wuming, did I win? Zhu Qingzhu was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Ning Wuming and said sternly, What do you mean? Nothing, sect leader Zhu. I just made a deal with young Master Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said, We'll work together to kill you, and he'll stay in the Ning clan forever. He won't interfere with any of the mainland's matters. We'll mind our own business. Ning Wuming, is this true? Zhu Qingzhu looked at Ning Wuming coldly. Ning Wuming shrugged and said, If you can do it, I can do it. You sold me to the vulture sect. Why can't I sell you to Yang Dingtian? Huh? Ning Wuming laughed coldly. What do you have, Ning Wuming? Even if you work together with Yang Dingtian, how can you kill me? My Black Sky sect and Joyous Palace have a total of 6 martial grandmasters and more than 30 grandmasters. Even if you and Yang Dingtian were to combine, you would only have over 50 masters and 2 great masters. Ning Wuming shook his head and said, More than that. The Joyous Palace master will listen to my orders. Dream on, you lackey. Princess Joy was a loner. Without any hesitation, she turned hostile and her words were filled with disdain. Ning Wuming slowly took out a token. This token was made with a snow-white jade and the face of a peerless beauty. This face was so lifelike that one could faintly feel the tears on it. This was the Temple of Annihilation's token, the face of a beauty. The Temple of Annihilation's token is here. Do you dare to disobey my orders? Ning Wuming laughed coldly. Gudu trembled violently and revealed an expression of disbelief as he said, How could this command medallion be in your hands? How? I'm asking you, do you dare to disobey my orders? Ning Wuming said, I don't dare. The joyous princess said, Before the token melts, I'll obey your orders. But after the token melts, don't blame me even if I kill you. Then I'll try my best to settle everything before the token melts. Ning Wuming said indifferently, All the experts of the Joyous Palace, turn around. Swish! Immediately, the 2 martial grandmasters and dozens of grandmasters of the Joyous Palace turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. Swish! Immediately after, the 12 experts of the Ning clan of the South Sea all turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. In an instant, the entire situation changed. Previously, Zhu Qingzhu's 50 people were fighting against Yang Dingtian's 50 people. Now, it was Yang Dingtian's 50 people and the Evil Way's 30 people against Zhu Qingzhu's 20 people. The situation changed from 80 people to 20 people. Zhu Qingzhu, it's not my doomsday, it's yours, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, Yang Dingtian, didn't you claim to be righteous? Why are you colluding with the Evil Ways to destroy the Tiando League? To use a very fashionable phrase, there's no need to talk about righteousness when dealing with these evil ways. Everyone attack together, Yang Dingtian said with a faint smile. Well said. Those who achieve great things will do anything, Ning Wuming said loudly. Then he extended his hand to Yang Dingtian and said, Faction leader Yang Dingtian, happy Cooperation. Happy cooperation. Yang Dingtian also extended his hand. In the air, he and Ning Wuming clapped in the air. Pa! The two people's palms collided fiercely in the air, producing a crisp sound. Ning Wuming, let's attack together and kill Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then, dozens of experts rushed towards Zhu Qingzhu. Yang Dingtian, today, I've finally seen through your true colors. Your ugly side will be exposed to the whole world. Zhu Qingzhu shouted fiercely. In an instant, Yang Dingtian, Ning Wuming, and Joyous Palace, more than 80 people from the three sides, rushed toward Zhu Qingzhu's group of 20 people like lightning. Boom! At the same time, a loud sound came from the castle below. Then, the incomparably huge castle seemed to be swallowed by an incomparably powerful force. It was smashed into pieces and completely collapsed into the ground. Then, an endless amount of black smoke suddenly appeared in the air. In an instant, hundreds of figures in the air were completely swallowed up. Then, an incomparably terrifying scene happened. On Yang Dingtian's side, the people wearing white cloaks in the air suddenly fell down one by one. Puff, 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 puff. Like raindrops, the experts on Yang Dingtian's side fell to the ground one by one and fell into the deep darkness. Then, they let out an incomparably mournful cry. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked by the scene. He could not believe what he was seeing. He only saw his comrades falling into the darkness, one by one. In the end, everyone was swallowed up by the black smoke, leaving only Yang Dingtian alone. Oh, there were also two white figures floating behind Yang Dingtian. More than 40 experts on Yang Dingtian's side were all swallowed up by the black energy smoke. Swish, swish, swish! Then the experts from Ning Clan, Joyous Palace, and Black Heaven Sect all turned around. 6 great masters and more than 50 great masters surrounded Yang Dingtian. Idiot, you've been fooled. Ning Wuming sneered. There are no Snow Clan experts in those coffins at all. There are 12 living bodies filled with endless black energy. This is the black energy extracted from the celestial Red Sea. It can swallow all martial artist Xian Qi and all experts' energy. For this battle, we've lost tens of thousands of people and extracted the celestial Red Sea's water for 5 days and 5 nights. It's all for the sake of killing you all. Yang Dingtian's face was pale. He trembled and said, Those women are from the Snow Clan. Oh, they are from the Snow Clan. Ning Wuming said, Our Ning Clan and the Snow Clan have been dealing with each other for so many years. What's so strange about getting a few Snow Clan women? That Brookmoni is just one of my female slaves, idiot. Yang Dingtian's eyes were lifeless. He could not believe what he was seeing. But I clearly saw Wumaji's father, the Snow Clan's king. Do you know what the Snow Clan's king looks like? I haven't even seen him. How could you? Ning Wuming sneered. He looks like Moj, right? I crippled him while he was still alive and changed his face to look like Moj. I wanted you to think that this is the Snow Clan's king, Moj's father. Do you really think that the Snow Clan's experts will come to help? Dream on. It was all part of my plan. Then why is there a phantom spirit, demonic mother? Yang Dingtian asked. The Snow Clan's experts do need to stay in the ice coffins and fight in an extremely cold environment. Ning Wuming said, Every lie has to be 90% true and 10% false to deceive people. Don't you understand? If I didn't make everything look so real, would you believe me? Would you be fooled? Look, aren't you fooled by me? Also, these living bodies carrying the black crystals are supposed to stay in the ice coffins. Otherwise, wouldn't they be exposed? The black crystals devour everything. Why are you all fine? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Because we have the evil spirit energy in our bodies. Oh, you have it too, so you are fine too. The other one should be Duan Ruyan. She also has the evil spirit energy in her body. But I don't know who the other one is. Ning Wuming sneered. However, there are only 3 of them, and none of them are martial grandmasters. Do you think you still have any hope? Your 4 or 5 martial grandmasters have all been devoured by the black crystals. They are all finished. Yang Dingtian, your end is here. How do you know? Yang Dingtian hissed. How do you know that I have 5 martial grandmasters? You should think that I only have 2 martial grandmasters. Ha ha ha. Ning Wuming laughed. Do you think you can fool us with that little trick of yours? You went to the Inyang school to ask for help, then pretended to fail and left with your tail between your legs. You only brought your master's wife back. Then there was another mysterious person who invited Ning Busi, Chung Dabi, and Shadowless to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Then you made us think that you only have 2 martial grandmasters. Do you think you can fool me and Zhu Qingzhu with such a childish trick? Yang Dingtian's body trembled, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Yang Dingtian, if it weren't for the fact that you have 5 martial grandmasters, do you think we would have put in so much effort to put on such a big show with you? Would we have sacrificed tens of thousands of people to refine so many black crystals? Would we have sacrificed dozens of experts to detonate their sea of qi to release the black crystals? Ning Wuming laughed. It's because you have 5 martial grandmasters that we can't do anything to you. That's why I devised a scheme to kill you. Then Ning Wuming looked at Zhu Qingzhu and said, Sect Master Zhu, what do you think? You don't necessarily need to rely on force to destroy your enemies. You also need to rely on wisdom. Yang Dingtian, didn't you just say that every step you took was a gamble with your life? You even said that you won every step you took. Ning Wuming pursed his lips. You should be very proud of yourself. In the last battle, you used cannons to defeat me and Qin Chichi. Then you used submarines and ancient giant beasts to defeat Sect Master Zhu. You're so awesome that you've unified the West Continent. You must be very proud of yourself, right? Actually, in my heart, in my eyes, you're nothing. You're just an idiot. I just set up a little fairyland. And you just jumped in, you stupid thing. I just need to stretch out a finger and I can crush you to death. Then Ning Wuming's face became extremely ferocious. He said coldly, Yang Dingtian, you've sullied my beloved woman. I told you at that time that I'll definitely take revenge. I'll make you beg for death. I don't dare to touch your son. I don't dare to touch your master's wife either. But as for your 2 wives, I will definitely humiliate them to the point where they will beg for death but not be able to. You made my beloved woman pregnant. That's right, I won't hurt the child. I'll still treat him like my own son. I'll even give the Ning clan to him. But as revenge, I'll make your wives give birth to 10 children for me. Then I'll make them work like cows, horses, pigs, dogs, because they're your women's children. They're just the products of my revenge. Stupid Yang Dingtian, you're really nothing. It's so easy for me to destroy your Council of Light without any effort. Ning Wuming pursed his lips and said, Do you want to live? Yang Dingtian had almost lost his ability to react. He stared blankly at Ning Wuming. If you want to live, hand over the treasure you had in the Devil City's merchant palace, and I'll spare your life. All right, at least I won't castrate you. Ning Wuming said. Isn't that fake? You want the treasure from me, isn't that fake? Yang Dingtian said in a daze. Fake and fake, real and fake. When will your brain become smarter? Ning Wuming said, This treasure is real. Then, I'm sorry, I won't make the deal. Yang Dingtian said, Don't worry, you'll make the deal. When I humiliate your wife in front of you and torture her, you'll make the deal. Ning Wuming said indifferently. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu's eyes revealed a trace of pity. Then he lifted his black cloak and revealed his true face. Sigh, Yang Dingtian, I'm starting to sympathize with you. Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently, but I still have to say you're too stupid, too childish. You'll jump into any trap. It's fine if you kill yourself, but you've killed Qin Wanqiu and the others as well. Ning Wuming, let my wife go, Yang Dingtian suddenly said. How? Don't humiliate them? Ning Wuming sneered. Yang Dingtian's face trembled and said, I beg you, let my wife go. Kill yourself, then I'll consider it, but I can't guarantee it, Ning Wuming said. Okay, remember your words. Yang Dingtian suddenly slammed his palm on his lower abdomen. No, Duan Ruyan roared and rushed forward to stop him. However, Yang Dingtian's palm had already hit his own energy sea. Blood immediately spurted out. His xian veins instantly shattered and blood spurted out. Then his entire body flew out like a straw. As for the puppet battle devil Yi, witching behind him, it flew out like a puppet without any reaction. Duan Ruyan quickly rushed over and hugged Yang Dingtian, desperately injecting her xian qi. Yang Dingtian's mouth was full of blood. He said to Ning Wuming, Ning Wuming, remember your words. What words? Ning Wuming said. I'll kill myself and you let my wife go. Yang Dingtian said. I only said I'll consider it. Ning Wuming pursed his lips, as if he had fallen into hesitation. Then he said, Okay, I've considered it. The answer is I won't let her go. I'll still torture your wife 1,000 times, make them give birth to 10 children, and then become pigs or dogs. You'll die a horrible death. Yang Dingtian roared. Then blood spurted out and he directly fainted. Suddenly, only Duan Ruyan and a walking corpse were left in Yang Dingtian's battle. Ning Wuming spread out his hands towards Zhu Qingzhu and said, Look, we've won. Yang Dingtian's entire army has been wiped out. It's just that simple. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, Young Master Ning is indeed amazing. This Zhu is really amazed. I never thought that intelligence and schemes could be so powerful, completely wiping out the insufferably arrogant Council of Light. Then Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, Let's go to Cloud Heaven City and reap the fruits of our victory. Yang Dingtian's wife will be mine, and his mother-in-law will be yours? Ning Wuming laughed. That's right, that's it. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and said, after taking Yang Dingtian's woman, we'll go and reap his territory. It's a territory of 40,000 li, divided equally among 3 families. Sorry, it's divided equally between 2 families, Ning Wuming suddenly said. 2 families? What do you mean? Is young Master Ning really so noble? Zhu Qingzhu's gaze trembled slightly. I've said it before, I can't tell if my words are true or false. Ning Wuming looked at Zhu Qingzhu and said seriously, But what I said just now about killing you is true. Do you think I'll tolerate you selling me to the vulture sect? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically, and he said sternly, Do you think you can kill me? Ning Wuming said, The matter of the token in my hand is also true. Lone mutant, listen to my orders. Kill Zhu Qingzhu. Yes. Lone mutant was filled with unwillingness as he roared. Instantly, the 2 martial masters and dozens of martial masters from Joyous Palace turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. The dozens of martial masters from Ning Clan also turned around and faced Zhu Qingzhu. Suddenly, it became a battle between 20 martial masters from Evil Ways and 20 martial masters from Black Heaven Sect. Zhu Qingzhu laughed loudly and said, You're just 2 martial masters and 20 martial masters. What can you do to me? Ning Wuming spread out his hands and said, Sect Master Zhu, I never fight an unprepared battle. I once told Yang Dingtian that I have a martial master spy in Black Heaven Sect. Do you think it's true? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the martial masters beside him. It's false, Ning Wuming said, because it's not 1 but 2 martial masters. Kill. Instantly, the 2 martial masters behind Zhu Qingzhu appeared. Ning Wuming and his group, as well as the mysterious martial master, were like black shadows as they struck toward Zhu Qingzhu's back like lightning. At the same time, the Ning Clan and Joyous Palace's experts all charged toward Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu, your end is here. Ning Wuming sneered. At the same time, on the dark mountain peak far away, two people were playing chess while watching the battle. Sect Master Dongfang, Yang Dingtian has gone astray. Qin Wanqiu suddenly sighed. Chapter 582. Boom! For martial grandmasters and dozens of martial grandmasters gathered all their strength and attacked Zhu Qingzhu. How shocking was this kind of energy! It was close to destroying the heavens and earth. Zhu Qingzhu's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. He wanted to dodge the attack as fast as he could. However, no matter how fast he was still hit by the powerful force. His tall body shook violently and blood spurted out. His body froze. Immediately, Ning Wuming and the four great masters of evil ways rushed over like lightning and chased after him. At the same time, another great master of the Black Sky sect rushed over to protect Zhu Qingzhu. As for the remaining grandmasters, they were engaged in a chaotic battle. More than 20 masters of the evil ways were fighting against more than 20 masters of the Black Sky sect. In an instant, the entire cloud sky plateau shook and thunder filled the sky. Once the original allies turned against each other, they became even more vicious and wanted to kill each other. On the other hand, Zhu Qingzhu and another great master of the Black Sky sect were fighting against the four great masters of the evil ways. Zhu Qingzhu knew from the beginning that the unknown great master beside him was a monitor sent by the Temple of Annihilation. However, Zhu Qingzhu did not expect Yuning's identity to be an infiltrator of the evil ways. Evil ways had infiltrated the Black Sky sect the most. Zhu Qingzhu knew this very well. A few years ago, another infiltrator of the evil ways had appeared in the Black Sky sect. However, Yu Ning was his youngest martial uncle. He had always been honest and diligent. He had always been the most loyal person and had never taken advantage of his seniority. Moreover, his talent was originally not enough for a great master. It was only when Zhu Qingzhu gave him the third-grade evil spirit energy that he successfully broke through to the great master level. Therefore, he never thought that Yu Ning was an infiltrator of the evil ways. However, his senior brother, Zhui Qingqi, who was fighting side by side with him, was usually at odds with Zhu Qingzhu. More than 20 years ago, he was Zhu Qingzhu's strong competitor for the position of the Black Sky sect master. On the surface, the person who was most loyal to him wanted to kill him. On the other hand, the person who was at odds with him was going through life and death with him. Zhu Qingzhu sighed inwardly. Senior brother Zhua, I know this is not the right time, but I still want to apologize to you. I'm sorry, Zhu Qingzhu said loudly. There's no need for that. Even if I don't agree with you, you're still the Black Heaven sect leader, Zhu Qingqi said coldly. Haha, then we'll be fellow disciples in hell, Zhu Qingzhu said loudly. Forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Zhu Qingqi said coldly. What would happen if 40 to 50 grandmasters fought each other? In the end, it was like an earthquake, but also like a sky full of lightning and thunder. In the air, there were countless loud booms, countless flames, and countless light swords. The dozens of people were like hundreds of streaks of light, crazily shuttling through hundreds of miles of space. Countless sword auras and flames, countless profound skills, burst forth in the air. The dark night sky was as bright as day. Looking up, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was bizarre. Boom! The terrifying sword radiance stood on the huge rock. Instantly, the huge boulder shattered. Pa, more than 10 master-grade Xian skills, fiercely struck the mountain peak. In an instant, the mountain peak, which was dozens of meters tall, was shattered. There was no doubt that the battle between dozens of grandmasters was the most magnificent scene in the past few hundred years. In comparison, the battle between 6 grandmasters was nothing to write home about, because once they reached the grandmaster level, they would instead use even fewer profound skills and martial spirits. It was completely a battle of pure, profound qi. Moreover, even if the two parties were crazily fighting each other, their auras were firmly locked onto Yang, Dingtian, and Duanrian, not giving them any chance to escape. Zhu Qingzhu did not want to continue fighting. He frantically tried to escape from the battlefield. However, the four grandmasters locked onto his surroundings, not giving him any chance to escape. 3 of the 4 grandmasters were fighting Zhu Qingzhu, while Ning's group was fighting Zhu Qingqi. The battle between grandmasters was like a scene in hell. It was filled with chaos and darkness. There were no gorgeous lights, no shocking Xian skills. It was just a saber, a sword, and a palm. Among the 3 grandmasters surrounding Zhu Qingzhu, Guru Iren's cultivation was the highest. He was a 7-star grandmaster, while the rest were mid-level grandmasters. Zhu Qingzhu was ambushed at the beginning. In his panic, he was hit twice in a row. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body was injured. However, after he calmed down, he managed to stabilize the situation. With a sharp sword in his hand, he fought 3 grandmasters. Although he was at a disadvantage, the more he fought, the more stable he became. After he stabilized, his sword moves became more and more ordinary and plain. However, they became more and more invulnerable. Guru Iren and the other 2 grandmasters of evil ways were more and more helpless against him. Haha, it won't be that easy to kill me with just 3 grandmasters. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then the battle between the 2 parties was completely deadlocked. A few hundred miles away, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou, who were watching the battle in the dark, were stunned when they saw this scene. They thought that Zhu Qingzhu would definitely die under the siege of 3 grandmasters. Guru Iren was a 7-star grandmaster, and the other 2 were mid-level grandmasters. Who would have thought that after the initial panic, Zhu Qingzhu would become more and more stable in the battle? He was fighting 3 grandmasters alone, and his opponents were completely helpless against him. This Zhu Qingzhu is really strong. No wonder he's the #1 expert in the Taekwondo League, Qin Wanchou said. Qin Wanchou said, if we didn't have the sect master strategy and rashly started the battle, even if it was 6 martial grandmasters against 6 martial grandmasters, it would still be hard to say who would win. That's right. There is a world of difference between great grandmasters and great grandmasters. Dongfang Minmi said, it seems like Zhu Qingzhu alone can stop you, me and Uncle Master Ningbusi. According to the original plan, this battle hasn't started yet. Now that the battle has reached a deadlock, what should we do? Qin Wanchou asked, should we join in? Dongfang Minmi shook his head. If they joined in now, Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways would quickly stop fighting and join forces against the outside world. Ning Wuming also didn't expect this to happen. 3 grandmasters couldn't even take down Zhu Qingzhu. He had already fallen out with Zhu Qingzhu, and they would never rest until one of them was dead. If he couldn't kill Zhu Qingzhu by the time the token melted, it would be the time of his death. San, kill him, Ning Wuming ordered. Yes, the mysterious grandmaster who was shrouded in darkness had such a ridiculous name. He was called San. After receiving Ning Wuming's order, San's body suddenly expanded rapidly. Then, it started to devour the surrounding darkness. His entire body was quickly shrouded in darkness, and he became an incomparably huge shadow. Boom! Then his entire body, along with the surrounding dark energy, turned into a black shadow and rushed toward Zhu Qingzhu. Wherever this black shadow passed, everything was instantly corroded. Everything within a few thousand meters was instantly corroded and turned into disgusting black ashes. So it's a dead spirit. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. In an instant, San turned into endless darkness and rushed in front of Zhu Qingzhu, wanting to pass through his body. Zhu Qingzhu roared and struck out with his palm. In an instant, a distorted light shadow suddenly separated from his body. It was as if his entire body was separated and another clone appeared. Zhu Qingzhu's distorted doppelganger suddenly burst out and tore apart a huge energy shield. In an instant, Ah San's dead spirit slammed into the energy shield. In an instant, the dead spirit let out a terrifying scream. Its black cloak was shattered, and its entire body exploded into pieces, turning into countless black smoke that filled the air. Only 2 eyes were left, like 2 willow, the wisps floating in all directions. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. "Ning Wuming, don't forget that I'm a level 2 evil spirit, 1 level higher than you." Then he suddenly retracted his hand. The light shadow of the evil spirit suddenly retracted into his body. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. A level 2 evil spirit could actually fight without a body, and it could completely resist all damage. But then, Zhu Qingzhu was also stunned. That was because the shattered Ah San's dead spirit began to reform in the air, and finally it completely recovered. However, this time it was not covered by the black cloak, and its terrifying body was completely exposed. Everyone could see the appearance of this undead spirit. Its 2 ghostly fire-like eyes were the soul of this undead spirit, and its beating heart was the original source of its life. Its lower abdomen was the chi sea that was wrapped in the energy of a 3rd-grade evil spirit. Other than that, there was nothing else on its body. It was completely covered in black smoke. This was the evil ways of the dead spirit, and it was even more powerful than the war puppet demon. It retained its intelligence, and it was impossible to kill. An undead spirit that can't be killed. So what? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then he suddenly raised his sword. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly his body began to split into 2, and then 3 Zhu Qingzhu. When Yang Dingtian and Duan Rian saw this scene, they were stunned once again. If it were not for this battle, they would not have seen this terrifying scene. Ning Wuming had a great grandmaster undead spirit, an undead spirit that could not be killed. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he could actually create an evil spirit clone. Instantly, the 3 Zhu Qingzhu, real and fake, fought against the 3 great grandmasters of the evil ways. Of the 3 Zhu Qingzhu, only 1 was real. However, no one could tell the difference. Only when you hit 1 Zhu Qingzhu and found that he was completely unharmed would you know that it was fake. In an instant, the 3 great grandmasters of the evil ways fell into a disadvantageous position. Hiss! The Joyous Palace's great elder pierced his sword through Zhu Qingzhu and found that he was completely unharmed. Another fake. The Joyous Palace's great elder said angrily. Then he pulled out his sword and turned to deal with the other one. However, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He saw Zhu Qingzhu's sword piercing his back, directly piercing his heart. Then it shook violently. In an instant, the Joyous Palace's great elder's heart shattered. Then his entire body was completely shattered. After his body shattered, the Joyous Palace's great elder suddenly turned into a mournful soul. Under the protection of the evil spirit clone, he frantically tried to escape. "Sorry, I'm the real one." Zhu Qingzhu sneered and wiped the wound on his left chest. He was actually so ruthless, allowing the other party to pierce through his body without the slightest hindrance, making the other party think that he was a fake. Then, with a lightning-fast sword, he instantly killed the other party. Under the siege of the 3 great grandmasters, not only did Zhu Qingzhu not lose, he even used the evil spirit clone technique to kill one of them. Now, he only had 2 great grandmasters left. The great elder's soul turned into a stream of light and frantically escaped. "Wanna run? Dream on." Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Then, the evil spirit clone suddenly left his body and chased after the great elder's soul. His clone instantly turned into an inescapable net and caught the escaping soul. After catching the great elder's soul, Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit clone returned to his body. "Undead warrior can't be killed? I don't think so. Ha ha ha." Zhu Qingzhu laughed loudly and suddenly stuffed the great elder's soul into the undead warrior's body. Ah! Suddenly, two souls were stuffed into the undead warrior's body. Instantly, the undead warrior began to lose control. He completely lost control of his body, and his black body began to twist and tear. Two balls of willow, the wisp eyes began to change shape. Then an incomparably mournful roar came from the sky. Whoosh! Zhu Qingzhu once again created a clone. His main body was fighting the joyous palace master alone. His evil spirit clone left his body and suddenly appeared in front of the undead warrior who had lost control. The evil spirit clone suddenly pierced into the willow, the wisp eyes of the undead warrior, and tore it apart. Ah! The undead warrior let out a terrifying howl. Dark energy crazily overflowed and pierced the huge rocks below, shattering them inch by inch. The trees in the distance instantly withered. Undead warrior, can't you really kill him? Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit clone laughed loudly. Then he pierced his hand into the undead warrior's lower abdomen and grabbed the Qi protected by the evil spirit clone and pulled it out. Undead warrior, can't you really kill him? Zhu Qingzhu's other hand pierced into the undead warrior's chest and pulled out the demon's spirit heart. In an instant, the undead warrior's body was completely distorted. Its Qi was grabbed and its heart was pulled out. However, it didn't completely leave its body. There was still a black energy connected to its body, but its entire body was completely distorted. However, it still couldn't be killed. Can't you really kill him? Zhu Qingzhu said malevolently. Then his evil spirit clone suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, the most terrifying scene appeared. Zhu Qingzhu's originally handsome and mighty evil spirit clone was now horribly deformed. Its mouth became incomparably huge and swallowed the undead warrior. That's right, it was going to eat him alive. A snake could swallow an animal that was much bigger than itself. As for Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit avatar, it devoured the undead warrior 1 foot at a time. Just like that, it ate him. After eating him, Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit clone was completely distorted. Its entire body was surging. Whoosh! The evil spirit clone shrunk back into its main body. Zhu Qingzhu sneered at the joyous palace master and Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming, your end has arrived. Chapter 583. After Zhu Qingzhu finished speaking. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, his entire body was torn into countless clones and rushed toward the lone man like a tide. In an instant, countless light shadows suddenly penetrated the lone man's body. Pop! The lone man's clothes suddenly burst open, revealing his bony and terrifying body. Then, the skin all over his body shattered inch by inch. The bright red muscles were exposed, and it was incomparably terrifying. After countless Zhu Qingzhu penetrated his body, his hair was pulled out by the roots one by one, and countless flesh and blood were torn apart inch by inch. In an instant, he became a mangled muscle man. Roar! In the end, Zhu Qingzhu let out a ferocious roar at his terrifying body. Suddenly, it was like the roar of an ancient giant beast, earth-shattering. The snow mountain in the distance once again collapsed. This roar was like the shock wave of a nuclear bomb. In an instant, the lone man's body was blown away like a straw. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood on his body were torn apart inch by inch. You, the lone man, love to roar the most. Today, I will also roar for you to see. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly. The lone man who flew thousands of meters away was now badly mutilated, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhu Qingzhu suddenly turned his head and looked at Ning and the others. He sneered. Junior Uncle Ning, I didn't expect that an honest person like you would betray us. Ning and the others were completely frightened by Zhu Qingzhu's supreme pressure. They were originally on par with Zhu Qingqi, But at this moment their hearts were in a frenzy, and they were completely at a disadvantage. Zhu Qingzhu slowly moved forward, and Ning and the others followed. When Zhu Qingqi saw Zhu Qingzhu's terrifying appearance, he immediately frowned and retreated to the side, not hiding the disgust in his eyes. "Senior brother, I also don't want to do this. I also don't want the evil spirit to control my body, but I have no choice. If I don't do this, we will all die," Zhu Qingzhu said to Zhu Qingqi. When Ning and the others saw Zhu Qingzhu coming, they desperately tried to escape. His speed of escape was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Zhu Qingzhu was just like a dragon or a tiger, following them unhurriedly. Zhu Qingzhu's speed seemed very slow, but he completely enveloped Ning Cheng's group. Then, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yi's group discovered that Zhu Qingzhu was standing right in front of them. "Martial Uncle Ning, how does it feel to betray me? Tell me how you feel," Zhu Qingzhu said indifferently. "I am a lurker of evil ways. I have always been loyal to the Temple of Annihilation," Ning Yixing said. "I don't mind betraying you, because I have no other choice." "No," Zhu Qingzhu sneered. "Low-level evil ways infiltrators don't have a choice, but those above the Grandmaster level can have their own will. You betrayed me because you thought I was dead for sure." "Zhu Qingzhu, you keep talking about betrayal. Did you not betray the Tiando League yourself? Aren't you a lackey of evil ways?" Ning Yixing sneered. "I'm not," Zhu Qingzhu roared. "Don't treat me like a dog like you. I'm just a collaborator of the Temple of Annihilation. I don't even care about that cripple Li Ming, let alone Ning Wuming. You, how dare you humiliate the Crown Prince?" Ning Yixing said in a trembling voice. "Bullshit Crown Prince. He's just a dog. A dog that's jealous of Yang Dingtian." Zhu Qingzhu smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Ning, since you've always been honest and sincere, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have one move." Ning Yixing's body trembled. Then a strange smile appeared on his face. "No need, Zhu Qingzhu. If we die together. You shouldn't talk so much nonsense with me." Then suddenly, boom! Then Ning Yixing's body suddenly exploded, and his body was instantly smashed to pieces. He had detonated his sea of qi. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were daytime. A Grandmaster detonating his sea of qi was terrifying. It was like a small nuclear bomb. Although it was a few thousand meters above the ground below it was instantly turned into dust. A mountain peak directly below it was flattened. Ning Yixing was decisive. When he saw that he was going to die, he immediately detonated his sea of qi and escaped with his soul. The blinding white light was 100 times brighter than the sun. Within 1,000 meters, it could almost blind people. One had to know that the sea of qi was completely condensed from celestial qi. A Grandmaster's sea of qi was condensed over a few decades. It was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the Grandmaster's own energy. Therefore, even if a Grandmaster detonated his sea of qi, a Grandmaster would not be able to withstand it. Ning Yixing was a Grandmaster. Perhaps only a half-saint could withstand the detonation of his sea of qi. The Grandmasters from the Ning clan and Black Heaven sect all stopped fighting. They stared at the terrifying white light to see if Zhu Qingzhu was dead. Ning Wuming's face was filled with ferocity and excitement. If he knew that Zhu Qingzhu was so powerful, he would not have turned against him. He had already ordered the 3 great Grandmasters to kill Zhu Qingzhu alone. Logically speaking, it should have been a sure thing. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? If he knew that Zhu Qingzhu was so powerful, he would have obediently stayed under Zhu Qingzhu's pressure. Now it was too late. However, he did not expect that the completely demonized Zhu Qingzhu's brain was not enough. He actually allowed Ning Yixing to stall for time before detonating his sea of qi. No one could withstand the detonation of a Grandmaster's sea of qi, including Zhu Qingzhu, even if he was a 9-star Grandmaster. Zhu Qingzhu was dead meat. His soul would not die, but his body would. Without the body of a 9-star grandmaster, Zhu Qingzhu's soul was nothing. In the distance, Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi also held their breaths as they looked in this direction. The white light gradually faded. Everyone saw the result: a figure with long hair and long robes fluttering in the wind. Amidst the blinding white light, he faced the sky with his hands raised high. It was as if he was enjoying being bathed in this powerful energy light. Zhu Qingzhu was safe and sound, not to mention death. Even a strand of his hair was not damaged. There seemed to be a layer of terrifying energy that enveloped his entire body. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhu Qingzhu slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed a light figure. It was Ning Yixing's soul, which was wrapped in an evil spirit. He could not escape in time and was caught alive. He screamed and struggled crazily. "Idiot, you're too stupid." Zhu Qingzhu pursed his lips and then squeezed. "Ah!" Ning Yixing's soul screamed miserably. Then it was squeezed into the size of a peanut. Zhu Qingzhu gently threw it into his mouth and chewed. Ning Yixing's soul was crazily chewed and cut in Zhu Qingzhu's mouth. His screams were even more soul-stirring. It was as if one soul was going to scatter. For martial grandmasters had been completely wiped out by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Whether it was Yang Dingtian, Qin Wanqiu, or Dongfang Minmi, they all felt their hair stand on end. Fortunately, they did not directly start battle. Otherwise, they would not have just lost. They would not even know how they died. For grandmasters had been wiped out by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Moreover, the cultivation of these 4 grandmasters was almost higher than Yang Dingtian's side. After chewing, Zhu Qingzhu directly swallowed Ning Yixing's soul. Then he said to Ning Wuming, "It's your turn." Ning Wuming's face trembled slightly. He said, "Sect leader Zhu, I regret it. Is that okay?" "No, I've looked down on you for a long time. Even if you don't fall out with me today, I will." Zhu Qingzhu said, "In my eyes, you've always been worse than a pig or a dog." Ning Wuming's face twisted. He said, "Then I admit that I'm a pig or a dog. I'll beg for mercy. Is that okay?" "No." Zhu Qingzhu said, "If you're Yang Dingtian, I can spare you. But you're a dog. That won't do. This won't do, that won't do. That's really bad." Ning Wuming said miserably, "Then are you ready to die?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Death is so scary. Even if I prepare for 10 years, it won't be enough." Ning Wuming said with a pained expression. Then he pointed behind Zhu Qingzhu and said, "Sect leader Zhu, look behind you." "What's behind you?" Zhu Qingzhu turned his head slightly. Ning Wuming fled frantically. His ability to escape was quite impressive. Last time, he had escaped from Dongfang Minmi's hands alive. Zhu Qingzhu ignored him and allowed him to escape. That was because there was indeed an unforeseen event behind him. The lonely man whose body was badly mutilated and whose muscles and veins were exposed crawled up again like a malicious spirit. "Zhu Qingzhu, no one in this world can kill me. So you can't give me doomsday," the terrifying lonely man said slowly. "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Qingzhu said. Then he waved his hand lightly. Bang! Ning Wuming, who had already escaped more than 10 miles away, suddenly realized that the air in front of him had suddenly turned into an incomparably sturdy energy wall. He was suddenly bounced back. In an instant, his head was broken and bleeding. Then the energy wall suddenly surrounded him and turned into a prison, trapping him inside. Then Ning Wuming was brought back alive. Divine skill, it was really a divine skill. "We haven't finished talking. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Zhu Qingzhu asked Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming said with a pained expression, There's nothing to talk about. I originally wanted to talk to you about your dreams and life." Zhu Qingzhu said, "You said that I sold you to the vulture sect." "That's true, but you thought that I sold myself to the vulture sect. That's false and slanderous. Who am I, Zhu Qingzhu, to rely on? I'm only one step away from becoming a half-saint. Once I break through, I'll flatten the vulture sect and pay them back for the humiliation they gave me. Do you know who I hate the most in this world? The first person I hate is the person who gave me the evil spirit. Because I knelt before him, I can't stand up anymore. The second person I hate is the vulture sect. I've already knelt once, and he wants me to kneel a second time. Yang Dingtian had defeated me before and had beaten me until I was covered in dirt. This time, the Cloud Sky Pavilion had split the city and had even schemed against me, causing me to vomit blood from anger. But I don't hate him at all. I think he's very cute. I think this junior is very promising. I want to kill him because I can't live with him. But I don't hate him at all. In fact, I like him a lot. But people like you are different. You're filthy and disgusting to the extreme. You're worse than pigs and dogs. After saying that, Zhu Qingzhu said to the strange man, "What killing move do you have? Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. I can't wait any longer." The strange man's bloody face revealed an incomparably complicated and painful expression. Then he said, "Zhu Qingzhu, just like how you don't want to completely turn into a devil and let the evil spirit control you. I don't want to completely transform and let that beast control me. But there's no other way. Ayo!" Instantly, the strange man let out an earth-shaking roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook. On a mountaintop hundreds of miles away, heavy snow violently collapsed, burying Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi. Within 1,000 miles, all the animals were so frightened that they pissed their pants. Then, the strange man's body began to swell and crack, and he began to change shape. His entire head swelled by dozens of times, revealing terrifying fangs at the tip of a sword. No one would ever forget this scene. The strange man's appearance of a muscular man was already horrifying and disgusting enough. Now, his head instantly swelled by dozens of times, growing long and sharp. 2 fangs suddenly grew no less than a foot long. 2 bloody horns split out from his head, no less than 3 feet long. His entire head was no less than 4 to 5 meters in size. As for his body, it was still a human body, only 1/10 the size of his head. Therefore, this appearance suddenly became incomparably strange and disgusting. Immediately, his body also began to swell and burst. It swelled by dozens of times, no less than several tens of meters tall. His 2 hands were still 2 hands, but they were like claws. His terrible nails were no less than a foot long. His 2 feet had completely become claws. His legs were more than a meter long, with a pair of eyes. They swayed and were dripping with blood. Then 2 bloody flesh wings suddenly grew from his back, and finally became a pair of wings that were dozens of meters long. The flesh on his nose was completely shattered, and only the snow-white nasal bone was exposed. 2 eyes burst out of his body. 2 ears were strangely huge. The strange man had become a living devil that looked like the Shura of hell, a ferocious and terrifying monster that was dripping with blood. Even someone as powerful as Zhu Qingzhu was completely stunned by this scene, and his eyes trembled slightly. As for the experts of the Black Sky sect and the Ning clan, they had completely forgotten about the slaughter and were staring blankly at this horrifying scene. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's side was completely shocked. They had already imagined this earth-shattering battle to the extreme, but they did not expect this scene to occur. They did not even have any concept of the strange man in front of them that had turned into a monster. Zhu Qingzhu, you don't want to become like that, and I don't want to become like this either. The strange man said in a deep and terrifying voice, "You kneeled to me, and I kneeled to someone. You want to be strong, and I want to be strong too. So he gave you a second-grade evil spirit, but he gave me this." Zhu Qingzhu suppressed the trembling in his heart and asked, What is this? Does the Yiksha know?" The strange man said in pain, "He put me together with the Yiksha of hell. He wanted to do an experiment on me. He put the Yiksha's heart and demon core in my body, and he even implanted a Yiksha's Xian vein into my body. As long as I don't transform, it will hibernate, but I still have to support it. That's why I'm so skinny that I don't look like a human or a ghost. I was a 7-star martial grandmaster more than 10 years ago, and I'm still a 7-star martial grandmaster now. I want to be strong. It's simple. Transform. But I don't want to. Qingzhu fell silent. That's why I really admired Dugashao. At that time, he straightforwardly said, "No." Solitary Mutant said, "Green Master Zhu, tell me, where did you kneel at that time?" "Soul leaving palace." Qingzhu said, "What a coincidence. I was there too," the strange man said. "Dugashao went there too, but he didn't ask for anything and came out. Of course, he might have asked for something, but it was different from us. I remember that there was another person besides the 3 of us. I saw the footprints of a 4th person," Qingzhu said. "That person went there earlier than us." "Yes," the strange man said. "All right, we finished reminiscing about the past. Let's fight. But I promise you, no matter who wins or loses, we'll kill Ning Wuming." "Excellent, excellent," Qingzhu said. Ning Wuming's face suddenly twitched. "Poochie, Poochie." The strange man flapped his wings and flew into the sky like a demon. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with a bloody rain. Then he stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp claw stretched out and condensed into a huge bone sword more than 10 meters long. Ah! The monster was alone, and it suddenly slashed down with its sword. Boom! The shocking thunder, accompanied by a monstrous rain of blood, smashed toward Qingzhu. Ah! Qingzhu suddenly roared. He raised the sword in his hand and blocked. Bang! There was a loud sound. The ground more than 10 miles below was suddenly torn apart. A fortress was instantly shattered. The battle between these 2 top experts had become even more simple and unadorned. It even looked more clumsy. You slash with your sword, I block with my strength. The power of the strange man's sword was as shocking as the sky. It smashed onto Qingzhu's sword. In an instant, Qingzhu's body suddenly deformed. Qingzhu, who was originally 9 meters tall, was instantly crushed and deformed. He was less than a meter tall. All the bones in his body were shattered. All the skin on his body burst open. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were crushed inch by inch, turning into mush. Blood spurted out, and countless broken bones shot out of his body like bullets. The handsome and mighty Qingzhu instantly turned into a bloody gourd. Anyone who encountered such a situation would have died a long time ago. However, the terrifying evil spirit energy quickly repaired Qingzhu's entire body. The internal organs that were shattered into mud were intact inch by inch. The shattered bones were restored inch by inch. The cracked skin was restored inch by inch. Ah! The strange man roared, and the giant sword in his hand was still crazily pressed down. Suddenly, Qingzhu's body, which had just recovered, was instantly destroyed again. The energy wall that trapped Ning Wuming was also instantly shattered. Ning Wuming continued to flee frantically. The strange man suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped. Pa! With a loud noise, Ning Wuming was slapped to the ground from more than 10 miles away. Blood spurted wildly, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The strange man's sword continued to press down. Qingzhu went from 1 meter to 1.5 feet. His whole body was like a meat patty. Bang! His 2 eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets. Blood spurted wildly all over his body. The speed of recovery was far less than the speed of destruction. Qingzhu, it seems that the thing that person gave me is still more powerful. The strange man said, "Sure enough, the uglier, the stronger." Chapter 584. Helyiksha. It was a dark creature that lived thousands of miles underground. It could survive under extreme temperature and pressure. Not only was it invulnerable to swords and spears, but it was also invulnerable to ice and fire. Its attack method was very simple and direct. It was pure strength, hundreds of thousands of kilograms, or even millions of kilograms of strength. It didn't release fire energy or ice energy. It was pure strength that made it invulnerable to swords and spears. Zhu Qingzhu, on the other hand, had a second-grade evil spirit that could resist almost any kind of energy damage. It could even ignore the self-destruction of a grandmaster. However, the lone mutant's Hell-Yiksha was the most direct form of physical suppression. Moreover, it was a Hell-Yiksha that had cultivated for thousands of years. How terrifying was its strength! His second-grade evil spirit couldn't protect his body at all. Zhu Qingzhu, you are very strong. I don't doubt it at all. Apart from a few 200-year-old immortals, you are invincible. The demon said coldly, but don't forget, humans will never be able to compete with demonic beasts. I am no longer a human, but a 1,000-year-old Hell-Yiksha. I'm not something a mere mortal like you can resist. Zhu Qingzhu's body had been pressed down to a height of 1 foot. The evil spirit's energy couldn't restore his body anymore. His entire body was shattering and collapsing. His sea of qi had also begun to shatter, just like what the Hell-Yiksha had said. The strength of humans couldn't be compared to demon beasts. The difference in strength between humans and demon beasts of the same level was more than 10 times. The Hell-Yiksha had become a 1,000-year-old demon beast. It was an extremely terrifying Hell-Yiksha. It could be said that except for a few 200-year-old old ancestors, no one could resist the power of its sword, including Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi. Anyone who tried to stop it would die, let alone Yang Dingtian. Zhu Qingzhu, on the other hand, was already extremely heaven-defying to be pressed down to a height of 1 foot. This was because the Hell-Yiksha's energy was at least 1,000,000 kilograms. Moreover, Hell-Yiksha lived thousands of miles underground in the extremely dark domain. Not only was it invulnerable to swords and spears, but even ice and fire couldn't harm it. Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi began to crack. Once the qi sea completely exploded, Zhu Qingzhu's body would be destroyed. After losing the body of a 9-star martial grandmaster, even if his soul was a second-class evil spirit, he would still need to possess another body to be reborn. But in this world, he could no longer find such a powerful body. Of course, some might say that Zhu Qingzhu had an evil spirit doppelganger. Why didn't he use it? At this time, his body was completely protected by the evil spirit. I will miss you, Zhu Qingzhu, Guru roared. His bone sword slammed down, wanting to crush Zhu Qingzhu into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu had already been squashed into a bloody meat patty, but he was still laughing. Haha, this battle is really satisfying. Zhu Qingzhu teared up. He really defeated 10 people by himself. Even though I'm close to a demi-saint, and even though I have a second-class evil spirit, I still can't withstand the force of a few million pounds. My evil spirit avatar can't come out. However, no one has seen my martial spirit before. It's time for it to come out for a walk today. Boom! In an instant, a black shadow flew out from Zhu Qingzhu's body. Ha 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 ha! Then a shrill and terrifying laughter came from the air. It was neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang. This martial soul was a mass of black shadows and black smoke. It could take any shape. However, when it floated, it vaguely had the shape of a human. It wore a pointy hat, and its whole body was withered, twisted, and incomparably long. Seeing this martial spirit, Qin Wanqiu asked in a trembling voice, Sect Master Dongfang, You know what kind of demonic beast this is? I have never seen it before. I haven't even seen it in books, Dongfang Minmi said. Qin Wanqiu's heart suddenly turned cold. If even Dongfang Minmi had never heard of it, it was almost equivalent to no one in this world knowing. However, I can roughly guess what kind of demonic beast it is, Dongfang Minmi said. What? Qin Wanchou asked. Energy demonic beast, soul-devouring beast. Dongfang Minmi said. No wonder Zhu Qingzhu didn't cultivate a sword soul with his talent. It's because he has an almost heaven-defying, soul-devouring beast. Perhaps the soul-devouring Xianqi he cultivates has a lot to do with the soul-devouring beast. Soul-devouring beast, the lonely man said in a trembling voice. That's right, soul-devouring beast. Zhu Qingzhu said coldly, after I obtained the second-grade evil spirit, I personally went to the ghost netherworld to catch it. Ha ha. The soul-devouring beast was still laughing wildly, dancing in the air. Wherever it passed, it destroyed, polluted, and tarnished everything. Even the light of the moon and the air were polluted. Ha ha ha. It suddenly passed through a mountain. In an instant, the places it passed through, the snow, the mountain rocks, and the places it passed through were instantly corroded into disgusting black mud. Wherever it passed, all life was cut off, and everything became extremely dirty. Ha ha ha! The soul-devouring beast flew in the air for a few hundred miles, destroying and polluting countless places. Then it flew back to the sky above Zhu Qingzhu. Ha 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 ha! It was another terrifying laugh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The soul-devouring beast quickly passed through the bodies of the demons and the lonely man. The soul-devouring beast martial spirit had the weakest corrosive power against powerful spiritual energy. However, it had an incomparably shocking corrosive power against pure physical bodies. Almost instantly, a few black holes appeared on the body of the lonely man. Then it began to rot and began to be contaminated. The flesh and blood in the holes turned into disgusting and dirty black mud. Roar! The hell yiksha let out a shocking howl. The ground below was fiercely torn apart, and the hot air hundreds of meters underground soared into the sky. Then Zhu Qingzhu slowly stood up inch by inch. In the end, he completely returned to his previous appearance, but his body was dripping with blood. Swoosh! Zhu Qingzhu trembled slightly. In an instant, all the blood stains were scattered clean. He had returned to his previous handsome and mighty appearance. With a gentle wave of his hand, the soul-devouring beast martial spirit suddenly drilled into his body. Originally, this soul-devouring beast could have easily killed the lonely man. However, Zhu Qingzhu did not do so. The lonely man lowered his head and looked at the corroded holes in his body. A white light flashed, and these corroded holes began to gradually recover. Don't forget, the lonely man also had the evil spirit energy. However, as the leader of the ancient evil ways, the evil spirit energy that was passed down from generation to generation was also the traditional evil spirit energy. It was different from the evil spirit energy in Zhu Qingzhu and Dongfang Bingling. Whoosh! Zhu Qingzhu suddenly flew into the sky. Brother Gudu Irin, have your wounds healed? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Almost, the lonely man said. Brother Lonely, you fought me with your strength. Then, I will fight you with my strength. What do you think? Zhu Qingzhu said. Zhu Qingzhu, you are a human after all. You can't compete with 1,000-year-old Halyiksha in terms of strength, the lonely man said. I advise you to use the soul-devouring beast to kill me. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qingzhu laughed. I can use the soul-devouring beast to escape, but I can't use it to kill you, because if I do that, I will lose. Then he sheathed his treasured sword and stretched out his bare hands. Suddenly, all the Xianqi and evil spirit energy gathered in his hands. Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi in his lower abdomen began to shine brightly. Then the sea of qi in his lower abdomen began to move. It turned into 2 rays of golden light and slowly moved to his 2 arms. Then his 2 arms began to change. They slowly turned white and then gold. In the end, Zhu Qingzhu's hands turned into hands made of gold. What? What is this? The lonely man asked in a trembling voice. Sea of Qi transference. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Everyone says that the strength of a human is incomparable to that of a beast. I don't believe it. I believe that a human is stronger than a beast. Brother Lonely, let's have a competition of strength today. What do you think? All right, the lonely man said loudly. Let's see if you, the strongest person in the Taekwondo League, or I, the 1,000-year-old Haliksha, is stronger. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu flew to Lone Zwan's upper body and grabbed both of Lone Zwan's hands. The lonely man's giant beast also grabbed Zhu Qingzhu's arms. Let's fight on the ground, the lonely man said. All right, but your body is much bigger than mine. I can only float in the air, Zhu Qingzhu said. No need. I have a way, the lonely man said. Then, the lonely man fell to the ground. The demonic beast, which was dozens of meters in size, stomped on the ground, creating a huge crater that was dozens of meters deep. Then, Guru stood on top of the pit, while Zhu Qingzhu stood on the ground. Their hands were parallel to each other. Then, they grabbed each other's arms. The lonely man said, Zhu Qingzhu, are you sure you want to do this? This kind of wrestling won't end unless one of them is torn apart alive. Of course, Zhu Qingzhu said. Then the two of them suddenly bent down and roared, Rise! Rise! It was as if there was a thunderclap in the sky. Following these two sounds, the dust and gravel on the ground suddenly shot into the air. Then, Zhu Qingzhu, who was only 9 meters tall, and the 1,000-year-old Haliksha, who was 40 to 50 meters tall, began to compete in strength. Two of the strongest people in the world began to compete in the most direct way. Ah, there was another roar. In an instant, a few million kilograms of strength exploded out. In an instant, the ground in a radius of dozens of miles shook. Qin Wanqiu crawled out from the snow and looked at Zhu Qingzhu. Regardless of whether he is good or evil, Zhu Qingzhu is a hero. That's right. When his brain broke away from power and returned to strength, he was indeed an indomitable hero, Dongfang Nimi said. Humans were really complicated creatures. That day, Zhu Qingzhu used the soul-devouring Xianqi to frame Shimenwia. He was afraid that Shimenwia would become the strongest person in the world one day. But now, Zhu Qingzhu gave up on using the soul-devouring beast to kill the lonely man. It was as if Zhu Qingzhu, who had been completely demonized, was even more righteous than before. After releasing a few million kilograms of strength, Zhu Qingzhu and the lonely man were safe and sound. They did not move at all. What was the meaning of unparalleled strength? This was it. The two of them grabbed each other's arms and competed in strength. Ah! The two of them roared again. In an instant, an even more powerful force burst out. Then, the ground suddenly trembled, and the ground between the two of them was instantly torn apart by an incomparably huge force. The two of them were still equally matched. How powerful was the 1,000-year-old Yiksha beast? It was easy to imagine. As a human, Zhu Qingzhu could shift his sea of qi into the strength of his golden arms. Ah! The solitary man suddenly roared. In an instant, the ground under his feet could no longer withstand the force. After a loud explosion, it suddenly collapsed. Ah! Zhu Qingzhu roared. The ground dozens of kilometers under his feet couldn't bear the pressure at all. It caved in and exploded. In an instant, a body that was dozens of meters tall, and a body that was 9 meters tall, was completely buried in the ground. They could not be seen at all. Then a thunderous roar could be heard. Then, like an earthquake, the mountain shook and the ground shook. Huge rocks flew everywhere. No one knew who had won or lost. No one knew who had won or lost. The only thing that could be felt was the two people's roars. Whoever let out the last roar should be the winner. Roar. All of a sudden, a roar that sounded like the descent of a devil came from underground. This roar continued without end. The ground within 100 miles exploded, and countless amounts of energy shot out from the cracks. A huge mountain range suddenly split open from the middle and was torn into two halves. The last roar came from the 1,000-year Yiksha. For some reason, this roar did not stop. Although Zhu Qingzhu was the enemy, Yang Dingtian's heart still darkened when he heard that the last roar was made by the lonely man. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground. Then a red body rushed into the sky. It was the 1,000-year-old Yiksha that was dozens of meters tall. It suddenly shot thousands of meters into the sky. Then, whoosh, blood rained down from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered down from the sky. The 1,000-year-old Yiksha that was dozens of meters tall was torn from the middle and died completely. Then a white light rushed into the sky. It was Zhu Qingzhu. He was still safe and sound. His two golden hands were clenched into fists. Under the illumination of the golden light and the rain of blood, Zhu Qingzhu looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He, a mortal, had actually won against a 1,000-year-old Hell Yiksha in a contest of strength. It was a naked contest of strength. He actually tore a 1,000-year-old Yiksha apart. "I'm sorry, Brother Lonely. You've lost," Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. A light figure slowly flew out from the Yiksha's corpse. It was the lonely man's soul that was protected by the evil spirit. "Yes, I've lost. I've lost the body of the 1,000-year-old Yiksha and the body of a 7 stars martial grandmaster," the lonely man said. "But from another perspective, I've been freed." Then the lonely man said, "Zhu Qingzhu, do you want to eat my soul? If you don't, I'll go back." "I'm not eating," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Then goodbye," the lonely man said. Then his soul turned into a white light and flew toward the north. Finally, Zhu Qingzhu looked at Ning Wuming. "It's finally your turn, Ning Wuming," Zhu Qingzhu said. At this moment, Ning Wuming's entire body, from top to bottom, from the inside to the outside, was trembling in shock. He painfully got up from the ground and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. He still regretted it. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. If he knew that Zhu Qingzhu was so strong, he definitely would not have turned against him. Ning Wuming sighed. "Yes, it's my turn. Sect Master Zhu, can you let me prepare a little before I fight you? There's no need to fight between me and a dog. You're not qualified to fight me," Zhu Qingzhu said. "But even if you want to kill a dog, you can let this dog prepare a little." Then Ning Wuming said. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "It's really painful. I'll definitely be in so much pain that I'll die." Everyone was puzzled. What did he mean? Ning Wuming stretched out his hand and opened a box. "The things inside are not mine. I was planning to give them to a woman." Ning Wuming frowned. "But now I have no choice but to save my life." He took out a piece of clothing from the box. It was a demonic spirit mist clothing that looked like a black shadow. Evil ways had killed so many demonic spirits. Where did all the items go? They were all here. Then he took out a set of armor. It was the demonic spirit black armor. Demonic spirits were not afraid of any energy damage because they had a heaven-defying energy shield on their body. It was an energy shield that could only be broken by a few hundred experts for a day. Now, this energy shield had been forged into the demonic spirit black armor. Not to mention that it was absolutely impenetrable. It could also resist any kind of damage. Then he took out a complete demonic spirit claw. It was an indestructible demonic spirit claw, and it was a modified demonic spirit claw. Wulingzi of the Vulture sect had done everything he could and prepared for decades. It was to make a demonic spirit mist clothing and demonic spirit black armor for Vulture. Currently, the demonic spirit mist clothing was almost ready. However, the demonic spirit black armor that could resist all kinds of damage was not even enough for a Didu. Ning Wuming did not know how many demonic spirits he had killed. These few peerless treasures were originally intended for Wu Maji. Now, in order to save his life, he could only use them himself. He wore the demonic spirit black armor. It did not fit him well. Then he put on the demonic spirit mist clothing. Then he put on the demonic spirit claw. In an instant, the most expensive equipment in the world was all worn by Ning Wuming. With such a set of equipment, Ning Wuming could even kill a great grandmaster. However, Zhu Qingzhu did not care. After wearing it, Ning Wuming looked at the claws in his hand in a daze. "Ning Wuming, are you done?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. "Soon, soon." Ning Wuming's face twisted in pain. "It will definitely hurt. It will definitely hurt. I might even die from the pain." Still, no one understood what he meant. However, everyone understood what was going on. Ning Wuming's demonic spirit black claws suddenly pierced into his own eyes and dug out his eyeballs. His eyeballs that were dripping with blood were directly dug out. Only 2 black and bloody holes were left on Ning Wuming's handsome face. Ah, ah! Ning Wuming let out an incomparably mournful cry. Although his voice was not as loud as the Millennium Yiksha's, it was the most hair-raising and soul-shattering sound. His screams were extremely mournful. All the hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood up. Not only was he vicious to others, but he was even more vicious to himself. Ning Wuming actually dug out his own eyes while he was still alive. Then he quickly took out 2 gem-like demonic spirit eyes from his arms and stuffed them into his own eye holes. These 2 demonic spirit eyes were completely black, but they released a strange light. Demonic spirit eyes. They possessed incomparably terrifying mental strength. Once glanced at, one's soul and mind would instantly shatter. Yang Dingtian had a strong will, but when he was glanced at by the demonic spirit eyes, it was as if a bomb had exploded in his head. In an instant, all his rationality, will, and consciousness were blown to smithereens. Then he went berserk and injured Qin Huayu and Song Chanhua. He went berserk for a few hours, only to be glanced at. The 2 black, demonic spirit eyes were inlaid on Ning Wuming's handsome face. It was incomparably strange. This was because these 2 eyes were too bright. There was only black and no white. Everyone even felt that the current Ning Wuming was far more strange and terrifying than the Hell Yiksha just now. Ouch, ouch. It really hurts, it really hurts. Ning Wuming kept groaning and groaning. Then, in front of everyone, he began to adjust the demonic spirit eyes in his eye sockets. Seeing this scene, not only did everyone shiver, even Zhu Qingzhu's facial muscles twitched slightly. "Sect Master Zhu, I forgot to tell you. Actually, I'm good at mental strength," Ning Wuming said. "You keep saying that I'm a dog, and all of you keep saying that I'm a dog. Fine, I'll be the dog, all right? I'm a snob, so I dug out my dog eyes and replaced them with the eyes of a demon. Now this dog of mine is going to bite people." After saying this, his demonic spirit eyes seemed to come alive and grew completely in his eye sockets. Then they suddenly released a dazzling light that swept across everyone present. In an instant, those who were swept by his gaze felt as if their brains had exploded, and their souls were instantly scattered. Chapter 585. Everyone who was hit by Ning Wuming's gaze instantly froze, as if they had been hit by a body-freezing spell. Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed. Then he sneered. "Is that all you've got?" Ning Wuming smiled sinisterly. Then he shot his gaze at Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes widened as he stared back at Ning Wuming. He did not believe that he would be afraid of a dog like Ning Wuming, even if this dog had a different pair of eyes. However, half a second later, Zhu Qingzhu felt his brain explode as a white light flashed. In an instant, his soul felt like it was being torn apart. "Ah!" Zhu Qingzhu roared as blood spurted out of his mouth. Of course, it was not because Ning Wuming's demon spirit eyes had any offensive power, but because Zhu Qingzhu was using his evil spirit and celestial qi to suppress the chaotic soul in his brain, causing him to bleed. Zhu Qingzhu's face twitched as he sneered. "Your dog eyes are indeed powerful. It's the same if I close my eyes and kill you." Then Zhu Qingzhu tore a piece of cloth and tied his eyes. At this time, the dozens of masters who had been hit by Ning Wuming's gaze finally recovered a little. Seeing Zhu Qingzhu close his eyes, they quickly followed suit. However, it was useless. Even if these masters closed their eyes, their souls would instantly disperse after being hit by Ning Wuming's demon spirit eyes. This time it was not as if they had been hit by a body-freezing spell. Instead, they screamed in agony. Ah! The dozens of masters, whether they were from the Black Heaven sect or the Southern Seas Ning clan, all held their heads and screamed in agony. Is that all you've got? Zhu Qingzhu laughed. Then not only can I cover my eyes, I can even tie my hands and kill you, dog. Is that so? Ning Wuming laughed. Then give it a try. Then Ning Wuming's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace like a bolt of lightning. It was the demon spirit Mist Cloak. His demon spirit Mist Cloak was much stronger than Vulture's, and it could instantly cover a distance of 10 miles. Then, in the next second, he appeared in the crowd of dozens of grandmasters. Go, 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 my slaves! Ning Wuming laughed sinisterly and waved his hands. Be it the Black Heaven sect, the Ning clan, or even your Joyous Palace's experts. All of them were controlled like walking corpses. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One by one, the grandmasters shot toward Zhu Qingzhu like cannonballs. Every grandmaster level powerhouse had a ferocious look on their faces. They were bloodthirsty and they attacked Zhu Qingzhu crazily. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, Zhu Qingzhu was surrounded by more than a dozen evolved Jing masters. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. He didn't even draw his sword. He didn't even have time to withdraw his golden arm. Like a bolt of lightning, he grabbed the grandmaster's legs and tore them apart. Ah! A mournful cry rang out. That advanced grandmaster was almost unable to resist at all. He was torn in half in an instant. Blood dripped, and his internal organs flew out. Then a frenzied soul flew out. Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit doppelganger darted out and devoured the frenzied soul, chewing it and eating it alive. Even though Zhu Qingzhu was besieged by more than 10 grandmasters, his sea of qi still hadn't returned to its original position. However, he was still unscathed. The golden arm was like a bolt of lightning. It grabbed the grandmasters one by one and tore them apart. Zhu Qingzhu used the most brutal method to tear these grandmasters to death one by one. Then his evil spirit doppelganger devoured their souls one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen grandmasters had been killed. Every single one of them was torn apart alive and had their souls eaten. Yang Dingtian and the rest, who were watching from afar, were completely stunned. Is he still human? This is a heaven-defying killing god. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou were no longer as carefree as before. They simply lay in the snow and didn't come out. They looked at each other. Luckily, Yang Dingtian had plotted to make Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died tonight. The other party had 6 grandmasters, and so did Yang Dingtian. They seemed to be evenly matched. However, if they really fought, the 6 grandmasters would probably all be killed by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Perhaps the only one who would survive in the end would be that extremely strong humanoid Xiao Xiao. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu killed more than 10 grandmasters and devoured them all. His whole body was once again covered in blood. This person was really strange. When he was covered in his own blood, he shook it all off. However, when he was covered in other people's blood, he kept it on his body like a blood-red battle robe. Ha ha ha! Satisfying, satisfying! Zhu Qingzhu laughed. Dog Wuming, come again! Hearing such a humiliating name, Ning Wuming's face turned completely hideous. All right, I'll fulfill your wish, Ning Wuming said sternly. Then he waved his hands wildly. Go, 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 go! Just now, all the grandmasters from Joyous Palace were killed by Zhu Qingzhu alone. Now, Ning Wuming had thrown all the grandmasters from the Ning clan and Black Heaven sect over. Ha ha ha! Zhu Qingzhu, you're neither a human nor a ghost now. Why don't you kill everyone from your Black Heaven sect? Ning Wuming laughed loudly. Suddenly, more than 20 grandmasters pounced on Zhu Qingzhu and surrounded him in a frenzy. All of a sudden, Zhu Qingzhu was in trouble. Because his eyes were closed, he could only rely on his mind to distinguish between the Black Heaven sect and Ning clan. Therefore, he could not kill quickly. He had to distinguish them first before killing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 20 swords slashed at Zhu Qingzhu in a frenzy. Zhu Qingzhu's figure was faster than lightning as he frantically dodged these swords. His hands were still grabbing every grandmaster at lightning speed. When he found out that they were from the Black Heaven sect, he would throw them aside. When he found out that they were from the Ning clan, he would tear them apart instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, a few more grandmasters from the Ning clan were torn apart and their souls were devoured. After the grandmasters from the Black Heaven sect were spared by Zhu Qingzhu, they still could not regain their senses and attacked Zhu Qingzhu in a frenzy. Zhu Qingzhu could neither kill nor fight, so he could only frantically dodge. Instantly, he fell into a passive state and was slashed dozens of times. His entire back was covered in blood. Ning Wuming, I'll fuck your mother. I'll tear you into pieces. Tear you into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu could not resist being attacked by more than 20 of his own people. He was instantly enraged and attacked the Ning clan even more viciously. When Zhu Qingqi saw this, he gritted his teeth and flew toward Zhu Qingzhu to help him block the attacks. Ha ha ha! Another walking corpse. Ning Wuming laughed loudly. Then he suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Qingqi. His eyes instantly shot out a terrifying light. When Zhu Qingqi saw Ning Wuming suddenly appear in front of him, he immediately slashed down with his sword. However, the light from the demon spirit instantly pierced his soul. Boom! Instantly, Zhu Qingqi's soul exploded. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Then the Grandmaster Zhu Qingqi instantly turned into a murderous demon and charged toward Zhu Qingzhu. No words could describe Zhu Qingzhu's anger at this moment. That despicable dog Ning Wuming was actually so despicable. Zhu Qingzhu could not resist the attacks of a 6-star Grandmaster. He could only dodge, which was a little difficult for him to endure. Then, an extremely bloody and strange scene appeared in the sky. Zhu Qingqi and more than 20 Black Heaven sect elites chased after Zhu Qingzhu. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he could only desperately dodge. Since he could not fight back, he risked his life to kill the Ning clan elites. Swish, 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 swish. Zhu Qingzhu's back was slashed by sharp swords. Blood splattered everywhere, especially Zhu Qingqi's swords. Every slash penetrated his bones. It was extremely tragic. Even the energy of a second-grade evil spirit could not heal his injuries. After the furious Zhu Qingzhu caught the Ning clan elites, he did not just tear them apart. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he used an even more ruthless method to kill them. He grabbed a Ning clan elite with each hand, then raised his golden fist and smashed it wildly. Bam, 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 bam. A fist smashed down. An entire head exploded like a watermelon. Another fist smashed down, and half of the body was instantly pulverized. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. After 4 or 5 fists, the entire person evaporated, turning into blood and minced meat. Not even a fingernail-sized piece of flesh could be found. Zhu Qingzhu's fists had turned into a human flesh pulverizer. It did not matter what kind of armor you were wearing, how many stars you were at, what kind of evil spirit energy you had, what sorcery or mystic techniques you used. Every one of them did not exceed 5 fists, and they would make you disappear from the face of the earth. After killing you, he would chew your soul into pieces and swallow it into his stomach. This scene made Qin Wanqiu and Dongfang Minmi's hair stand on end. City Lord Qin, if we go out and help Zhu Qingzhu now, what will happen? Dongfang Minmi asked. We will be smashed to death by his fists and turned into minced meat, Qin Wanchou said with a shiver. Just like this. Zhu Qingzhu used the most brutal method. His back was crazily chopped by his own people. He smashed the Ning clan's elites one by one, and they all disappeared from the world. In less than half an hour, all the Ning clan's elites had been killed, and they all disappeared from the world. Yang Dingtian, who was far away, licked his dry tongue. Today, Zhu Qingzhu alone had killed 4 martial grandmasters and more than 30 martial grandmasters. Oh my God! He could not help but touch the back of his neck. Dog Wuming, it's your turn, Zhu Qingzhu roared in anger. Then, Zhu Qingzhu's figure rushed toward Ning Wuming like lightning. His speed was extremely fast. The speed at which he dashed out in an instant even produced a sonic boom effect. This speed was at least several times faster than Yangdingtian's. Although they were dozens of miles apart, Zhu Qingzhu arrived in front of Ning Wuming in almost a moment. He stretched out his golden arm and wanted to grab Ning Wuming. However, Ning Wuming's body instantly disappeared from where he was and reappeared 5 kilometers away. No matter how fast a human's speed was, it could not be compared to a devil spirit. Ning Wuming, who was wearing the devil spirit mist cloak, appeared in an instant. No matter how fast Zhu Qingzhu was, he could not catch up. Just like this, Ning Wuming kept flashing in the air. Zhu Qingzhu chased frantically, but he could not catch up. Ha ha ha. How is it, old dog? Did I have fun playing with you? Ning Wuming sneered. Don't be complacent too early. Zhu Qingzhu laughed and then punched out. Suddenly, the terrifying black soul-devouring beast martial spirit flew out. Ha ha! The soul-devouring beast laughed shrilly and pounced toward Ning Wuming. Wherever the soul-devouring beast passed, darkness and filth would appear. The soul-devouring beast's speed was even faster than Zhu Qingzhu's. It arrived in front of Ning Wuming in an instant. However, Ning Wuming stood in the same place, without moving. Ha! The soul-devouring beast martial spirit continued to laugh shrilly and was about to rush over Ning Wuming's head. Ning Wuming raised his head. His eyes instantly emitted a snow-white light that pierced into the soul-devouring beast's dark green eyes. Ah! The soul-devouring beast martial spirit suddenly let out an incomparably miserable scream. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the ice on the mountain peak 100 miles away was completely shattered. The tiles within 100 miles could not withstand such a shrill sound and were instantly shattered. All the people with low cultivation within 100 miles could not withstand it. Their eardrums were torn and blood spurted out. Boom! Then the soul-devouring beast martial spirit's body suddenly exploded and instantly turned into black shadows that filled the sky. Ha ha ha! Ning Wuming laughed and said, Old dog, have you run out of tricks? I still have more. Then Ning Wuming stared at the black shadows that filled the sky and condensed his palm in the air. In an instant, the black shadows that filled the sky condensed and turned back into the soul-devouring beast martial spirit. However, it was no longer a shrill laugh, but a crazy scream. Go, eat this old dog for me, Ning Wuming said sternly. Suddenly, the soul-devouring beast screamed and madly tried to devour Zhu Qingzhu. Almost instantly, the entire soul-devouring beast madly surrounded Zhu Qingzhu. Whoosh! The evil spirit clone instantly enveloped Zhu Qingzhu's body completely. The soul-devouring beast madly bit and bit, but it could not do anything to the evil spirit energy shield. It could not do anything to Zhu Qingzhu. If I can't kill you, then kill the people from your Black Heaven sect. They can't take it, right? Ning Wuming laughed. Ning Wuming waved his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the soul-devouring beast pounced on the Black Heaven sect's masters. The soul-devouring beast could not do anything to Zhu Qingzhu, but it was like slaughtering chickens and dogs to the Black Heaven sect's masters. In an instant, It was about to devour all of the Black Heaven Sect's masters. Wherever it passed, the Black Heaven Sect's masters instantly turned into mud, and half of their bodies were instantly contaminated. Despicable dog woman, I'll tear you into pieces. Zhu Qingzhu was furious. Then he opened his arms, and his body emitted a golden light. He shouted, "Withdraw!" Suddenly, his entire body was like a whirlpool. The soul-devouring beast's demon soul struggled madly, but it was still taken back into Zhu Qingzhu's body. At this time, the 4 Black Heaven Sect's masters' bodies were completely rotten. Zhu Qingzhu glanced at them. His eyes were blood-red, and he looked at Ning Wuming as if he was going to spit fire. "Ning Wuming, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." "Definitely," Ning Wuming sneered. "Old dog, I'm afraid you don't have that ability yet." After saying that, Ning Wuming flashed and disappeared quickly as if he was showing off. He circled around Zhu Qingzhu crazily. In terms of cultivation, 100 Ning Wuming could not compare to Zhu Qingzhu. However, he had the demon spirit eye, the demon spirit black armor, and the craziest flash technique. There was no way to defeat him because he could not hit him at all. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless. "I'll give it a try," Zhu Qingzhu said coldly. Then he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Out!" In an instant, countless light and shadow avatars flew out of his body. 3, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless light and shadow avatars shot out. In an instant, the most magnificent scene in the entire sky appeared. Countless Zhu Qingzhu appeared between heaven and earth in a grandiose manner, as if they were paving the ground. "Ha ha ha!" Ning Wuming sneered. "Old dog, these avatars of yours can't even withstand a single blow. They're useless. Is that so?" Zhu Qingzhu smiled faintly. "Disperse!" Zhu Qingzhu shouted. In an instant, countless light and shadow avatars of Zhu Qingzhu scattered in all directions. Shield! Countless Zhu Qingzhus formed an incomparably huge energy shield that covered 10 miles of space. It completely enveloped Ning Wuming, himself, and all the Black Heaven Sect's masters. Spin! In an instant, the energy shield spun wildly. Everyone who saw this scene would be shocked for the rest of their lives. Countless Zhu Qingzhu's light and shadow avatars formed a huge sphere that spun wildly. This energy sphere had a diameter of 10 miles. As it spun wildly, it overflowed with brilliance and vibrant colors. It was magnificent. Ning Wuming's expression suddenly changed. Then he flashed crazily. Bang, 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 bang. However, the space within 10 miles of him was completely covered by the energy sphere. Every time he flashed, he would hit the energy wall and be bounced back. "Now, where are you going?" Zhu Qingzhu sneered and slowly walked toward Ning Wuming. "Ha ha ha!" Ning Wuming continued to flash. 10 miles of space is enough for me to escape. I'd like to see how long your energy can sustain this evil energy shield." Then, Ning Wuming continued to flash wildly. That's right. Although 10 miles of space was a little small, it was still enough for him to flash and escape. "Is that so?" Zhu Qingzhu sneered and then retracted his palm. "Condense." Then, the rapidly spinning energy shield quickly became smaller and smaller. Ning Wuming's expression changed. If it was 10 miles of space, he could still flash and escape. If it was only 1 mile, then he would definitely die. It was like a person catching a mouse. It was not easy to catch a mouse in a 10-square-meter house, but it was easy to trample it to death in a 1-square-meter space. If it was only 0.1 square meters of space, then the mouse would definitely die. The energy shield spun rapidly and shrunk rapidly. Ning Wuming waved his hand. Immediately, Zhu Qingqi and all the elites of Black Heaven Sect surrounded Zhu Qingzhu and attacked him. After the energy shield shrunk, Zhu Qingzhu could not escape anymore. Moreover, he was being chased by more than 10 of his own people. Almost instantly, he was surrounded by Zhuo Qingqi and the rest of the elites and was being attacked. At this time, his evil energy had formed an energy shield and could no longer protect his body. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Ah! Zhu Qingzhu roared, condensing ice shield. Almost instantly, Zhu Qingzhu's body was covered in a layer of frost. Then it condensed into ice. Layer by layer, layer by layer, layer by layer. After a while, Zhu Qingzhu's entire body was covered in frost. Then he allowed Zhuo Qingqi and the rest to attack him with their swords. Zhuo Qingqi's sword was too frightening. With just one slash, the impenetrable frost was torn apart and the sword cut into his flesh. Zhu Qingzhu gritted his teeth and stood still. He allowed himself to be attacked and quickly condensed into ice to protect his body. He used all his energy to control the shrinking of the energy shield. As the energy shield shrunk, Ning Wuming was being pulled closer and closer. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingzhu was being hacked into a bloody mess by Zhuo Qingqi. His condensing ice shield could block the other Grandmaster swords, but it could not block Zhuo Qingqi's sword. As the energy shield shrunk, Ning Wuming began to feel fear and panic. This was because Zhu Qingzhu's face, which was filled with anger and hatred, was getting closer and closer. Once the energy shield shrunk to a certain extent, the two of them would face each other. Ning Wuming would be dead for sure. At this time, Zhu Qingzhu was no longer human after being hacked by Zhuo Qingqi. His body was covered in blood, and his flesh was torn apart. It was a horrifying sight, as most of the evil spirit's energy was used to maintain the energy shield. It could not be used to heal his injuries. Zhu Qingzhu's injuries were getting worse. Hee Dog Wuming, are you dead meat? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. That's not necessarily true. Ning Wuming sneered. Your evil spirit has already left your body. What do you think will happen if another Grandmaster self-destructs at this time? Zhu Qingzhu's expression changed. He shouted, Ning Wuming, how dare you? Why wouldn't I dare to do something so beneficial? Ning Wuming laughed and said, Your evil spirit energy shield is so powerful and tightly wrapped around him. If you ask Great Grandmaster Zhuo Qingqi to detonate his qi, he will definitely be killed. If Zhu Qingzhu explodes his self-destruct, you and everyone in Black Heaven sect will be smashed to pieces. As for me, of course, I will be safe and sound. That's because my dark spirit black armor is quite powerful. Then Ning Wuming waved his hands. Instantly, Zhuo Qingqi, who was being controlled, stopped attacking and his body trembled. In an instant, Zhuo Qingqi's body gradually turned red. Then his xian veins began to crack inch by inch. Countless rays of red light shot out from his body. Finally, the sea of qi in his lower abdomen began to crack, and a shocking light shot out. Zhuo Qingqi's sea of qi was beginning to be destroyed. Zhuo Qingqi, a 6-star Grandmaster, was going to self-destruct. Now, if Zhuo Qingqi self-destructed, everyone in the energy shield would be smashed to pieces, including Ning Wuming. All the elites in Black Heaven sect would be completely wiped out. Yang Dingtian immediately gave the order to release the phantom spirit demonic matriarch. It wanted to completely freeze Zhuo Qingqi's xian veins and sea of qi. At this time, no matter how dangerous it was, they had to save him. How about it? You can only retract your energy shield, right? Ning Wuming laughed sinisterly. Not necessarily. Zhu Qingzhu laughed. Then his body shook violently. Bam! The ice on Zhu Qingzhu's body shattered. Then he allowed the dozens of Grandmasters to hack at him and placed his palm on Zhu Qingqi's head. Instantly, an extremely cold energy penetrated his body. Almost instantly, Zhu Qingqi's body froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then his xian veins froze. The self-destruction of his entire sea of qi was forcefully suppressed. He can't move now. Kill him. Ning Wuming said sternly. Instantly, the dozens of Black Heaven sect grandmasters who were under his control began to attack Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu's entire back was ripped open, revealing his white bones. Zhu Qingzhu's lips twitched. A blue ice started to spread from Zhu Qingzhu's body to his body. Then, the ice shield protected his entire body. No matter how the grandmasters hacked at him, he was unharmed. Just like that, Zhu Qingzhu not only suppressed Zhu Qingzhu's self-destruction, but also protected himself. He even controlled the shrinking of his energy shield. However, the shrinking speed was getting slower and slower. Haha, impressive, impressive. Ning Wuming laughed coldly. However, if all of your remaining grandmasters self-destruct, you probably won't be able to take it. Destroy. Destroy them all. Today, I will wipe Black Heaven sect off the face of this world. Ning Wuming roared. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the clothes on the dozens of Black Heaven sect grandmasters exploded. Their xian veins began to shatter. Countless rays of red light shot out from their bodies. Then, the sea of qi of the grandmasters began to tear apart. The grandmasters were going to self-destruct at the same time. Zhu Qingzhu, who was trapped in the ice, was in despair. He might be able to suppress Zhu Qingqi, but he could not suppress the rest of the Black Heaven sect grandmasters. Suddenly, a crazy light shot out from Zhu Qingzhu's eyes. This light made Ning Wuming even more terrified. Your dark spirit black armor can withstand the self-destruction of a grandmaster. It can withstand the self-destruction of dozens of grandmasters. What if a 9-star grandmaster joins the fray? Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Ning Wuming's expression changed drastically. He trembled as he said, Zhu Qingzhu, why, you're crazy. You're crazy. As long as you remove your energy shield and let me escape, you won't have to die. You won't have to die. Didn't you say that you'll let me go? It's too late. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Losing to Yang Dingtian has already made me vomit blood. However, I can still accept it. After all, he's a junior. A talented junior. However, I'd rather die than lose to a dog. So let's all die together. Then, Zhu Qingzhu slowly closed his eyes. His xian meridians and sea of qi began to tear apart. He was the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, a powerhouse who was only one step away from becoming a half-saint. However, he wanted to die together with Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was right. As long as he removed his energy shield and kept the second-grade evil spirit back into his body, he would be fine. However, Ning Wuming would be able to escape if he did that. Zhu Qingzhu had knelt down before, and he saw it as a great humiliation. He had said that he would not kneel again. He saw Ning Wuming as a dog. If he was forced to compromise by Ning Wuming, it would be worse than killing him. Therefore, he chose to self-destruct his sea of qi and die together with Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was completely terrified. He had completely lost his mind. No, sect leader Zhu, please don't. I still want to see my beloved woman. I can't die, I can't die. Ning Wuming wailed. Zhu Qingzhu was completely indifferent. He continued to tear apart his sea of qi. Suddenly, 2 grandmasters and more than 10 grandmasters were about to self-destruct. Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming were about to die together. Suddenly, a ray of white light flew across the sky. Yang Dingtian shot up into the sky and opened the energy box. Instantly, the 10,000-year-old illusory, spirit, demonic mother spat out icy energy. Almost instantly, everything inside the energy shield froze. Chapter 586. The moment he opened the demonic mother of illusionary spirits, Yang Dingtian immediately threw it down together with the box. Just now, he had to be so close to freeze the self-detonating grandmasters. However, no one could withstand such a low temperature. They were all finished in a moment. The demonic mother of illusionary spirits and the jade box fell on top of a mountain and were buried in the snow. Then, An incomparably beautiful scene appeared once again. All the accumulated snow instantly turned into blue ice. The entire mountain instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent glacier. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles froze into ice. The energy shield that was only a few thousand meters away from the demonic mother of illusionary spirits was no exception. Zhu Qingzhu and Zhu Qingqi were already covered in ice. Now the layer of ice was infinitely thicker. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu were completely stunned. They looked at him in disbelief. Yang Dingtian bowed to Zhu Qingzhu and said, "Martial uncle, please heal your injuries for now. Leave Ning Wuming, this lackey, to me." Zhu Qingzhu did not say anything. He closed his eyes and began to suppress the tearing of his sea of qi. Without a doubt, the self-detonation of his sea of qi was very serious. Ning Wuming struggled slightly and the ice on his body shattered. He looked at Yang Dingtian and hissed, "Yang Dingtian, you're fine? How are you fine? You know how to act." "Of course, I know how to act too." Yang Dingtian laughed. "Now it's time for us to play. Haha, with just you? Even Zhu Qingzhu can't do anything to me. Who do you think you are?" Ning Wuming sneered. "It's not just me." Yang Dingtian smiled. "Me too." Dongfang Minmi stopped. "Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too." Instantly, Qin Wanchou, Ning Busi, Cheng Dabii, Shadowless, and Xiao Xiao flew over like shooting stars and surrounded the energy shield. Of course, everyone closed their eyes and did not dare to look at Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was completely stunned. Yang Dingtian had pretended to commit suicide. This was nothing. No one cared because he was too weak. Even if he was pretending it was nothing special, he still couldn't escape. However, why were these martial grandmasters all fine? Weren't you all devoured by the dark energy? Wasn't his cultivation destroyed? Ning Wuming said in a trembling voice. Without the evil spirit energy, no one can stop the devouring of the dark energy. Ning Wuming, the black fog that exploded just now was not dark energy, but a very special kind of energy bomb. A bomb without fire, Yang Dingtian said. I have already moved the 12 coffins that contain dark energy away. Impossible, Ning Wuming hissed. You can't possibly see through my plan. You always thought that they were the Snow Clan's experts, and you even believed that the Snow Clan's king was here. That's right, said Yang Dingtian. I always believed that it was a powerful cultivator from the Snow Clan, until I asked to open the coffin. So what? I had already predicted that you would ask to open the coffin. So I placed a middle-aged man who looked like Mo. Ji inside to make you think that he was the Snow Clan's king, said Ning Wuming. But I smelled the dark energy in his body, said Yang Dingtian. Impossible. He was in the unfreezing water and was sealed by the energy jade coffin. Moreover, the dark energy doesn't have any aura. You can't possibly recognize it, said Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said helplessly, Believe me, I am more familiar with the dark energy than you. All right, let me tell you, I have this thing in my body. Not to mention opening the coffin in an instant. Even if it was a crack, I would be able to smell the dark energy inside. Once I smelled it, the rest of the plan would be very easy to break. Ning Wuming's lips trembled. No wonder, no wonder. Then my plan still has no flaws. It was a complete accident that you saw through it. Yes, your plan has no flaws at all. Yang Dingtian said, If I wasn't so familiar with the dark energy, we would have already fallen into your trap and been completely finished. Because you gave me 3 choices on the surface. The first choice was to not work with you or the Snow Clan. The second choice was to work with the Snow Clan. The third choice was to work with you. But these 3 choices were all traps. Whether I believe you or not, no matter which choice I make, we will be completely destroyed. Ning Wuming's face twitched. My plans have always been flawless. You saw through it this time, not because you are too smart, but because you are still far inferior to me. My brain has always been inferior to yours, said Yang Dingtian. No, Li Ming suddenly said sternly. After the explosion, the sky was filled with black fog. I could feel a devouring power. I could feel a dark energy. Although because I have an evil spirit in my body, I am very numb to it, but I still felt a very special smell. This smell is very similar to the dark energy. Then tell me, what does the dark energy smell like when it can't devour you? Asked Yang Dingtian. The smell of nothingness, said Ning Wuming. That's right, other than the dark energy. There is another thing that can have this energy. That is the Xian Qi of the primal chaos attribute, said Yang Dingtian. Impossible. No one can have the Xian Qi of the primal chaos attribute, said Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and directly summoned the Xian fire. The Xian fire that was supposed to be blood red was now white. It had no temperature and no attributes. It looked like nothingness. Sorry, I have the Xian Qi of the primal chaos attribute. Yang Dingtian said, actually, the smell of the dark energy cannot only be imitated by the Xian Qi of the primal chaos attribute. There is also a very terrifying substance in the sea that can imitate the dark energy. But the consequences are too severe, so I don't dare to use it. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Ning Wuming's face twitched even more. Also, Ning Wuming, don't you think that my suicide scene was very clumsy? Yang Dingtian said, I'm not good at scheming. You're so smart. So how could you not see through my clumsy performance? Ning Wuming's face twitched even more. Then he started to recall. That's right. Yang Dingtian's suicide scene was too clumsy. There was almost no foreshadowing. It was as if the scene was fast-forwarded. It wasn't that Yang Dingtian didn't want to foreshadow it, but his acting was too bad. Yang Dingtian's acting was so clumsy, but Ning Wuming still fell for it. He didn't even confirm that Yang Dingtian was finished before he started to kill Zhu Qingzhu. Why? The reason was very simple. Ning Wuming was too confident. When the castle exploded, he was sure that Yang Dingtian was finished. Moreover, he didn't believe that Yang Dingtian, this idiot, could see through his scheme. Therefore, he didn't even think about Yang Dingtian's clumsy performance. When it came to scheming, he had absolute pride in himself. The more arrogant a person was, the easier it was for him to look up at the sky. Just like Zhu Qingzhu, who was arrogant to the point of defying the heavens with his own cultivation, single-handedly killed 4 martial grandmasters and more than 30 martial grandmasters. Moreover, he had to face the crazy pursuit of more than 10 martial grandmasters and 1 martial grandmaster without being able to resist. This was strong enough, right? However, he couldn't kill a mere martial grandmaster like Ning Wuming. Instead, he was forced to perish together with him. Of course, there was another reason. Yang Dingtian had always been too righteous. Therefore, when he played tricks, no matter how clumsy they were, he would still be able to deceive people. This was just like the idiot in a world without thieves. When he directly deceived the shrewd Lu Ruoying, Ning Wuming slowly closed his eyes, desperately trying to calm himself down. At this moment, his heart was incomparably gloomy. When he opened his eyes again, Ning Wuming sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, you relied on luck to beat me by another 5%. But so what? Zhu Qingzhu's Qi Si is now heavily injured, and you can't enter this energy barrier. When Zhu Qingzhu's Xian Qi is exhausted, the energy barrier will automatically disperse. I have the devil's spirit fog clothes. Even Zhu Qingzhu can't stop me, let alone you. You don't even dare to open your eyes to look at me. That's right. Yang Dingtian and the others surrounded the energy barrier, but all of them had their eyes closed. The devil's spirit eye was too terrifying. Even martial grandmasters didn't dare to look at him, so they could only close their eyes. Is that so? I want to open my eyes and look at you. Dongfang Minmi suddenly said, and then slowly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Who are you? Can you compare to Zhu Qingzhu? Ning Wuming laughed loudly. In terms of cultivation, I'm far inferior to Zhu Qingzhu, but in terms of eyes and soul, I'm stronger, Dongfang Minmi said, and then looked at Ning Wuming calmly. Then let's try. Ning Wuming's eyes were like lightning and suddenly shot toward Dongfang Minmi's eyes. Then he waited for Dongfang Minmi to go crazy and start killing his own people. Dongfang Minmi's eyes suddenly narrowed. In an instant, two gazes fiercely collided. Bang! Ning Wuming's body flew out, and blood spurted out in the air. He held his head in extreme pain. On the other hand, Dongfang Minmi staggered a few steps and blood spurted out of his mouth, but he was safe and sound. Impossible, impossible. Ning Wuming hissed, this is impossible. No one can block the Devil's Spirit Eye. No one. Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, how old is your Devil's Spirit Eye? 1,500 years old. Ning Wuming said. Then, I'm sorry, my soul condensed shadow is 2,300 years old. My devil spirit heart is 2,300 years old. Dongfang Minmi said indifferently. Ning Wuming got up, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and eyes, and said ferociously, so what? You still can't kill me because no one can enter, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. If Zhu Qingzhu dares to disperse the energy shield, I'll disappear without a trace. No one can catch me, Ning Wuming sneered. And I can tell you, Yang Dingtian, I have nothing left. All the experts of the Ning clan have been killed by Zhu Qingzhu. Next, I'll go to Cloud Sky City, rape your women, and kill your family. I'll kill everyone in Cloud Sky Castle with my own strength. You should believe that I have this ability. Everyone's faces were ferocious, but they still fell into silence. Ha! Ning Wuming laughed madly. You, Yang Dingtian, suddenly jumped out. How awe-inspiring. I thought you would win. In the end, you still lost. Ha! I'll wait here. Wait for the energy shield to break. Then, I'll go torture your wife and kill your son. I'll kill everyone in Cloud Sky Castle, no matter if they're male or female, old or young. Even if they're newborn babies, I'll kill them all. I've said it before. You slept with my beloved woman. So I'll definitely take revenge. Revenge 10 times, 100 times. Then Ning Wuming lay down lazily and said proudly, Yang Dingtian, you should have just let me and Zhu Qingzhu perish together. But you're still too childish, too stupid. You jumped out and saved me. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for giving me your wife. After playing with her 1,000 times and giving birth to 10 children, I'll choke them all to death and cook them into meat soup. I'll eat them one bite at a time. Your wife, Shimin Yanyan, is so delicate. She'll definitely be delicious. Seeing Yang Dingtian's twitching face, Ning Wuming laughed. Ha! You're angry. You know how to be angry? It's too late. Your tragedy was already decided the moment you slept with my beloved woman. Sigh, waiting here is so boring. Ning Wuming suddenly said, Why don't I kill some people for fun? Swoosh! Ning Wuming suddenly appeared behind a Black Heaven sect grandmaster and pierced his sharp claws through his head. That Black Heaven sect grandmaster died instantly. Wow, this killing claw feels so good. Ning Wuming laughed. The face of Zhu Qingzhu, who was recuperating, twitched. Come. I'll kill another one. Ning Wuming laughed coldly. Slash. Ning Wuming's sharp claws slashed across and sliced a Black Heaven sect grandmaster in half. Ah, God, this feels so good. Ning Wuming laughed. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes spat fire. The ice on his body began to melt, and the crack in his energy reserve began to expand. He was about to explode. He immediately stopped healing and wanted to kill Ning Wuming. Let me do it! Yang Dingtian yelled out and rushed into the energy barrier. Lil Tian, don't! Dongfang Minmi shouted and chased after Ning Wuming. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian passed through the energy shield without any resistance. As for Dongfang Nimi, he was bounced back. Instantly, everyone was shocked once again. Wasn't this evil spirit energy shield something that no one could enter or leave? How did Yang Dingtian get in so easily? Ning Wuming was also stunned. He said in disbelief, Yang Dingtian, how did you get in? This energy shield can block yin and yang. Perhaps it can't block the chaos attribute, Yang Dingtian said. The chaos is a void, so it can't block it. Oh, as expected, Ning Wuming said. Then he smiled and said, But are you a match for me? Probably not. Yang Dingtian said, If you don't have this set of equipment, I believe I won't lose to you. But you have this set of equipment, and you can use the evil spirit flash. I think you're far inferior to me. Yes, if you know this, why did you come in? Ning Wuming sneered. Are you stupid? Did you come in to be killed by me? Lil Tian, come out. Dongfang Minmi shouted. Yang Dingtian, you're really an idiot. You can't hit me. I can flash. And I have the evil spirit black armor. How can you hit me? Ning Wuming laughed. But since you're here, don't go out. You slept with my beloved woman, so I'll leave you behind. I'll castrate you. You can't use it anyway, because your wife will be my slave in the future. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly, Ning Wuming began to flash. Flash. Within the energy shield that was nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, he flashed madly. Yes, Ning Wuming, who flashed, couldn't be hit at all. Even Zhu Qingzhu couldn't hit him, let alone Yang Dingtian. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt sharp pain. In an instant, his entire thigh was pierced. When Ning Wuming attacked him, he felt it. However, the other party was too fast. Before he could react, his entire thigh was pierced. Immediately, blood dripped, and the pain was incomparable. Ha ha ha. Ning Wuming flashed to the farthest place in front of him, then licked the blood on his claws. Not bad, your blood tastes good. Is this the legendary blood of justice? Ning Wuming said, But I want to taste your wife, Shimin Yanyan's blood more. Of course, there's also her water. Ha! After saying this, Ning Wuming's face turned cold and became even more ferocious. He sneered and said, Yang Dingtian, if you knew the consequences today, would you regret sleeping with my beloved woman? But it's still that sentence. Even if you regret it now, it's already too late. Ning Wuming sneered and said, My next slash will castrate your lower body. If you don't have the guts, then retreat and run away. Of course, Yang Dingtian could run away and withdraw from the energy shield. However, once he withdrew, it meant that he had lost, and it meant that he had allowed Ning Wuming to do as he pleased. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ning Wuming was waiting for him to escape. Once Yang Dingtian escaped, he would be psychologically satisfied, and he would really castrate Yang Dingtian. The reason why he didn't kill Yang Dingtian was to wait for Yang Dingtian to escape and satisfy his perverted psychology. Run, run, run. Ning Wuming laughed harshly. Now, Dongfang Minmi also saw through Ning Wuming's mentality. He didn't let Yang Dingtian escape anymore, because running away meant death. No matter how fast Yang Dingtian was, he couldn't be faster than Ning Wuming, who could flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ning Wuming was like a ghost, flashing rapidly within the energy shield. Then he crazily cut Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and slashed wildly, but he couldn't touch Ning Wuming at all. He couldn't hit him at all. After a while, Yang Dingtian's body was pierced countless times. Blood dripped, and his flesh was badly mutilated. However, Ning Wuming was still unwilling to kill him. Yang Dingtian, run, run. Ning Wuming said harshly. Then he crazily flashed, appearing in every corner of the energy shield like a ghost, crazily cutting Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suddenly put down his sword and closed his eyes. Haha, you're giving up resisting just like that? Ning Wuming laughed sinisterly. All right, Since you're not running away, I've played enough. Next, I'll cut off your lower body and castrate your body." After saying that, he was about to flash. Pa! Suddenly, an incomparably huge bolt of lightning burst out from Yang Dingtian's body and struck down fiercely. Ning Wuming, who appeared in front of Yang Dingtian, was hit by the incomparably huge bolt of lightning. It hit directly from the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body flew out, charred black all over. That's right, his speed was very fast, completely flashing. However, the speed of the lightning was also very fast, directly at the speed of light. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had calculated in advance. Before he flashed, he struck down the lightning. Then, the incomparably thick lightning directly hit Ning Wuming. Ning Wuming was very powerful. He had a 7 or 8-star Grandmaster cultivation base, which was even higher than Yang Dingtian. But unfortunately, Yang Dingtian was a 5-star 9th grade Grandmaster, plus the Nagashin veins, plus a soul sword close to the Emperor grade, plus the Chaos attribute. Basically, he could easily kill a Grandmaster who was 2 levels higher than him. Ning Wuming had the Demon Spirit Black Armor, which could resist all damage. However, it was a pity that Ning Wuming did not have the Demon Spirit Helmet. The terrifying demon sky-splitting lightning struck directly from the top of his head. If it was any other 8-star Grandmaster, this was basically over. But Ning Wuming was different. He had a 3rd grade evil spirit. His whole body twitched and trembled, and there was a charred smell. Then, with the help of the evil spirit energy, he quickly healed and recovered. Pa! Before he could recover, Yang Dingtian's incomparably thick lightning struck down one after another. Pa 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 pa! Yang Dingtian's demon sky-splitting lightning could be released almost instantly. Pa 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 pa! The lightning smashed down crazily. At this time, Ning Wuming could not flash. Suddenly, his whole body trembled crazily and was completely burned into charcoal. However, because of the evil spirit energy, he would not die no matter what. Any pain was probably not comparable to the pain of being electrocuted, and Yang Dingtian's lightning was more than 1,000 times higher than the high-voltage electricity on Earth. Therefore, Ning Wuming was completely enduring the hellish pain at this time, and he could not die. Therefore, he could neither live nor die. Ah, ah, ah! He twisted crazily and screamed crazily. He was in extreme pain. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and struck crazily, madly venting his anger towards Ning Wuming. He was not angry at him for cutting his body, but angry at him for hurting Shimin Yan with his words. If Yang Dingtian could not stop it, Ning Wuming would definitely do the same. Bang! Suddenly, Ning Wuming's 2 demon spirit eyes burst out. "Kill me! Kill me! Yang Dingtian, please kill me! Don't electrocute me! Don't electrocute me!" Ning Wuming's voice was already ear-piercing and terrifying to the extreme at this time. His whole body was completely deformed. It was completely a pile of charcoal that was twisting, but under the protection of the evil spirit energy, he could not die. Pa! His 2 arms were suddenly broken and instantly shattered. Pa! His lower body was suddenly hit and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Pa! Ning Wuming's legs were instantly broken and shattered. Ning Wuming was turned into a human stick. It was really one man against another. Zhu Qingzhu was extremely powerful, but he could not kill Ning Wuming. However, Yang Dingtian's lightning killed Ning Wuming until he could neither live nor die, just like a ghost. Chapter 587. At this point, Li Ming was no longer a threat to him. The devil's spirit claws on his arms had already been crushed. The most terrifying devil spirit eyes had also completely shot out. "Kill me! Kill me!" Ning Wuming screamed in pain. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Yang Dingtian slowly walked over and stopped the lightning. Immediately, Ning Wuming's face began to recover. The evil spirit's energy was indeed heaven-defying. Ning Wuming's charred face actually gradually recovered to its original state. Ning Wuming's eye sockets were still empty. He opened his mouth and gasped for air greedily. Yang Dingtian, let's make a deal. This time it's a real deal, Ning Wuming said. What kind of deal? Yang Dingtian asked. I have an absolutely secret place. There's a list of people with evil ways in there, as well as the cultivated evil spirits. There are also all kinds of treasures, devil spirit corpses, and so on. It's definitely a huge treasure trove for you, Ning Wuming said. I'm not interested in these things, Yang Dingtian said. This deal is very simple. You give my devil spirit black armor and devil spirit mist cloak to Emoji. This is a gift I originally wanted to give her. Ning Wuming said, also, now that the Ning clan is clean, you let Emoji return to the Ning clan. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, let him inherit the Ning clan. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Also, now that the Ning clan is clean, you have to protect the Ning clan, Ning Wuming said. Promise me, you can't take the treasures on me for yourself. You must give them to Emoji. Ning Wuming suddenly said in a hoarse voice, Emoji, you must not bring them back to Cloud Sky City. She's a woman of the Ning clan and always will be. I don't care if you're pretending to be Ningru, but Emoji must be a woman of the Ning clan. Her children must also be children of the Ning clan. The Ning clan must not be without descendants. If you don't promise me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yang Dingtian finally nodded. Ning Wuming let out a long sigh of relief. Then he lay down with his ghostly body and said, All right, you can do it. The secrets I want to tell you are in Emo Weaver's ring. Yes, I hope that in your next life you can live a different life, Yang Dingtian said. It's really like a dream. Ning Wuming sighed. That's right. Yang Dingtian slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, Ning Wuming's head was chopped off and rolled down from his charred body. A streak of black-red blood flowed out of the eerie black eye sockets. However, there wasn't much pain on his face. Instead, he looked relieved. After his head was cut off, Ning Wuming's soul floated out under the protection of the third-grade evil spirit and floated in the air like a lonely ghost. Yang Dingtian used the soul ring to suck gently and immediately absorbed Ning Wuming's soul spirit. From then on, the ruthless and cunning young master of the Ning clan, the #1 lackey of Prince Li Ming of the Evil Ways, officially disappeared from this world. As the only martial arts base of the Evil Ways, it was completely erased from this world. Grabbing Ning Wuming's head, Yang Dingtian sighed softly. Yang Dingtian knew a lot about the ways of the world, but he didn't know much about life. Now, Qin Chi had died in front of him. Then, Ning Wuming had also died in front of him. However, it made him realize something. The smarter a stubborn person was, the more painful it would be. The more a person pursued, the more painful it would be. Perhaps the more tragic it would be. At this moment, he understood a very pretentious saying. If you don't fight, you fight. If you fight, you don't fight. He recalled that in demigods and semi-devils, Qiao Feng was too demanding of himself. He was an almost perfect person. However, the more demanding he was, the more he would lose everything. He lost his lover, his family, and his own life. Even the loyalty he pursued could not be obtained in the end. Duan Yu also had his own desires. However, he didn't want much. He only wanted a leisurely life and a fairy like Wang Yian. In the end, he gained something and lost something. As for Shuju, he had no desires at all. In the end, he had everything. Love, career, benevolence. Of course, he had just obtained his parents and immediately lost them. However, at least he didn't have parents before. Of course, Yang Dingtian wasn't at such a high level yet. He was also a stubborn person. He only had one goal now, which was to eliminate the evil ways and save the primal chaos mainland. So, what would happen to him in the future? He really didn't know. However, he was still different from Ning Wuming. In the past, Yang Dingtian worked hard to regain his dignity, especially in front of Dongfang Bingling. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's actions no longer had any selfish desires. As for Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi, no matter what, no matter how humane they were all doing it for their own selfish desires. Just like Xiu Piaoyan, who had long given up on his lover and his cultivation. He walked the world only to save the world. He also didn't do it for his own selfish desires. In his hands he had failed. However, he had passed on this career. Then, Yang Dingtian shook his head vigorously. He laughed at himself. He wasn't suitable to be a thinker. It was better not to let his imagination run wild. This battle? Was it considered to be over? Yang Dingtian had set up an inescapable net. He had captured 6 martial masters, 40 masters, and countless revered martial artists. He had done everything he could. As for the enemy, there were 6 great grandmasters and 50 grandmasters who had come in an aggressive manner. Yang Dingtian had prepared himself mentally. He had even prepared himself for the death of half of the martial masters. However, this was a result that no one would have expected. All the martial masters and 30 masters had been killed. Moreover, they were all killed by Zhu Qingzhu alone. His side hadn't suffered any losses. Of course, he didn't expect Ning Wuming to be so heaven-defying when he unleashed his full power. He had almost forced Zhu Qingzhu to perish together with him. He had also forced the Black Heaven sect's experts to be completely wiped out. What was Yang Dingtian's main goal in this battle? It was to eliminate Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, if he had just sat back and watched, he would have been able to see Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming perish together. That would have been the best ending. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't do it. He was indeed not a ruthless person. He wasn't a ruthless person with a heart as hard as steel. He couldn't sit by and watch the Black Heaven sect's experts be wiped out, especially someone like Zhu Qingqi. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he was different from what he had imagined. He was despicable and vicious. For his own selfish reasons, he had used evil ways to attack and kill hundreds of thousands of people. In order to eliminate the threat in advance, he had secretly killed Shimenwuya. However, he was also proud and stubborn. Moreover, he would rather risk his life to protect his own people. Perhaps Zhu Qingzhu shouldn't have died in such a cowardly manner. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had rushed out at the last moment and stopped Dongfang Minmi and the Black Heaven sect's experts from self-destructing. What about now? How should he face Zhu Qingzhu? Yang Dingtian was in a dilemma. He frowned. He didn't know if he should turn hostile and strike him with a bolt of lightning. Speaking of which, now was the best time to strike. Most of Zhu Qingzhu's second-grade evil spirit energy was on the energy shield. He had also suffered heavy injuries. It was the best time to attack him with all his strength. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Qingzhu. He was eager to make a move. At this moment, crack! Suddenly, the ice on Zhu Qingzhu's body shattered. The entire energy shield shattered in an instant. The second-grade evil spirit energy quickly returned to Zhu Qingzhu's body. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's heavily injured body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zhu Qingzhu had returned to his handsome and mighty appearance. He floated in front of Yang Dingtian. "You're amazing, Yang Dingtian. You've learned how to trick people," Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian smiled sheepishly. "Not only did you trick Ning Wuming, but you also tricked me," Zhu Qingzhu said. "It seems that the worse a person's acting skills are, the easier it is to trick people. Honest people are the ones who get killed when they try to trick people." Yang Dingtian smiled sheepishly. "You're amazing. Even I couldn't kill Ning Wuming, but you did," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Everything has its weakness," Yang Dingtian said. "Thank you for saving me and the lives of everyone in the Black Heaven sect." "I owe you a huge favor," Zhu Qingzhu said. "You're welcome," Yang Dingtian said. "No, I must return this favor. Tell me, what do you want?" Zhu Qingzhu asked. Yang Dingtian hesitated. He thought about what he should ask of Zhu Qingzhu. However, after thinking for a long time, he did not know what to ask of Zhu Qingzhu. He could not ask Zhu Qingzhu to kowtow and join the Council of Light, could he? Yang Dingtian would be an idiot if he made such a request. Why did you want to kill Junior Uncle Shimin that day? Yang Dingtian asked. In the end, he still made such a request. It was a knot in his heart. He could forgive Zhu Hongxue for hurting him, but he could not forgive Zhu Qingzhu for framing Shiminwuya. Zhu Qingzhu was stunned. He did not expect Yang Dingtian to make such a request. After thinking for a while, Zhu Qingzhu said, "There are 2 reasons. The second reason is that Shiminwuya is too powerful. If I don't kill him that day, I won't be a match for him 10 years later. So, it's better to kill him as soon as possible." Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Zhu Qingzhu was indeed straightforward. Zhu Qingzhu continued, "The first reason is that someone told me to kill Shiminwuya." Who? Who is that person? Yang Dingtian asked. Who else can it be? The most mysterious and powerful person in this world should be the master of the soul-departing palace. Zhu Qingzhu said. Who is the master of the soul-departing palace? Where is the soul-departing palace? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhu Qingzhu smiled slightly. This is the second question, kid. I don't have the obligation to answer you any more. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Then he saw that Zhuo Qingqi and the others were still seriously injured. The crack in their sea of qi was still there. Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Why can't Senior Uncle Zhuo Qingqi and the others recover on their own? They don't have evil spirit energy. Zhu Qingzhu said, I only gave each of them a jade box containing evil spirit pollutants to resist the dark energy storm. There's no evil spirit energy in their bodies. This time, Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Ning Wuming had used a large amount of evil spirit energy to win people's hearts and make his people stronger quickly. Qiu Ruhan even slept with Ning Wuming for a few nights and gave Qiu Ruhan a 4th-grade evil spirit. Zhu Qingzhu himself had a 2nd-grade evil spirit, but he did not give it to the people of the Black Heaven sect. One had to know that he was a 2nd-grade evil spirit. He could give others 3rd-grade evil spirits. Is it strange? It's fine if I'm the only one being controlled by an evil spirit, but I don't want the entire Black Heaven sect to become an evil spirit's lackey. Zhu Qingzhu said, Moreover, there's only one person in the entire Black Heaven sect who has asked me for evil spirit energy. It's my other son, Zhu Hongyu, but I didn't give it to him either. Then what about Senior Uncle Zhuo and the others' injuries? Yang Dingtian asked. Don't you have some kind of pill that can bring the dead back to life? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Yang Dingtian did have it, but there are more than a dozen people in the Black Heaven sect who were seriously injured. He had very little holy water pills left. This time he was afraid that he would use them all up. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and put 2 holy water pills into Zhuo Qingqi's mouth. Then he put 2 holy water pills into each of the Black Heaven sect's experts' mouths. Then he looked at the bottle again. It was really empty. There were less than 10 left. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had secretly brought out a whole vat of holy water, and he had squandered it just like that. Yang Dingtian's heart ached so much that his face twitched. All right, looks like I owe you a huge favor again. Zhu Qingzhu said, Tell me, what do you want? Yang Dingtian racked his brains and realized that he really could not find any request. In other words, his only request was for Zhu Qingzhu to join the Council of Light and completely cut ties with the evil ways. However, he had single-handedly killed 4 great masters and dozens of masters from the evil ways. It should be that their relationship couldn't be any more broken. Therefore, joining the Council of Light was not a request. Then, Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't have any requests for now. I'll tell you when I think of them in the future. All right, then take your time. Zhu Qingzhu said. Then he slowly pulled out his sword and said, "All right, now that Ning Wuming is dead, the people from the evil ways are also dead. Only the Council of Light and the Black Heaven sect are left. Let's fight. You have 6 great masters and dozens of masters. Do you want to fight me one by one or all at once?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Masters Junior Zhu, I saved your life and the lives of everyone in the Black Heaven sect. You still want to fight?" "That's right." Zhu Qingzhu said, "What's my purpose for coming here? It's to chase you out of Zhong State and take over the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth Shatter City. It's to rule the entire Zhong State. But I saved you and the entire Black Heaven sect. If I didn't do it, all of you would have been dead by now," Yang Dingtian said. "That's a different matter. I've said before that I owe you a favor. That's why you asked for it." Zhu Qingzhu said, "Don't worry, I won't kill all of you. All of you can come at me together." Chapter 588. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. After a while he said, "Sect leader Zhu, you have to know that I must win this battle." "Then let's do it." Zhu Qingzhu lightly waved his sword. "Then I'll offend you." Yang Dingtian took a few steps back. Qin Wanqiu, who had the highest cultivation, stepped out. He drew his sword and saluted. "Senior brother Zhu, please advise me." "Please," Zhu Qingzhu said. Qin Wanqiu waved his sword. The dark flame in his abdomen was condensed to the extreme. The martial soul in his arms shook violently. Suddenly, the dark flame in his martial soul burst out. In an instant, a blazing demonic Kirin roared. The dark chi, dark flame, and martial soul of a 7-star martial grandmaster. Qin Wanqiu used all his strength to attack. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes focused. The sharp sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. A beam of white sword light shot out. 2 shocking forces collided in the air. Boom! A shocking light instantly cut off the middle of the mountain, turning it into a platform of a few hundred square meters. The earth-shattering explosion was as bright as day. Qin Wanqiu took a few steps back. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Qingzhu staggered slightly but was safe and sound. "Admit it," Qin Wanqiu said and stepped back. In this battle, Qin Wanqiu used all his strength. He used the dark flame, martial soul, and condensed all his dark qi. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he only used ordinary dark qi sword radiance. He did not use the dark flame or martial soul. Qin Wanqiu was still defeated. Dongfang Minmi stepped out and bowed. "Junior brother Zhu, please advise me." At this moment, Dongfang Minmi did not hide his voice. Zhu Qingzhu trembled and said, "Senior brother Dongfang?" "It's me," Dongfang Minmi said. "However, this body belongs to senior brother Lung Qingchen." Zhu Qingzhu bowed and said, "Zhu Qingzhu greets senior brother Dongfang." Dongfang Minmi nodded with a smile. He waved the sword in his hand and shook it lightly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword radiance shot out in all directions. Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly emitted a huge beam of light. His body instantly grew several dozen meters tall. The sword shadow in his hand was also over 100 feet long. Dong! Dongfang Minmi brandished his sword. Suddenly, all of the moonlight to the east of Zhu Qingzhu suddenly condensed. The surrounding space instantly turned dark. All of the light condensed into the image of a huge sword. West! Then, in the space to the west, the moonlight condensed. The surrounding darkness condensed into a 300-meter-long sword shadow. South! North! Go! Down! A moment later, Zhu Qingzhu was surrounded by 6 gigantic swords that were 1,000 feet long. Zhu Qingzhu's voice trembled. 6 swords of chaos. Dongfang Minmi said, "That's right. It's my first time using it. I've failed before, but I didn't expect it to succeed after my soul grew stronger. If I remember correctly, Even Shimenwuya didn't learn this primal chaos 6 swords. Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. Then he lightly threw the sword in his hand into the air. In an instant, his sword split into countless sword shadows. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Shimenwuya didn't have a sword soul. These sword shadows were created by his cultivation base. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The tens of thousands of sturdy swords instantly spun rapidly, completely protecting Zhu Qingzhu's body. A moment later, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared again. A few hundred meters around Zhu Qingzhu was completely surrounded by flying sword shadows. They were like thousands of meteors. It was incomparably beautiful. Go! Zhu Qingzhu's sword suddenly slashed down. Suddenly, the 6 gigantic swords of the Primal Chaos 6 swords pierced towards Zhu Qingzhu. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 6 gigantic swords pierced into the countless sword shadows around Zhu Qingzhu. In an instant, the sound of countless weapons clashing could be heard in the air. As if they were real swords, the countless sword shadows shattered into pieces. It was as if there were countless sharp sword fragments falling from the sky like thousands of fireflies. The 6 gigantic swords shattered inch by inch. In an instant, within dozens of miles of space, countless swords were dancing and fighting. Would the 6 gigantic swords win? Or would Zhu Qingzhu's sword shadows win? The results were out quickly. The thousands of sword shadows around Zhu Qingzhu were all shattered into pieces. As for the 6 gigantic swords, only half a foot of them remained and pierced towards Zhu Qingzhu like lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost instantly, Zhu Qingzhu seemed to have grown 6 arms. 6 swords blocked Dongfang Minmi's 6 flying swords. Clang, 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 clang. Dongfang Minmi's 6 sword souls turned into ashes. I'm ashamed. Dongfang Minmi bowed. Zhu Qingzhu bowed and said, I'm the one who's ashamed. I have already lost in the battle of swords. However, in the battle between you and me, I have won again. In the battle of swords, Zhu Qingzhu had indeed lost, because his thousands of sword shadows were all shattered into pieces, and Dongfang Minmi's sword souls still had a foot left. However, when it was about to hit Zhu Qingzhu's body, it was easily destroyed by him. Therefore, in the battle between martial artists, Zhu Qingzhu had won again. At this moment, the one who was shocked was Qin Wanqiu. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi's body was Lung Qingchen's. He had just broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm and was barely a 2-star Great Grandmaster. Qin Wanqiu was a 7-star Great Grandmaster. However, Dongfang Minmi had a sword soul. If he really stood up, Qin Wanqiu might not be able to win. The possibility of losing was higher. The sword soul was too powerful. After Dongfang Minmi, Ning Busi stepped up. Ning Busi also used his strongest martial soul, Xian skill and mystic flame. However, he was still defeated in one move. Next, Cheng Debi was also defeated in one move. Then it was Shadowless. Shadowless, please advise me, Zhu Qingzhu said. The two of them faced each other from a mile away. Whoosh, in an instant, Shadowless disappeared into the endless darkness. In the blink of an eye, Shadowless appeared behind Zhu Qingzhu and slashed down with a sword. Pig slaying swordsmanship, the second move beheading. Zhu Qingzhu stabbed the sword on his back at Shadowless. However, Zhu Qingzhu's attack only hit Shadowless afterimage. Suddenly, a sword stabbed out from the darkness and reached Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi in an instant. It twisted and turned, real and fake. This sword seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The sword appeared inch by inch, followed by Shadowless. Zhu Qingzhu stretched out his right hand at lightning speed, wanting to catch Shadowless' sword. Zhu Qingzhu's speed was extremely fast, and he caught it in an instant. However, the sword that he caught was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Immediately after, another broken sword, like an afterimage, seemed to layer upon layer, suddenly stabbed towards his chest. Everyone was completely shocked by Shadowless's swordsmanship. They were completely stunned. Yang Dingtian also did not expect the pig-slaying swordsmanship to be so terrifying and amazing in the hands of Shadowless. Zhu Qingzhu could only watch helplessly as Shadowless' sword pierced through his chest. He was completely unstoppable. His entire chest was about to be pierced by Shadowless. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly condensed in front of Zhu Qingzhu's chest. The golden light instantly turned from energy to substance. Clang! Shadowless' sword stabbed directly into the golden light energy, but it could not move an inch. All the energy in Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly condensed on the golden light and burst out. Shadowless' sword suddenly bent, and then his entire body flew out like a straw. Shadowless' face twitched and he bowed. "I'm ashamed." Zhu Qingzhu bowed. "I'm ashamed. In terms of swordsmanship, the difference between us is like heaven and earth. I can't block your sword, so I've already lost. But in terms of martial arts, I've won again." 5 of the 6 grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side had already fought, and all 5 of them had lost. Each of them only had one move. Finally, it was time for the ancient beast Xiao Xiao to fight. "Xiao Xiao, go," Yang Dingtian said. Oh, Xiao Xiao suddenly tore off the white cloak on its body, revealing its ugly face. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. It was not that they had any prejudice against ugly women, but this woman was really too ugly. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, and then he turned his head slightly. Everyone's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Bang! Xiao Xiao was like a human-shaped cannonball as he charged forward. Oh, he ran over directly. However, his speed was too fast, so he rushed over like a cannonball. Zhu Qingzhu stood on the spot, his green robe fluttering in the wind, waiting for Xiao Xiao's ultimate move. Ah! Xiao Xiao suddenly threw a punch. Bam! 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 Xiao Xiao rushed in front of Zhu Qingzhu. Xiao Xiao began to wave its fists and violently punch. In an instant, everyone was once again stunned. That punching technique was completely like a child's fight. It was completely random and without any order at all. However, the power and speed of each punch was astonishing to the extreme. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a word. Pegasus Meteor Punch. Each of his punches could really blow up a dinosaur. The whistling sound of every punch was like a supersonic sonic boom. Every punch created a gust of wind that compressed the air. It was completely capable of shattering a person's body and bones. However, those punches were completely random. Bam! 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 Xiao Xiao's fists danced wildly. She threw almost 100 punches in a second. In an instant, everything within a radius of dozens of miles was destroyed. Wherever the wind from her fists passed, regardless of whether it was trees or boulders, everything was smashed into pieces. Every fist she threw out was like a terrifying cannonball. However, she couldn't hit the target and could only bombard indiscriminately. The more Zhu Qingzhu fought, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster is she? The power of her punches was even more shocking than that of Buddha's 1,000-year Yiksha beast. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. In a breath, she had thrown hundreds of punches. Zhu Qingzhu realized that the ugly woman's punches were extremely powerful. Even if she managed to land a hit, Zhu Qingzhu would not feel good at all. He could not even withstand it. However, it was too difficult for the ugly woman to land a hit on him. Even if she punched randomly for 10 years, she would not be able to land a hit. However, the ugly woman became more and more violent as she fought. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her speed and strength were increasing. Zhu Qingzhu wanted to end the shocking and boring battle, so he immediately began to counterattack. He also used his fists. It was harder for Xiao Xiao to land a hit on Zhu Qingzhu than to ascend to the heavens. It was harder for Zhu Qingzhu to miss Xiao Xiao than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, all of his tricks hit the mark. Zhu Qingzhu only wanted to send her flying, so he went easy on her. However, something that surprised him happened again. His punches landed on Xiao Xiao's body like mud sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Xiao Xiao did not even lose a single hair, let alone vomiting blood. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu increased his strength again. He hit Xiao Xiao a few hundred times again. Still, there was no reaction. Zhu Qingzhu increased his strength again. Increase, increase, increase. Finally, Zhu Qingzhu gathered his sea of qi into his fists and transformed them into golden arms. He punched Xiao Xiao's body with a force of more than a few million caddies. How shocking was this power! Even the 1,000-year-old hell, Yiksha, beast, was torn apart alive. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's golden fists landed on Xiao Xiao's body like raindrops. This time, Xiao Xiao's body reacted. She furrowed her brows and looked at Zhu Qingzhu's golden fist. You're hitting me," she said savagely. Everyone almost vomited blood when they heard that. Zhu Qingzhu must have punched you tens of thousands of times before you feel it. So you didn't even feel the fist that hit your body just now. Xiao Xiao rubbed the place where she was hit and roared, I'll fight you to the death." Then Xiao Xiao was like a wild beast or an enraged monkey. She punched and kicked at Zhu Qingzhu like a storm. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground. The battlefield spanned hundreds of miles. Wherever the two of them passed, the place was ruined. Countless castles, mountains, and forests were all destroyed by Xiao Xiao's fists. Zhu Qingzhu was gritting his teeth as he prepared to meet the enemy head-on. He really did not expect to face such a battle. The enemy's strength was so great that he could not withstand it at all. Her speed was faster than his, and her strength was greater than his golden arms. However, her martial arts level was not even comparable to a novice martial artist. Even if she fought for 10,000 years, she would not be able to hit him. He could hit her with his eyes closed, but hitting her 10,000 times would be like scratching an itch. Where did Yang Dingtian find such a monster? However, Zhu Qingzhu also roughly understood that this monster should be the humanoid form of the ancient sea beast. No wonder it was so ugly. Just like that, the two of them fought crazily. They fought for hundreds of miles. They fought from night to dawn. Then they fought from dawn to dusk. A few hundred miles down below, it was already a mess. Everything had been completely destroyed by Xiao Xiao. Zhu Qingzhu wanted to wait until her Xian Qi was exhausted before he defeated her and won the battle. However, he did not expect that this ugly woman's strength seemed to be endless. Her profound energy had not been exhausted, but his profound energy was about to be completely depleted. This ugly woman had punched him millions of times, and she did not even hit him once. She was still fighting crazily, and she did not know how to stop. I can't take it anymore," Zhu Qingzhu roared. His face was ferocious, and his evil spirit doppelganger suddenly burst out. It was like a ferocious ghost, and it pounced on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao screamed when she saw this horrifying ghost. In the blink of an eye, she ran away without a trace. It was as if she was very afraid of second-grade evil spirit energy. Just like that, Zhu Qingzhu ended the battle. He had won this battle with great difficulty. Then he couldn't help but bend down and gasp for breath. This battle was really won with a red face. In the end, he actually scared his opponent away instead of beating her away. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian hatefully. "Where did you find this monster?" Yang Dingtian looked at the ground that was in a mess and had a bitter expression. Xiao Xiao was very powerful. She was still very powerful, even in her human form. However, she was not reliable at all. She could not hit anyone with her childlike fighting moves. Not to mention that she could not hit Zhu Qingzhu. Any grandmaster could easily dodge her attack. Moreover, she only knew this one skill. She did not know any Xian skills unless she transformed into a giant beast and could spit out lightning. Therefore, she could be said to be extremely powerful. But she could also be said to be completely useless. All right, your 6 grandmasters have all lost. Zhu Qingzhu said, "Now you can let your 6 grandmasters come at me together. However, I will not stop here. I will fight with real swords and spears. I won't kill them, but I can't guarantee how serious their injuries will be." Yang Dingtian's face twitched. If he really wanted to fight like this, the scene of Zhu Qingzhu killing 4 grandmasters was still vivid in his mind. Back then, Zhu Qingzhu had killed those 4 martial grandmasters effortlessly. Now that he had completely demonized himself, there was simply no one who could match him. If he really wanted to fight, Yang Dingtian's 6 grandmasters would be severely injured. Zhu Qingzhu saw that Yang Dingtian was standing still and said, "Yang Dingtian, your grandmasters have all come out. I will give you one more chance. Let your 6 grandmasters come at me together and fight with all their strength. Anyway, this is a critical moment. There is no need to care about morality." Then Zhu Qingzhu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air to recover his Xian qi. "Let me know when you want to fight together." The faces of the 5 grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side twitched. They circulated their Xian qi and prepared to fight with Zhu Qingzhu. It did not matter if they won or lost. No one could stand such humiliation. "Yang Dingtian, either you fight or you surrender." Zhu Qingzhu said sternly, "Don't worry, I will not let anyone from Black Heaven's sect fight. If you defeat me, I will abdicate and let Zhu Qingqi be Black Heaven's sect leader. I will give Zhongzhou to you. If you lose, get out of Zhongzhou, and we will not interfere in each other's business." Yang Dingtian fell silent again. "Yang Dingtian, if we fight, blood will flow like a river. You can make the decision if you surrender," Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian walked out slowly and said, "The Council of Light is determined to get Black Heaven Pavilion and Ground Splitting City. I choose to fight." "Ha ha ha." Zhu Qingzhu laughed maniacally. "All right, let's fight to our heart's content. I won't kill you, but don't blame me if something happens to you." "No, it's not the 6 great masters who will fight you," Yang Dingtian said. "It's me who will fight you one-on-one. It's a gentleman's battle." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Previously, the 6 great masters had all been defeated in a single move. Yang Dingtian still wanted to defeat Zhu Qingzhu? Was he dreaming? Yang Dingtian said, "Faction leader Zhu, a gentleman's battle is decided in one move. Is that right?" "That's right," Zhu Qingzhu said. "All 6 great masters were defeated in one move. They couldn't even touch a hair on my head. So, if you can knock off a strand of my hair, you win. I will abdicate and give Zhongzhou to you." When Zhu Qingzhu said this, he was filled with absolute pride. "I know that you have the lightning-type mystic skill, demonic sky fisher, but that little bit of lightning is nothing to me. It can't even penetrate my energy shield." Zhu Qingzhu said proudly, "If you want to knock off a strand of my hair, it will be harder than ascending to heaven." A lightning-type mystic skill could ignore any defense and attack all energy shields. There was no mistake about that. However, when it penetrated, there would be a loss. It was just like Mo Ling's energy shield. It was not that it could not be broken, but it required an astronomical amount of energy to break it. And Yang Dingtian's lightning-type mystic skill could not break Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was merely a 5-star grandmaster. If he wanted to strike down a 9-star class grandmaster like Zhu Qingzhu, it was truly a daydream. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. "Yang Dingtian, I advise you to surround me with 6 people. Although there will be casualties, at least you will have a chance of winning. If you want to fight me alone, there is basically no chance of winning." Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I have decided." Zhu Qingzhu said to Dongfang Minmi, Senior Brother Dongfang. "Are you going to let Yang Dingtian mess around like this?" Dongfang Minmi said, "Yang Dingtian is our common leader. His decision is also our highest will. All right, then get ready to get out of Zhongzhou." Zhu Qingzhu said calmly, "Yang Dingtian, even if you have done me a great favor, I will not go easy on you. Because I am a warrior, I am an indomitable martial artist." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "All right, since you are not stupid, then let's begin," Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. Then the energy shield began to cover his body. He held the sword with both hands. Yang Dingtian slowly raised the Emperor-grade soul sword. Huff! A white mystic flame. This was the million spirit demonic flame. Huff! Then another white mystic flame appeared. This was the demonic spirit demonic flame. 2 heaven and earth mystic flames. It was enough to shock everyone. However, it was useless. Now that the 2 mystic flames had lost their yin and yang attributes, they did not have any killing power. Even if the 2 mystic flames were at their peak, they would not be able to harm Zhu Qingzhu at all. They would not be able to penetrate Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. However, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was of the primal chaos attribute. He could easily penetrate Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. However, the primal chaos attribute, mystic flames, did not have any killing power. They could not harm Zhu Qingzhu at all. The 2 heaven and earth mystic flames were condensed to the extreme. Then they flew towards Zhu Qingzhu at lightning speed. No one could feel the heat from the 2 flames. Instantly, everyone held their breaths. No one dared to believe that Yang Dingtian would win. Even 6 great masters couldn't injure Zhu Qingzhu, let alone Yang Dingtian. The 2 snow-white mystic flames hit Zhu Qingzhu and penetrated his energy shield. That's right, the primal chaos attribute energy could enter any energy shield, including the energy shield. The 2 mystic flames even hit Zhu Qingzhu's forehead. However, it was useless. They could not harm him at all. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. "Is this your ultimate move? It's completely useless. Now it's my turn to fight back. I've said that I won't show you any mercy. Get ready to get out of Zhong's state." Everyone instantly closed their eyes in pain. Indeed, miracles were hard to come by. Yun Kalin, who was far away, was in despair. However, at this moment, suddenly the 2 mystic flames that hit Zhu Qingzhu's forehead collided. Pa! A shocking bolt of lightning struck. It was several times more powerful than the lightning that hit Ning Wuming previously. An incomparably powerful bolt of lightning shot out from Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit energy barrier and struck Zhu Qingzhu's head. Not a single bit of energy leaked out. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu's head lit up with a dazzling light. The light was thousands of times more powerful than the sunlight. It was as if it was going to blind everyone's eyes. Why? Because the lightning that was a few square miles had been condensed to a few centimeters. How shocking was this energy? Pa! After the bright light, almost everyone was temporarily blinded. Gradually, they regained their vision. Everyone could clearly see that Zhu Qingzhu had a huge wound from his head to his nose. Blood was dripping from the wound, and the wound was so deep that one could see his bones. The long hair on his head was instantly burned clean. Zhu Qingzhu had said that one would win if one managed to knock off a strand of hair. However, Yang Dingtian had destroyed all of his black hair. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. How could Yang Dingtian allow the 2 mystic flames to enter the energy shield? After hitting Zhu Qingzhu, the 2 mystic flames collided and created a lightning attribute mystic skill? How was this possible? Chapter 589. Zhu Qingzhu had said that he would win if he knocked down a strand of hair, but Yang Dingtian had almost directly split his head and destroyed all his hair. This was a miracle. Zhu Qingzhu was also completely shocked and stunned. The Thunder Mystic skill was the most complicated and mysterious mystic skill in the world. In the entire chaotic world, only 1 in a billion people had thunder talent. Therefore, thunder mystic skills were often the symbol of the disciples of the hidden sect. Now Yang Dingtian not only had thunder mystic skills, but he could also use 2 chaotic, mysterious fires to create thunder and lightning. How? How was this possible? Zhu Qingzhu felt not only shock but also fear. Of course, it was not fear of Yang Dingtian's strength, but fear of an unknown realm. There was something that even Zhu Qingzhu could not understand, but Yang Dingtian had mastered it. How could Yang Dingtian do this? In the past few months, when he had free time, he used part of it to cultivate, so he had broken through to the 5-star 9th grade Grandmaster. But when he still had time, he entered meditation and continued to study the highest wisdom of the martial arts civilization about the divine realm. What Shiwu Piayan wrote was the most advanced martial arts civilization in the world. In the language of Earth, the software written by others was tens of megabytes, and it was completely based on the secondary development of a certain computer system. Shiwu Piayan, on the other hand, wrote only 1/10 of what others wrote, but he could complete 10 times more work than others. Moreover, he developed it completely based on the most primitive level of the computer, and even directly changed the core. Therefore, the effect of studying the pig-slaying swordsmanship was many times better than studying other secret manuals. In the almost infinite years in the meditation space, he had read the yin and yang codes of the first half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship countless times. First, he looked at code by code, then paragraph by paragraph, then chapter by chapter. The entire first half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had billions of codes. When you read code by code, it was almost difficult to find something. But when you read paragraph by paragraph, you would find something different. Each paragraph was made up of thousands of yin and yang codes. With these yin and yang codes as pixels, they would completely form a very mysterious and special pattern. These paragraphs were the basic components of the martial arts civilization's secret manuals. Only after these codes were combined into a paragraph could a certain function be implemented. Of course, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of different stages in the martial arts civilization. Every section was meant to achieve a different cultivation goal. It was impossible to memorize all of them. Therefore, the most important task was to understand the rules between paragraphs and remember a general classification. After he had a rough understanding of the passage, he zoomed in once more and read the chapters one by one. Every chapter was made up of hundreds or thousands of paragraphs. Every paragraph was a pixel, and these hundreds and thousands of pixels formed a new pattern. This pattern was the chapter. The entire secret manual was made up of hundreds of chapters. With each chapter as a pixel, it formed a pattern. Therefore, at Shiwu Piayan's level, he could tell at a glance what the secret manual was about, who wrote it, what flaws it had, and what improvements could be made. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not do this. He was still trapped in the passage. In the martial arts civilization, there were tens of thousands of passages that were roughly categorized and logically ordered. These things had taken him more than a few decades in the meditation space. Therefore, meditation was the only way to comprehend the martial arts civilization. Otherwise, even if you spent your whole life, you would not be able to pass the threshold. Of course, back to the main point, Yang Dingtian's understanding of martial arts had only reached the level of a paragraph. However, in the first half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there was a very clear description of the relationship between chaotic, xian qi, and lightning. Some of the descriptions were very consistent with Yang Dingtian's knowledge of Earth. In terms of yin and yang, the lightning element was neither yin nor yang. However, lightning itself was composed of yin and yang. In the theory of Earth, there were positive and negative electrodes. Moreover, lightning was produced by the collision of a large number of positive and negative ions. In the same way, the chaotic xian qi did not belong to either yin or yang. It was composed of yin and yang. Therefore, logically speaking, the chaotic Xian Qi was the same as the lightning. Therefore, after the yang attribute million spirit demon fire turned into the chaotic Xian Qi, it became countless yang attribute particles. After the ice attribute demon spirit demon fire turned into the chaotic Xian Qi, it became countless yang attribute particles, even though they didn't have any offensive capabilities themselves. However, when they collided, lightning was born. Yang Dingtian had injected almost all of his Xian Qi into the two Xian flames and then condensed them into a few. Yang Dingtian had the Xian Qi of a 5-star level 9 Grandmaster and the enhancement of the Emperor Grade Soul Sword, coupled with the energy of the two Xian flames. How terrifying was the lightning that was condensed into? It could be said that even a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster would be killed if he was hit by it. When the lightning that was a few square kilometers in size was condensed into a few centimeters, how terrifying was its power? Zhu Qingzhu was a 9-star Grandmaster. Originally, this would not cause any harm to him. However, this lightning was too condensed. It was produced within the evil spirit energy shield and could ignore any defense in the human body. No Xian Qi could lock it down. Therefore, when the lightning struck down, it tore a hole on his head and burned all the hair on his head. This was Yang Dingtian's victory. However, this was also a victory for the martial arts civilization. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had used the wisdom of the martial arts civilization to obtain a victory. He had just entered the divine realm, but he had already obtained such a victory. Therefore, even though his cultivation was ranked outside of the top 100 in this world, he was still able to do so. In terms of martial arts, wisdom, and vision, he stood at the peak of the entire world. He was at the peak of the world for thousands of years. Ew, how did you do it? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I modified the core of the Thunder Xian skill manual and changed the attributes of the two Xian flames. Then I created lightning. Yang Dingtian said. His words were very simple, but Zhu Qingzhu felt dizzy and almost fainted. Divine realm? Zhu Qingzhu asked. It's just the tip of the iceberg, Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Qingzhu muttered to himself, maybe. I shouldn't have competed with you. You are the son of heaven. No matter how hard you work, you can't win against the heavens. In the past, I completely disdained your evil ways, but now, maybe you can really win. Although your current strength is not even 1,000th of the Demon King Wintian's, the height you are standing at is completely different. Although his speed is very fast on the ground, there are countless mountains and seas obstructing him. However, you can directly fly in the sky without any obstructions. If this journey is 100 million miles, then even if he has already traveled 10 million miles and you have only traveled 10,000 miles, you can still fly in the sky. Maybe the final victor will still be you. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Qin Wanqiu and said, Old brother Qin, among us, you are the most cunning. Therefore, when you relied on Yang Dingtian, I was really puzzled. You are such a smart person. How could you do such a stupid thing? Now, it seems that you are the most cunning person. You really have good eyesight. All right. Zhu Qingzhu wiped the blood on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his forehead disappeared without a trace, and the hair on his head quickly grew back. As expected of a second-grade evil spirit, his hair was burned off, but it grew back quickly. Yang Dingtian, look, my hair is growing back. So, shouldn't it mean that you haven't knocked off a single strand of my hair? Doesn't it mean that I haven't lost yet? Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Martial Uncle Zhu, don't make such a joke. My mental endurance is very ordinary. If I don't admit it, what will you do? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Kill you, Yang Dingtian said. Can you do that? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I can. Yang Dingtian said. However, the price is really too big. I have to use all my trump cards for the next few years. The losses outweigh the gains. However, I have no choice. All right, you've bluffed me. Zhu Qingzhu said, I've said it before. If you can hurt even a strand of my hair, I'll consider it my loss. You split my head open and burned off all my hair, so you win. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Zhuo Qingqi, then at the Black Heaven sex experts, and finally at Yang Dingtian. Where's Zhu Hongxue? Yang Dingtian waved his hand lightly. Instantly, dozens of white figures flew over from the snow mountain in the distance. They were all grandmasters of the Council of Light. Of course, Zhu Hongxue was among them. People say that the disobedient son is the most loved by his parents. It seems that this saying is true. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Zhu Hongxue and smiled slightly. Then he said with a serious expression, All right, I'll make an official announcement here. I, Zhu Qingzhu, will step down and pass the position of Black Heaven sect leader to senior brother Zhuo Qingqi. In the future, Zhuo Qingqi will pass the position to Zhu Hongxue. The future of Black Heaven sect will be decided by the new Black Heaven sect leader. I, Zhu Qingzhu, will withdraw from the middle state struggle. Then, Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian. By the way, are you going to imprison me? Yang Dingtian said, That should be very difficult. I can't do it for now. Since you can't do it, then I'll leave. I'll leave everyone's sight and fulfill my other wish, Zhu Qingzhu said. Don't you plan to stay? Yang Dingtian asked. No, of course not, Zhu Qingzhu said. I can't do it like Qin Wanqiu. Moreover, I have the energy of a grade 2 evil spirit in my body. When the demon king Wen Tian is resurrected, I will completely lose my will. I'm no longer of much use to you. The demon king Wen Tian's resurrection is getting closer and closer. I'm pressed for time. I have to hurry up and fulfill my mission. Farewell. Zhu Qingzhu turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian and everyone else looked at the ruins that were hundreds of miles underground. This battle had completely destroyed the castle of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, as well as the surrounding castles. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations since the beginning. No one expected that the scale of this battle would be so large and that so many people would die. No one expected Zhu Qingzhu to be so powerful. He had killed 4 martial grandmasters and dozens of martial grandmasters. He had defeated 6 of Yang Dingtian's martial grandmasters in a row. No one expected Ning Wuming to be so heaven-defying. He had dug out his own eyes and stuffed them into the demon spirit eye. After putting on the demon spirit, mist cloak, and other treasures, he was so powerful that he almost forced Zhu Qingzhu to perish together with him. Of course, the most unexpected thing was Yang Dingtian's last trick, the miraculous mystic flame lightning. Even though the attack power of this lightning bolt was nothing to Zhu Qingzhu, it was still extremely powerful. However, this mystic flame lightning was at the height of the martial arts civilization. It had defeated everyone present, including Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, this bolt of lightning that came from the wisdom of a martial arts civilization not only destroyed Zhu Qingzhu's long hair, but also instantly pierced through his mental state. It made him admit defeat on the spot and withdraw from the middle state battle. Long live! Long live! After a moment of silence, someone suddenly took the lead and shouted. Then, everyone followed suit. Victory! This battle that lasted for 2 days and 2 nights had started unbelievably and ended unbelievably. In the end, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light had obtained a great victory. Yang Dingtian had eliminated Ning Wuming and defeated Zhu Qingzhu in martial arts. From now on, he was not only the ruler of the West State, but also the ruler of the Middle State. Now no one could stop him. He had reorganized the entire world and was going all out to prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu's voice suddenly rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. Yang Dingtian, be careful of Wu Yuming. He's your next enemy. He's much harder to deal with than me. A castle in the Cloud Sky Pavilion was brightly lit. The Council of Light was holding a banquet to celebrate this great victory. The Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were undoubtedly the two most excited parties. Their calamity had finally been averted. At the banquet, Yun Janu did not say a word. Her eyes were dazed, as if she was still immersed in some kind of state. These 2 days and 2 nights were a shock to her, but it was also a baptism. In the next few days, she would have to think about many things about herself. This time, the shock that Yang Dingtian brought to her was unparalleled. She had decided that after she had thought things through, she would look for Yang Dingtian and tell him some secrets that even her mother did not know about. On the snowy peak of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, Zhuo Qingqi, and Qin Wanqiu were walking leisurely. Yang Dingtian said, "Uncle Master Zhuo, I would like to invite your Black Heaven sect to join the Council of Light. What do you think?" Chapter 590. When Yang Dingtian invited the new Black Heaven sect leader, Zhuo Qingqi, to join the Council of Light, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu could not help but look at Zhuo Qingqi. Even though Zhu Qingzhu had abdicated and passed the position of sect leader to Zhuo Qingqi. However, Zhuo Qingqi was not an easy person to talk to. This person's personality might be even more stubborn than Zhu Qingzhu. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhuo Qingqi nodded and said, "All right." Yang Dingtian was stunned. He had a lot to say, but he could not bring himself to say it. Yang Dingtian said. Zhuo Qingqi suddenly asked, "Right, now that the biggest traitor of the Taiando League has been defeated, is there still a need for the Council of Light to exist?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. The Council of Light was indeed created to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. However, it lacked righteousness, so Yang Dingtian imitated the nihility Piaoling and created the Council of Light. Now that Zhu Qingzhu had been defeated, was there still a need for the Council of Light to exist? "There is still a need," Dongfang Minmi said, "because of the emergence of a very strange force like the Vulture sect. If the Council of Light is abolished, Little Tian can only use the name of the hidden sect leader to command the world. However, Little Tian's cultivation is still insufficient, so it is difficult for him to be the hidden sect leader." Everyone nodded. Yang Dingtian said, "Before sect leader Zhu left, he warned me to be careful of Wu Yuming, saying that he will be my next enemy. Sect leader Zhuo, sect leader Zhu seems to have a secret agreement with the Vulture sect. What is this agreement?" Zhuo Qingqi said, "Lingxi did come to the Black Heaven sect, and sect leader Zhu did agree to some things in exchange for sect leader Zhu taking over the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Fisher City, and even the entire Middle State. However, I really don't know what the agreement is." After the discussion, Yang Dingtian and Zhuo Qingqi could not find anything to talk about. Hence, they returned to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's castle to drink with Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, and the rest. "Sect leader!" Zhu Hongxue stepped forward and clinked glasses with Yang Dingtian. All this while he had been standing firmly on Yang Dingtian's side and knew that there would be a day when Yang Dingtian would fight against his father. Zhu Hongxue didn't say anything about how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. He also didn't say anything about how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. However, father and son were connected by heart. It was impossible for him to not care about his father at all. This was the best ending sect leader sex. Of course, in Yang Dingtian's opinion, Zhu Qingzhu was the culprit who plotted against Shimin Wuya. If it was possible, Yang Dingtian wanted to punish him. But could Yang Dingtian do it now? Was not. The fact that Zhu Qingzhu was willing to admit defeat and retreat was already a great advantage. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huayu. "Oh, right, we can finally relax after this battle. Are you going to hold your wedding with San Lihua?" Qin Huayu said, "I don't have the final say in this matter. However, I want to marry her." At this moment, Kuei Ning suddenly came up and said, "Sect Master, you promised me before that you would find a marriage for me." "Yes, I promised you," Yang Dingtian said. "I'll take this time to seriously choose one for you." Actually, I've already chosen one, Kuei Ning said. It's just that I didn't dare to say it before Nangong Xiuxiu's death was confirmed. You've already chosen one? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. When you were in the West Province, you were either fighting or patrolling every day. You didn't have the chance to meet a girl. Who is this girl? As soon as he said this, everyone's attention was focused on him. They were all very curious about the girl that Kuei Ning had taken a fancy to. Seeing everyone looking at him, including his father, Kuei Ning's face turned red. Sect leader, do you still remember the girl we rescued in White Cloud City? She's the wife of that damned Yifeng. Yao? My fourth sister? Qin Huaiyu said in surprise. You've taken a fancy to her? Kuei Ning said, why? Can't I? Yes, of course you can. Qin Huaiyu said, but she's already married. But I've already married, Kuei Ning said. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Kuei Ning, I can't think of any interactions between the two of you. Kuei Ning said embarrassedly, back then, when we rescued the Qin family's fourth young mistress, she was panic-stricken. She was skinny and weak, and had been bullied by that pervert Yifeng for a long time. So when I first saw her, I felt pity for her. After that, she rode my demon eagle back to Cloud Sky City. Although we didn't talk much, her kindness and weakness made me want to protect her. Qin Huaiyu was overjoyed. He patted Kuei Ning's shoulder and said, Good job! Don't worry, I've agreed. I'll entrust this sister to you. Kuei Ning said, Don't worry. This is just my wishful thinking. Fourth young mistress doesn't know about it yet. I don't know what her attitude is. Don't worry, Qin Huaiyu said. She's teaching children in Cloud Sky City. After we go back this time, I'll ask her about her attitude. No, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. This kind of thing needs the man to take the initiative. Kuei Ning, when you go back with me this time, you'll propose to fourth young mistress yourself. This kind of thing needs to be done by yourself. That's right. You'll have to do it yourself. Cho Yiming slammed the table and shouted, This is like entering the bridal chamber. You can't ask others for help. His words were too vulgar. After he said it, everyone stared at him coldly. Cho Yiming's face trembled. Did I go overboard? Everyone nodded. Cho Yiming slapped himself and said, I'm sorry. I'm not sensible, and the friends I made are all vulgar people. I've been led astray by them. Qin Huaiyu looked at Cho Yiming and said, Cho Yiming, have you broken through to Marshal Honorable? No, not yet, but soon. Cho Yiming looked around and said something else. This time, those who came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion to help are all experts above Marshal Honorable. You're just a Marshal Xian. Why are you here? Qin Huaiyu said with a smile. At least this means that I'm not afraid of death. Cho Yiming said. Besides, so what if you've broken through to Marshal Honorable? Have you ever punched or slashed with your sword? When he said this, Qin Huaiyu and the others coughed and raised their cups. Come, drink. At this moment, Yun Jianu was wearing a snow-white long dress and was holding onto a wine cup. She walked over leisurely and arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. She spoke gently, Sect Head Yang, can I go out for a walk with you? After saying this, Yun Jianu's beautiful face turned completely red. Afterward, Yang Dingtian's side was completely silent. Qin Huaiyu, Zhu Hongxue, Cho Yiming, Kuei Ning, Zhao Mu, and the others looked at Yang Dingtian with strange expressions. Yang Dingtian's face and ears turned red as he replied, Then, all right. Then, Yang Dingtian followed Yun Jianu with the wine cup in his hand. Oh! Instantly the group of people cheered. Sect leader, it's too cold outside. Don't sleep outside. It's the best place to sleep in the snow. Cho Yiming said loudly, Besides, our sect leader's body is burning hot. When the time comes, his whole body will be on fire. What's there to be afraid of? Sect leader, remember to come back before dawn. Otherwise, it'll be bad if the brothers patrolling in the sky see you. Kuei Ning also cheered. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu's faces turned red as they ran out as though they were escaping. Then everyone in the hall, including the sect leader and the city lord, burst out laughing and slammed the table. Oh, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu walked on the snow-covered mountain road. At this moment, you don't look like a leader at all, Yun Zhenu said. Every time Lingxi is in front of the servants, he is always smiling and gentle. He never loses his temper. However, everyone is trembling in front of him. They don't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have anything high and mighty about me. I came from a humble background. This is something that can never be washed away. Of course, I don't really want to wash it away. You don't have to wash it away, Yun Zhenu said. Now I know that this is the noblest thing, because he is natural and real. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid to realize this until now. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. He did not know how to continue the conversation. Wu Yuming walked on the same mountain road with you before, right? Yun Zhenu asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. It was the second time I came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion to force you to marry me. At that time, in my eyes, when you were walking on the mountain road, he was like an immortal. He did not leave a single trace on the snow. You, on the other hand, bent down slightly and stepped on the snow, leaving a deep footprint. Yun Zhenu said, At that time I was laughing in my heart. I felt that the difference between you and him was like heaven and earth. Of course, he was the cloud in the sky, and you were the mud under his feet. At that time, my state of mind was so laughable. Then what do you think now? Yang Dingtian asked. You are still mud, and he is still cloud, Yun Zhenu said. But so what if we are mud? The chaotic land itself is mud. After we die, we will turn into mud too. Anyone who tried to avoid this fact was hypocritical and pompous. The so-called white clouds look good, but they are illusory. One moment it is white, the next it becomes dark clouds, the next it becomes thunder and lightning, tearing everything apart. Yang Dingtian laughed. I agree with your words, but I can't say it as well as you. Right, sect leader Yang? You feel that my footsteps are like that of a woman. She is one of your wives, right? Yun Zhenu asked. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then there should be a reason, Yun Zhenu said, because my master has always walked like this. After being influenced by her for a long time, I also walked like this. Your master is a reclusive monk? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, a monk, Yun Zhenu said. A woman with an ordinary face who looks like she will never grow old. I grew up with her since I was a child, until a few months ago, she suddenly disappeared. After that, I returned to my mother's side. Then how is your master's martial arts? Where did she learn it from? Yang Dingtian asked. I can't tell. She has never revealed any martial arts, Yun Zhenu said. I cultivate a middle grade 8 martial skill from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. But my qi cultivation, xian skills, and so on were all taught by my master. How is your cultivation now? Yang Dingtian asked. Advanced martial saint, Yun Zhenu said. How old are you? Yang Dingtian asked. 24. Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian is startled. This is very amazing. After Dongfang Bingling broke through to the ancestor realm, the young elites of the primal chaos continent all rushed to break through to the ancestor realm. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Song Chanhua, Dongfang Bingling, Ning Wuming, Zhu Hongxue, and so on all broke through to the ancestor realm. However, it can be said that none of them relied on normal cultivation to break through to the ancestor realm. They were either evil spirits or Xian flame. As for Yun Zhenu, he relied on his own strength to reach the advanced martial saint realm at the age of 24. This is quite amazing. Don't forget the Yinyang schools Lang Ao and Zhu Hongxue, who were the peerless duo, had not broken through to the ancestor realm. He was only an advanced martial saint. After asking about his age, the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Sect Master, do you know Lin Guo? Yun Zhenu suddenly asked. Yes, I know. Yang Dingtian said. Once we had a relationship. I saw her in Zhongjing. She opened a clothing store. Yun Zhenu said. Of course, we also criticized you together. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not know how to continue the conversation. Just like how I have misunderstood you, she also has misunderstandings about you, Yun Zhenu said. Do you need me to explain to her? We are both women. It's more convenient for us to talk. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, She is different from you. You don't understand me at all, so it can be called misunderstandings. However, she does understand me. Therefore, she can only be considered as a form of disapproval. She changed herself first, and then changed her view of me. There are some things that others can help with, but there are some things that others can't help with. Let her be. Yes, Yun Zhenu said. Sect Master, when are you returning to the Western continent? Probably within the next 2 days. Yang Dingtian said. The reorganization of the Western continent is not complete yet. Next, we need to integrate the Earth splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion into the Western continent. There are many things that need to be done. Then, with the announcement of the Black Heavens sect joining the Council of Light, the Middle Continent will definitely undergo a great change. We need to hold the fort and stabilize the Middle Continent in the shortest time possible. Yun Zhenu said. Previously, you forced me to marry you. Yang Dingtian blushed and said, Yes, that's right. We did this dishonorably in order to infuriate your mother. Yun Zhenu blushed and said, Then, does the forced marriage still count? Yang Dingtian was stunned and did not know what to say. Then, if I propose to you and become your concubine, will you agree? Yun Zhenu raised her beautiful face and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian panicked and said, This is the opinion of your father and mother, right? Chapter 591. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yun Zhenu nodded slightly, indicating that this was Yun Kailin and Kue Si's idea. Then what do you think? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenu fell into silence. Yang Dingtian, just say what you want to say. There's no need for the Cloud Sky Pavilion to have a marriage alliance with me now. Yun Zhenu thought for a while and said, I admire you very much now, but in front of you, I've already made a fool of myself. Therefore, every time I meet you, I feel even more deeply about my own stupidity. This feeling is very strange. Yang Dingtian nodded hard. This was a very normal mentality. Two people had an intense argument over something, and in the end, one was right and the other was wrong. The one who was right might be able to face everything calmly and wouldn't be complacent. And the one who was wrong in front of the one who was right would feel very uncomfortable. In this aspect, people were divided into 4 classes. The first class was happy after hearing about it. After knowing their mistake, not only would they not feel annoyed, they would feel happy instead. However, there were very few people like that. The second class was to admit their mistake and face it calmly, but still feel complicated. The third class was to become an ostrich after making a mistake, not saying a word and acting as if nothing had happened. The fourth class was to do everything possible to turn a mistake into a right one. Yun Zhenu couldn't be in the first class, but she was in the second class, which was considered not bad. In Yang Dingtian's heart, only Shima Ningning, Shima Wuya, Dongfang Minmi, and a few others could be in the first class. However, Shima Yanyan, this little girl, was in between the first and second class. When she realized her mistake, she would admit it calmly and have complicated thoughts, but she would quickly adjust herself and become happy again. Qin Jiao Jiao, on the other hand, was a completely different type. Her reaction was, I'm wrong? I'm not wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, whether or not she could correct her mistakes completely depended on her own memory. If she remembered, she would correct it. If she couldn't remember, it was inevitable that she would make more mistakes. So, everyone said that she was an idiot. And then, young Dingtian asked. Then, Yoon Jenu said, I want to practice martial arts properly and not marry for the rest of my life. I want to pursue martial arts and follow you in the future war to create true value. You don't have to remain unmarried for life. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, If you are Dugufingwu, I will never allow you to get married. But you're not her. If you meet someone you like in the future, you should give yourself and the other party a chance. Let's talk about it in the future then. I think that after meeting Lingxi and meeting you, there might not be any man in the world that I would admire. Yoon Jenu said, You two men, one of you disgusts me and makes me want to die from shame. Let me follow you in the future and become your loyal supporter. Nice to meet you. Yang Dingtian extended his hand and said, Welcome to the team. Yoon Jenu didn't shake Yang Dingtian's hand. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Yang Dingtian. Her delicate body was in Yang Dingtian's embrace. After hugging for a while, Yoon Jenu said, Thank you for breaking my pride and ego. Next, I will find my true self. And, Yang Dingtian didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have as many feelings as Yoon Jenu. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian led many experts back to the West Continent. Yoon Jenu didn't choose to stay in the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instead, she came to the West Continent with him. The entire West Continent was in a state of reorganization and construction. The integration of Earth Fisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion into the Council of Light was accelerated. Earth Fisher City's Devil Vulture Army was fully integrated into the Council of Light's army. Cloud Sky Pavilion's Crystal Demon Fleet was also integrated into the Council of Light's navy. Earth Fisher City's few hundred sorcerers and mystics all entered the West Continent and entered the Council of Light's most confidential research department. The navy was the most important thing for Yang Dingtian in the future. It was very difficult to win against the Legion of Doom on land. Therefore, the navy was very important. Therefore, they had to build large gunships and large submarines. Once they used the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal power, the Council of Light could build 4,000 to 5,000 ton gunships. They could also build 1,000 to 2,000 ton submarines. Moreover, with the powerful crystal power, whether it was the warships, submarines, or even torpedoes, their speed could be doubled. After returning to Cloud Sky City, the first thing Kuei Ning did was propose to Qin Yao. Originally, he had designed a very romantic dialogue. However, it didn't work. Moreover, it was ruined by little Ningning's group of children. Therefore, the proposal was very dry and he forgot to give her a gift. However, after Qin Yao heard it, her eyes still turned red. Then she nodded gently. Meanwhile, Qin Huaiyu found Song Lihua and said, Sect leader Yang said that it's time for us to settle our matter. Song Lihua's beautiful head was buried in a pile of documents. She nodded and said, whenever you want to do it, just let me know on that day. That'll do. Then Song Lihua buried herself in the documents again and started to work crazily. Just like that, Qin Huaiyu's proposal was successful. 3 days later, in the brand new Shijing, the Council of Light held a grand wedding. Kuei Ning married Qin Yao, while Qin Huaiyu married Song Lihua. The 2 weddings were held together. The entire Council of Light stopped working crazily for half a day and once again entered a sea of joy. All the experts were drunk and sprawled on the ground in the main hall. After the wedding, there was a meeting. Shijing's Council of Light's main hall. Zhuo Qingqi, Qin Wanqiu, Qiu Wanjie, Song Shao, Yun Qi, Kuei Si, Duan Ruyan, Qiu Wanjie, and all the other leaders of the forces were gathered. Sect leader Zhuo, when are you going to publicly announce that the Black Heaven sect has joined the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. 3 days later, sect leader Zhu will appear and publicly announce that he will focus on martial arts from now on. He will pass the position of sect leader to me. Then I will announce to the world that the Black Heaven sect has joined the Council of Light Zhuo Qingqi said. Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll have to trouble you all to lobby the entire Central Continent. Let the entire Zhongzhou Taiando League join the Council of Light. Yes, everyone replied. These sect leaders, city lords, and pavilion masters would follow Zhuo Qingqi to Central Continent to begin a huge lobbying campaign. They had to convince all the forces in Central Continent to join the Council of Light. Once they succeeded, Dongfang Minmi would make a public appearance and officially announce that the Yinyang School had joined the Council of Light. Once the Yinyang School joined, it would mean that the entire East Continent had joined as well. The East Continent was different from the West Continent and Central Continent. It was a pure martial arts continent. The Yinyang School was the undisputed leader of the East Continent. Once they succeeded, the Council of Light would officially rule the world. Then they would immediately convene the Taiando League Assembly. At that time, Yang Dingtian, the leader of the Council of Light, would become the leader of the entire Taiando League. Then they would immediately reorganize the Council of Light from an organization of power to a temporary war organization. They would fully prepare for the Doomsday War in the future. Therefore, once they finished lobbying the Central Continent, it would mean the reunification of the Taiando League. The Taiando League Assembly would also be officially convened. From then on, the world would enter a new era. They would wholeheartedly prepare for the Doomsday War. Seniors, do you think it will be difficult to lobby? Yang Dingtian asked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult. Zhuo Qingqi said, there are two key points. First, Wu Yuming, the vulture sect must not interfere. Second, the evil ways sect must not interfere. The most important thing is that the infiltrators of the evil Dao and Wu Yuming must not work together. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right. Their next biggest enemy was Wu Yuming. Behind him were the Vulture Sect and the Sea of Hades, two extremely powerful forces. Of course, Wu Yuming was under the banner of righteousness and righteousness. Many things could not be done directly. However, the spies of the evil Dao were unscrupulous. Once Wu Yuming colluded with the Evil Ways sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian could not eliminate Wu Yuming immediately. The Sea of Hades, the Vulture sect. However, he could eliminate all the sects in the Central Continent at once. Ning Wuming had said that the list of Evil Ways sects in the Central Continent, as well as the cultivated evil spirits and the treasures of the Evil Ways, were all hidden in a secret place. Ning Wuming was the only one who knew about this secret place. Now that Ning Wuming was dead, he had said that the list and the location of the secret treasures were all on Wu Maji's ring. Of course, Wu Maji did not have a space ring. Perhaps the information was on her ring. Ning Wuming had said that he wanted Yang Dingtian to pass the Dark Spirit Black Armor and Dark Spirit Mist Cloak to Wu Maji. Therefore, even if it was to eliminate the Evil Ways sects in the shortest time possible, Yang Dingtian had to go to the Snow Clan to meet Wu Maji. From another perspective, Wu Maji's stomach was pregnant with Yang Dingtian's child. Therefore, she had to make a trip there no matter what. However, he did not know if Wu Maji would still stab him with her sword. I will go to the Snow Clan tomorrow to get the list of Evil Ways sects in the Central Continent. We must not let Wu Yuming collude with the Evil Ways sects, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone replied. Duan Rian suddenly said, Sect Master, you promised that you would marry Roer after the battle. Tomorrow you have to go to the Snow Clan. Let's get it done today. Yang Dingtian immediately blushed. He nodded and said, all right. However, Uncle Masters, you should still go to the Central Continent. You can settle my matters in a small way. Don't delay your important matters. Qin Wanchou instantly smiled and said, that's good. Then I'll first congratulate Sect Master on his wedding. Congratulations to you too, Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. After that, Zhuo Qingqi, Qin Wanchou, Qiu Wanjia, Song Shao, Kui Si, Yun Qi, and the rest went to the Central Continent to persuade the Central Continent factions to join the Taiando League. Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Duan Rian went to Cloud Sky City to organize Yang Dingtian's wedding to Ning Ro, and Mu Liani. After the wedding, Duan Rian immediately rode the Demon Eagle to the central continent. However, there was a problem, as Yang Dingtian's elders, master and mistress, had to attend the wedding. Therefore, the two of them would definitely meet. Master, now that the big matter is about to be completed, and you are about to make a public comeback, you don't have to hide your identity anymore. Yang Dingtian said, So, why don't you reunite with mistress today? Dongfang Minmi's face twitched, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He said, She is so happy now, and I owe her so much. I really don't know if it's right or wrong to disturb her life again. And my body now belongs to senior brother Lung Qingchen. Yang Dingtian said, No matter how happy mistress is, she still has two regrets in her heart. One is junior sister Bingling, and the other is you. As for you being conflicted that your body belongs to senior Uncle Lung, I think both of you are old now, and your spiritual needs should exceed your physical needs. You don't have to do those things. Before Yang Dingtian could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by his master. Master's face turned red. Impudent child, is it appropriate to say such things to master? Yang Dingtian said, I'm just saying what you are embarrassed to say. Okay, don't say it. Dongfang Minmi waved his hand. Yang Dingtian said, By the way, master, should I go and tell mistress first, or do you want to go by yourself? Dongfang Minmi felt a little timid. He said, Then I'll go by myself. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Yan, where's the baby? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan was practicing her sword for the first time, and her little mouth was pouted angrily. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she threw the sword away and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. Don't talk about that little heartless girl. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked with a smile. I want to play with my little sister every day now, but that little girl sleeps all day, so there's nothing to play with. The baby follows mistress and Jiao every day, Yan said. Then you can also accompany the baby, Yang Dingtian said. And I don't want to see Qin Jiao's face, Yan said. Yang Dingtian smiled. Didn't the two of you make up? That was in the past, Yan said. After mistress came, she became better at flattering than me. Mistress treats her better than me, and after having little Nanen, she doesn't put me in her eyes at all. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but smile and pinch her little face. Oh right, where's Liani? Why don't I see her? She's angry at you. So she moved away from the valley to avoid suspicion. She's now the chief steward of the castle, Yan said. Yang Dingtian gently stroked Yan's neck and said softly, Yan, if I want to marry Liani and Ro, will you be angry? If I was angry, I would have died long ago, Yan said. Moreover, having you is just a thought in our hearts. You're not by our side most of the time. If we don't even give Sister Liani and Sister Ro a thought, that's too cruel. Liani is in the castle, right? Yang Dingtian asked. And go and find her, Yan said softly. Yang Dingtian walked towards Yunshao Castle and asked Mu Liani for her hand in marriage. Dongfang Minmi walked into the valley and officially met mistress. Chapter 592. Dongfang Minmi walked into the valley and arrived outside a small building. When he heard that familiar yet distant voice, his heart trembled violently. Then his entire body trembled violently. His legs were almost stiff, and he couldn't take a step forward at all. It had been more than 10 years. Dongfang Minmi hadn't seen that face or heard her voice for more than 10 years. She was still as gentle as ever, the gentleness and kindness that seeped out from her bones. In these 10 years, he rarely dreamed of his wife. It wasn't that he didn't love or miss her. On the contrary, he missed her to the bone. It was just that he didn't dare to think about it. It wasn't just 10 years. It had been more than 20 years. Or rather, after they got married, his days with her could be counted on one hand. His mind was filled with finding the truth of this world, and he completely ignored his wife and daughter. As a result, his daughter had been resentful of him since she was young. Therefore, his wife became the infinite guilt and pain in his heart. All these years, he didn't dare to imagine how he would live without his wife. Therefore, after he was resurrected, he had been avoiding this point. For a moment, he couldn't open his mouth or take a step forward. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful young woman walked out. After seeing Dong Fong Minmi, she frowned and said, "Old man, where did you come from? Quickly leave this place. This isn't a place where you can come. Other than my husband, no other man can come here. Come, immediately chase this old man out." Yes, 2 maids immediately came out and wanted to chase Dong Fong Minmi away. Apart from the idiot Qin Jiao Jiao, there was no one else who would speak like this. In Qin City, she was already arrogant and bossy. Now that she was married and Yang Dingtian was extremely formidable, she was even more overbearing. Just like that, Yang Dingtian couldn't do anything. Fortunately, she had been staying at home. "Jiao Jiao, don't speak like that. It's impolite," the master's wife inside said gently. "Grandma, this valley is our home. Other than my husband, no one can come in," Jiao Jiao said sweetly. She was a chameleon. When she spoke to the master's wife, her voice was so sweet that it was dripping with honey. "You still have to speak properly." The mistress walked out with the baby in her arms and said gently, "Sir, there are only women in this valley. It's not convenient for you to be here. Why don't you—" Before she could finish her sentence, she choked on her words and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "Did you hear that? My mother-in-law asked you to leave." Qin Jiao Jiao pointed at Dong Fong Minmi and said, "My husband is Yang Dingtian. My father is the lord of Qin City, and this is my mother-in-law. She can even control my husband. No matter who you are, if you make my mother-in-law unhappy, you will definitely suffer." "Husband," master's wife said in a trembling voice. "Husband? Grandma, my husband isn't here," Qin Jiao Jiao said. Then she saw her mistress's tear-streaked face and her ecstatic expression. She was stunned and only reacted after a while. "Grandma, this is your husband, ah." Then Jiao Jiao screamed, knowing that she had caused trouble. "I'll go see if little Nanan is awake." Then she didn't apologize and ran away. Yan Yan, who was following behind, was completely stunned. She quickly walked over and knelt down in front of Dong Fong Minmi. "Wife, Yan Yan Shimin greets Grandmaster." Okay. Dong Fong Minmi was speechless for a moment. Yan Yan quickly took the baby away from Master's wife's arms and ran away quickly. Master's wife rushed into Dong Fong Minmi's arms and cried, "Husband, I'm not dreaming, right? I'm not dreaming, right? I've dreamed of you countless times. I've dreamed of you every night." There was still endless longing and gentleness, and there was still no complaint. Dong Fong Minmi seemed to have come alive and hugged his wife tightly in his arms. The current Cloud Sky City was completely different from before. The previous Cloud Sky Castle and the surrounding 4 castles were basically the foundation of Cloud Sky City. Now, even the headquarters of the Northeast Defense District was located in Great Cloud Sky City and not Cloud Sky Castle. For example, Shimin Lai and Mu Lianqing, who were the commanders of the Defense District, were either in the cities of the Chaotic Lands or in Great Cloud Sky City. The current Cloud Sky Castle was more like Yang Dingtian's family. Furthermore, there weren't many Cloud Sky City disciples left in Cloud Sky Castle. Basically, when they cultivated to the great mystic martial master level, they would have to leave Cloud Sky City. They would either go to the West Capital, the Northern Lands, or Qin City. In short, they would have to go to a more difficult and harsh environment to cultivate. Now, in the entire Western continent, it was very difficult to differentiate between sections. The disciples of each faction were basically interconnected. In the entire Western continent, there were dozens of master-level experts and hundreds of martial supreme-level experts. These people would go to war during the war. When there wasn't a war, they would leave the army and become martial arts instructors. They would lead their disciples to travel the world and cultivate through actual combat. Moreover, the Heavenly Edict Academy had already begun its construction. Any disciple who surpassed the great mystic martial master level would have to enter the academy to study and cultivate. Yang Dingtian was already the academy's first dean in name. Dongfang Minmi would become the vice dean and the dean who stayed behind to take charge of the true management of the academy. Of course, the current Heavenly Edict Academy was still focused on martial arts. In the future, other subjects would be added, such as navigation, crystals, secret studies, and so on. Eventually, it would become a comprehensive university. However, this would probably take a few years. Now, the registration of all the warriors in the Western continent had ended. Basically, there were more than 300,000 registered warriors. In the Western continent, it was equivalent to 1 in 1,000 people being a warrior. The current status of a warrior should be equivalent to that of a scholar in China's ancient times. Being a registered martial artist was equivalent to obtaining the title of a scholar. They enjoyed a lot of benefits and didn't have to work. They didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Currently, the chaotic world civilization was still dominated by martial arts. Yang Dingtian was slowly changing this. For example, he used cannons, warships, submarines, and torpedoes to obtain victory and change the situation. Therefore, in the Heavenly Edict Academy, these things already had a place. Of course, this was off-topic. The current Cloud Heaven City was basically Yang Dingtian's home. It also had the best kindergarten and primary school in the Western continent. Junior high school? No one knew who started it. But ever since Yang Dingtian opened a school in the Cloud Heaven Castle, the entire Western continent's upper echelons sent their children over. Currently, there were children under the age of 14 to 15 everywhere in the Cloud Heaven City. Under the guidance of a few hundred teachers, they were learning literature and martial arts. When they were slightly older, they would follow higher-level teachers to the great Cloud Heaven City. They would go to the chaotic lands to practice and cultivate. Mu Lianqing was currently the head of the civil officials in the Northeast Defense Region. Naturally, he couldn't manage the internal affairs of the Cloud Heaven Castle. Unknowingly, Mu Lianyi took over this matter. What made Yang Dingtian even more surprised was that Little Peach, the wife that Yang Dingtian married for Yang Zhang, actually became Mu Lianyi's assistant. This greedy and vain woman was experienced and knowledgeable. She actually managed everything in an orderly manner. At the beginning, her hands and feet weren't clean. Later on, she realized that she had no use for money. She had everything she needed, so she didn't ask for money anymore. However, it was inevitable for her to be greedy. "Fifth Madam, do you know who I met yesterday?" Little Peach asked Mu Lianyi while working. "Don't call me Fifth Madam," Mu Lianyi said. "Who did you meet yesterday?" "Zhu Yuping," Little Peach said. "Zhu Yuping. Who is she?" Mu Lianyi asked. "It's normal that you don't know. Back then, she was a big figure." Little Peach said, "You also know that before I married into our Cloud Heaven City, I sold my body in the courtyard. Back then, I was in a place called Flowing Fire City in the Land of Chaos. Zhu Yuping's husband was the leader of the strongest force in Flowing Fire City. Within a radius of 300 miles, he was like a local tyrant. When the boss of our brothel saw Zhu Yuping, he didn't even have a place to kneel, let alone me. I didn't even have the qualifications to see her. Later on, when our army attacked Flowing Fire City, her husband was cunning and directly surrendered. Now he has become an official of our Cloud Heaven City and is in charge of a 3,000-strong, second-rate army. I don't know how Zhu Yuping found out that I was in Cloud Heaven City and came looking for me. You didn't see how she fawned over me. Before she even saw me, she knelt from afar and kept calling me Madame Yang. She gave me a bunch of gifts. I felt so good back then. Speaking of which, I really have to thank our old Yang. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. The old Yang she was talking about should be Yangzheng, who was now a walking corpse. Mu Lianyi didn't have the strength to feel Little Peach's vanity. However, although this woman was vain and greedy, she was generally kind and straightforward. She was also shrewish and quick in doing things, so Mu Lianyi liked her. "Fifth Madam, when are you going to marry the sect master?" Little Peach asked. "That's impossible. He is him and I am me. There's no relationship between us. At most, I'll just be his servant," Mu Lianyi said. "Please don't say that," Little Peach said. "Fifth Madam, you're my only backer in Cloud Heaven City. I think you should hurry up and get married. After you marry the sect master in the entire Western region, in the entire world, you'll be second only to a few people. I'll also be able to bask in your glory. Maybe at that time, even the wives of the city lords and pavilion masters will come to curry favor with me. Then you should count on your son," Mu Lianyi said. "Yang Dingtian said that he would accept your son as his disciple." "My God, that was something the sect master said casually. I don't dare to count on it. Moreover, it's still too early for that kid to grow up. I don't know if he'll be filial to me in the future. My glory for the next 10 to 20 years is all counting on you," Little Peach said. "Moreover, this matter can't be any simpler. Which man doesn't like to cheat? You're beautiful and have a good figure. With your 2 strong and beautiful long legs, if a man marries you, I guarantee that he'll lose his soul. As long as you take the initiative, the sect master will obediently follow you. Maybe the sect master will dote on you more than the other madams. Madam, I've seen countless people, so I'm the best at this kind of thing. Listen to me. As long as a woman takes the initiative, there's no man she can't handle." Mu Lianyi was completely speechless. This thick-skinned woman wasn't ashamed of this at all. Instead, she was proud of it. Okay, stop talking. If you continue, I'll get angry," Mu Lianyi said. "Anyway, I have nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. If you want to curry favor with someone, you're looking for the wrong person. You'd better look for Qin Jiao or Shimin Yan." "Really?" Little Peach asked. "Really," Mu Lianyi said. Then why don't you marry someone else? You used to be by the sect master's side. No matter who you marry, he'll be climbing up the social ladder. A woman can't mistreat herself. You'll only be young and beautiful for a few years, so don't delay yourself. The sooner you get married, the sooner you can enjoy yourself," Little Peach said. Shut up. Listen to me. I won't marry Yang Dingtian, and I won't marry anyone else. Can't a woman live without a man?" Mu Lianyi said angrily. At this moment, Yang Dingtian walked in. When Mu Lianyi saw him, her delicate body trembled and she stood there in a daze. Then her pretty face stiffened and she continued working as if she didn't see anything. Little Peach's voice was stuck in her throat. Then she trembled and knelt down with her forehead touching the ground. "Yang Zheng's wife, Madame Tao, greets the sect master." Then she knelt there and didn't dare to get up. "Get up." Yang Dingtian went forward and said, "How's your family?" Very good. Little Peach trembled. "My son is healthy, and old Yang is not bad. Now, when I ask him to hold a bowl, he knows how to do it." Yang Zheng's soul had been extracted, and he was now a walking corpse. Being able to hold a bowl should be a conditioned reflex. His IQ was equivalent to starting from 0. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian still had some regrets about extracting Yang Zheng's soul. At that time, Yang Zheng might have rebelled and become a big problem, but now there was no problem at all. It didn't matter if Yang Zheng directly became the lord of Cloud Sky City. Speaking of which, it was fate that made fools of people. The Yang clan had been constantly fighting and scheming for 100 years, and the price they paid was to take back Cloud Sky City. But now, just the 200 miles of Cloud Sky City alone was not worth mentioning. Great Elder Yang Yan's intelligence was astonishing and his schemes were astonishing. If he continued to stay in Cloud Sky City, who knew how much he could do? "In a while, I'll go see old Yang and your son. You can go back first." I have something to say to fifth madam, Yang Dingtian said. Hearing this, Mu Lian's delicate body trembled violently. Little Peach's face was filled with ecstasy. She said, "Yes, yes." Then she hurriedly left. In the entire pavilion, only Mu Lian and Yang Dingtian were left. "Lian, I'm sorry," Yang Dingtian said. "You don't have to be sorry," Mu Lian said. "Tonight I'll marry you, okay?" Yang Dingtian said, "No need." Mu Lian gritted her teeth. "I'm doing very well now. I don't need your pity. Tonight I'll marry your sister Ro and you. I won't make a big deal out of it. Just a small family affair. You won't mind, right?" Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lian turned around. Her eyes were red and tears fell. "Sect Master Yang, I've said it before. I don't need your pity. I don't need your favor. I'm doing very well now. I won't marry. You think I'm pitying you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Aren't you?" Mu Lian said. "No, you're completely wrong." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm not pitying you. I'm drooling over you. If I were to marry you, I guarantee that I would lose my soul." Yang Dingtian repeated Little Peach's words. Mu Lian's face was red. It was very difficult for her to hold it in. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, this laughter completely released the momentum that she had been holding back. Immediately, she began to cry again. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. He said softly, "Lian, I'm sorry. A playboy is of course a bastard, but a hypocritical man is worse than a bastard. Please let me be a bastard." "You are a bastard," Mu Lian cried. "Yes, I am," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian hugged her delicate body and didn't move. Suddenly, Mu Lian lifted her head and said bravely, "Yang Dingtian, remember this. After we get married, I will let you know that I, Mu Lian, am also the best woman." At night, Yang Dingtian and his family had a simple and warm wedding. There were almost no guests. As for guests, it was only Yang Zheng and Little Peach. It was unknown why, but after Yang Dingtian went to Yang Zheng's house to visit him, he sent an invitation to Little Peach. Speaking of which, it was strange. When Yang Zheng was fine, Little Peach treated him very badly. Even if they were intimate, it was just a routine. Little Peach fawned over Yang Dingtian in every possible way, but she treated Yang Zheng coldly. From the time they got married to the time she got pregnant, she didn't say a single word to him. But after Yang Zheng became a walking corpse, Little Peach took good care of him. Whether it was his beard or his hair, they were all meticulous. This time, Yang Dingtian's wedding might be simple, but it was complete. Mu Lianqing, who was busy, was also invited. Yang Dingtian, Ning Ro, and Mu Lian bowed to heaven and earth and to their parents. Tomorrow, Yang Dingtian was going to the Snow Clan 100,000 miles away. So after the ceremony, the three of them were chased into the bridal room. On the large bed in the room, there were two women sitting. One was mature and beautiful, while the other was fit and beautiful. These two people had become his brides today. Chapter 593. These two women were like two peaches. One was a honey peach, soft and soft. The other was a crisp peach, crunchy when bitten. But the two peaches were equally sweet. "Why don't I eat both peaches together?" Yang Dingtian lifted the veils of the two brides. The faces of the two women seemed to have been steamed by wine. They were bright red and tender. One was gentle and gorgeous. The other was shrewish and pretty. Yang Dingtian caressed Ning Ro, Er's face, and said with a smile, "Sister Ro, haven't you always despised little Ning Ning for being disobedient? Then let's have another obedient one today." Ning Ro blushed even more at Yang Dingtian's words. She had indeed been thinking about this day, but when this day arrived, she felt incomparably shy. It was also her first time getting married. Mu Lian said, "You guys despise little Ning Ning for being disobedient, but I like it the most. It would be even better if it was a boy, so I want to give birth to a boy as smart and mischievous as little Ning Ning." The next morning, Yang Dingtian reluctantly left the warm and fragrant bed. Last night he had really spent the most absurd and also the sweetest night in history. Of course, he only slept for 2 hours. Yang Dingtian came to the outer room alone and immediately saw the boiling hot bath prepared by Hong Xiu. After she took a bath, Hong Xiu went forward to help her put on her clothes. Yang Dingtian bent down and kissed his wife goodbye. Then he went to say goodbye to his master's wife. Because Bao Bao woke up early, his master's wife also woke up early. At this moment, she was carrying Bao Bao to see you. Yang Dingtian took Bao Bao and kissed his little face fiercely. Then he asked, "Where's master?" She said he set off before dawn. The matters of the Heavenly Edict Academy's establishment are very busy. Yang Dingtian saw that his master's wife was brimming with an incomparably happy light from inside out. It seemed that his master's return had brought her great joy. "Little sister, little sister." After being in Yang Dingtian's arms for a while, the baby began to squirm restlessly, wanting to find his little sister to play with. The mistress took the baby and said softly, "Little sister is still sleeping. When she wakes up, we'll go and play with her, okay?" Big sister, big sister. Bao Bao pointed to the other side where little Ning Ning lived. "Little sister has already gone out for her morning exercise. We'll look for her to play in the afternoon, okay?" The master's wife said, "Let's play with Mouse, okay?" Just as she said that, the golden squirrel ran over with a whoosh and smiled obsequiously. "No, let's play with the snake." Bao Bao pointed at the tree hole in the distance. Immediately, the big green snake inside fled at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bushes without a trace. Although there were snacks to eat when playing with the baby would bite. After being bitten by his baby teeth, it would be difficult for him to shed his skin in the future. "Mistress, I'll be going then," Yang Dingtian said. "Well, you're going to the Snow Clan so far away. Do you want your master or city, Lord Qin, to go with you?" The master's wife asked. "I'll take Xiao Xiao with me. There won't be any danger," Yang Dingtian said. "Then be careful on the way," the master's wife said. Yang Dingtian gently hugged Bao Bao and the master's wife and then left. The master's wife's eyes were a little hot. She was reluctant to let Yang Dingtian leave. However, Bao Bao was a little heartless. He didn't care that his father was going on a long journey. He still pointed at the tree hole and shouted, "Snake, snake, snake." The big green snake hid in the bushes and didn't dare to move for fear of being discovered. However, the golden squirrel ran over very obsequiously, grabbed its tail, and pulled it out alive. This big green snake was a 6th-grade demonic beast. Its strength was more than a few thousand kilograms. However, the golden squirrel was able to pull it out by force. Then the big green snake, which was as thick as a thigh, was painfully ridden by Bao Bao as they swam around. It wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I'm a snake, not a horse. Moreover, I'm clearly a very ferocious and terrifying demonic beast. Why are you forcing me to become a pet?" Woo, 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 when Yang Dingtian walked to Cloud Castle. Little Ning Ning and hundreds of children under the age of 10 were running in a line up on the steep mountain. These children were all enlighteners and were at the peak of chi refinement. The little girl's eyes were very sharp. Others didn't notice it, but she noticed Yang Dingtian from afar. "Daddy." She didn't leave the group. She only shouted sweetly at Yang Dingtian from afar. However, she was very obedient and didn't shout. She just mouthed it. Yang Dingtian waved at her. Little Ning Ning blew him a kiss. No one knew who taught her to do that. Then, under the guidance of the tutor, the group of children still lined up neatly and ran on the steep mountain peak to practice chi refinement. What a scene full of vigor and vitality. Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao rode 2 demon vultures to the south. The demon vultures flew over the entire northwest continent and then over the sea for thousands of miles before arriving at the southwest continent. It had been nearly 2 years since Yang Dingtian left the southwest continent. It had been more than half a year since the Council of Light developed the southwest continent. Now, the entire southwest continent had changed greatly. The 3 major cities of the southwest continent had also taken shape. However, the more obvious change was that there were obviously more people in the southwest continent. Previously, there were only 3 million people registered. After the Council of Light's land policy was released, countless people came out of the dense forests and came down from the mountains. More than a month ago, there were more than 10 million people. Now, more than a month had passed, and the population of the southwest continent was still increasing rapidly. The entire southwest continent was about 7 million square kilometers. There were more mountains than flat land. However, in terms of geographical environment, it was better than the northwest continent. It hadn't suffered much damage. There were forests, lakes, and rivers everywhere. It was very suitable for living. The most obvious change was that villages and even towns had sprung up on the southwest continent like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the past, one might not even see a house in the southwest continent if one ran 100 to 200 miles. But now there were houses everywhere and there was smoke everywhere. There were also countless fields that had been cultivated. If there wasn't enough flat land, terraced fields would be cultivated. Even the first batch of crops had been planted for a long time. Therefore, the entire southwest continent was full of vitality. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. If not for the Council of Light, the millions of people below would still be living in the mountains, living like savages. Previously, the southwest continent had been filled with brutal castles that crazily captured the people in the mountains and made them the lowest slaves. Now, the evil forces in the southwest continent had been completely wiped out. Hundreds of thousands of first-line troops and close to 1 million second-line troops had entered and restored absolute order in the southwest continent. Therefore, the southwest continent was becoming more and more a paradise. However, it was still very difficult to protect this fruit of victory. Once the Demon King was revived, it would mean the beginning of a world-ending war. The Legion of Doom would be like locusts from hell, destroying everything in this world. Yang Dingtian continued to fly south and reached the end of the southwest continent. Below him was the Mu clan docks. It was the home of Mu Lianqing and Mu Lianyi. Yang Dingtian had also stayed here for a period of time. However, the Mu clan docks was nowhere to be seen. A brand new city had been erected by the seaside. This city was later renamed to Sinan Lin City. The construction of this city was only half a year away, and the entire construction wasn't completed yet. There were still hundreds of thousands of people working hard. Close to 200,000 soldiers were garrisoned around the city. In the future, the southwest Lin City region would have 300,000 first-line troops garrisoned there. This place would have the second largest port in the western continent. This was because it was the closest to the earth-splitting city, the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and even the central continent. It was a straight line. In the future, this place would also become the headquarters of the Southwest Fleet. It would focus on defending the Netherworld Sea. Looking down, there was a huge city with a radius of dozens of miles. There were countless people and countless soldiers who were training in an orderly manner. It was a magnificent and lively scene. Yang Dingtian didn't land to interrupt this scene. Instead, he continued to fly south, south, and south. After a few thousand miles, Yang Dingtian saw a familiar golden beach. Below this sea was the Netherworld Sea, this world's most powerful, most mysterious, and most transcendent force. However, at this moment, the beach and the sea were still completely silent. Yang Dingtian didn't land and continued to fly south, south. On the way, there was a vast sea with occasional deserted islands. 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 40,000 miles. At this moment, he was already close to 60,000 miles away from the Cloud Sky City. In front of him was still the boundless sea. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had an urge to fly south, south, and south, to see if there was an end to this world. The southernmost land was more than 80,000 miles away from the central continent. It was regarded as the southern end of the chaotic world. The eastern cloud continent was regarded as the eastern end of the chaotic world. The world of ice and snow was regarded as the northern end of the chaotic world. The westernmost region, west of the taboo continent, was regarded as the western end of the chaotic world. However, no one in this world had ever seen the true end of the world. There was also no such thing as walking in one direction and returning to the starting point. However, the chaotic world should have an end after all. Then where was this end? Keep going south. After a full 4 days, he was already more than 80,000 miles away from the Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian continued to fly 8,000 miles south. This place was still the boundless sea. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian changed his direction and flew towards the east. After flying for 10,000 miles, the situation of the sea suddenly changed. The sky here was no longer blue, but completely dark. The sea here was no longer blue, but dark. The sea here was no longer calm. There were heaven-shaking waves, heaven-shaking whirlpools, and heaven-shaking lightning everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was lightning and thunder everywhere, and there was a downpour everywhere. Occasionally, there would be a huge sea demon swimming past like an island. The entire southernmost continent was surrounded by this extremely dangerous and terrifying sea. Therefore, other than the Ning clan, no one could find a safe route. Even the route in the air was extremely dangerous. However, Xiao Xiao, who was beside him, was obviously excited. It was restless and wanted to jump into the sea several times, because this was its home. Here, it was the absolute overlord of the 10,000 miles of sea. Yang Dingtian said to Xiao Xiao, "After a while, I'll let you go home, okay?" Xiao Xiao immediately nodded vigorously. Yang Dingtian's demon eagle flew 10,000 meters above the ground, avoiding the monstrous waves and whirlpools, as well as the shocking lightning and sea beasts. After flying for another 10,000 miles, the sea here began to gradually calm down. Then, more and more icebergs floated on the sea. In the end, the entire sea had gradually solidified. In the end, there was no sea. There was ice and snow everywhere. Here, it was a world of ice and snow. In the north, there was a world of ice and snow. In the south, there was also a world of ice and snow. Between the two worlds of ice and snow, there was about 130,000 miles. On Earth, there was a South Pole and a North Pole, which were the north and south ends of the Earth, respectively. The distance from the South Pole to the North Pole was about 40,000 miles. After entering the world of ice and snow, there was only one color in the entire world, and that was white. Everywhere in sight there was ice and snow, and it was boundless. Yang Dingtian enjoyed it very much because when he came to this world, everything he saw was a world of ice and snow, so he felt very familiar with it. As for Xiao Xiao, it was obviously uneasy and began to feel manic. As they continued to go deeper into the world of ice and snow, the temperature was getting lower and lower. Probably it was already a few dozen degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao did not feel cold. However, the other demon eagle felt that it was very difficult to endure. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to feed them fiery red elixirs. After flying for another 4,000 miles, they suddenly saw a vast snowy mountain. Almost every one of the incomparably huge snowy mountains was 10,000 meters above the ground. Countless snowy mountains stretched up and down, and it was extremely spectacular. After flying for 2,000 miles into the depths of the snowy mountains, suddenly, the sun suddenly shone down. An incomparably beautiful and dazzling scenery was instantly imprinted in Yang Dingtian's eyes. Yang Dingtian had seen the headquarters of many forces, gorgeous, bizarre, mysterious, and spectacular, far beyond the imagination of the Earth era. However, after seeing the scenery in front of him, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate to list it as the most beautiful city in the world. Peace City was made of gold, and everywhere was golden. And the Snow City in front of him was a city made of blue ice. At the peak of the mountain, there stood an incomparably huge city of blue ice. It spanned dozens of miles, huge and magnificent city walls, gorgeous and magnificent castle. Every inch of it was made of blue ice. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a gorgeous city. Even the dim-witted Xiao Xiao was shocked by the beautiful scenery. At this moment, dozens of snowy white figures suddenly flew out of the ice city. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the territory of the Snow tribe? Yang Dingtian said loudly, the leader of the Tiando League, the leader of the Council of Light, the leader of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, is here to pay a visit to the king of the Snow tribe. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Chapter 594. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian finally understood. It turned out that every member of the Snow clan was very beautiful, regardless of their gender. Everyone's eyes were big and deep. Everyone's skin was as white as snow. Yang Dingtian originally had a concept of the snow race, which was that they were just like the Eskimos. They lived in caves or wooden houses on the snow mountain, and their bodies were wrapped in thick animal skins. Now it seemed that this was completely wrong. They also had a beautiful city and a beautiful life. Yang Dingtian also had a misunderstanding. He thought that the Snow clan was small in number, at most a few thousand or 10,000 people. But after entering the Snow clan's royal city, although the streets were not crowded, there were definitely a lot of people. There were at least 100 or 200,000 people living in this huge city. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian almost entered a sea of handsome men and beautiful women. As far as his eyes could see, the men were slender and handsome, while the women were graceful and beautiful. Moreover, all of them were exotic in style. In terms of women, the skin of the Snow clan's women was whiter and smoother than the fairest white people on earth. Their eyes were deeper and more mesmerizing than Persians. Their figures were more charming than Eastern European women and Middle Eastern beauties. The dress of the women here was very interesting. In the outside world, the Snow clan's women were wrapped up tightly. But here, every woman showed a beautiful face. It was as if it didn't matter if the Snow clan's women's beauty was seen by their own people, but they must not let the men of the outside world see it. Moreover, the Snow clan would never marry outside, except for the princesses of the royal family. That was why the marriage between Wu Maji and the Ning clan was arranged. Even though the temperature was a few degrees below zero, the women here were all wearing thin clothes, trying to show off their graceful curves. Moreover, her enchanting waist was also exposed to the air, and there was a gem embedded in her belly button. They were said to be wearing revealing clothes, but the collars of their clothes were made of expensive demon fur. It was not so much for warmth, but for decoration. Anyone from the outside world who came in would probably be mesmerized by her beauty. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian became the ugliest man without a doubt. Of course, Xiao Xiao was the ugliest girl no matter where she went. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also attracted the attention of everyone, especially the women on the street. They all looked at Yang Dingtian, pointed at Yang Dingtian, and whispered, Look, that man is so ugly. Yeah. I've never seen such an ugly man before. Come and see. There's a very, very ugly man here. Then, more and more women came to watch Yang Dingtian. Every single one of them was a 1 in a million beauty in the outside world. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but had no tears, whether it was on Earth or the chaotic continent, although he wasn't considered very handsome. He definitely wasn't ugly. He was still a little handsome, but now he had become an ugly man that everyone was looking at. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the Snow Clan's palace. The person who received Yang Dingtian was not the Snow Clan's king, but the third in command of the Snow Clan, the lord of the royal city, Siri Moore. He was also from the royal clan and was the younger brother of the Snow Clan's king. He was also a handsome man who made people want to kill themselves. He was already in his 50s, but he looked less than 30 at most. Moreover, when he stood, he was as straight as a javelin, proud and arrogant. Nice to meet you, Sir Yang Dingtian. Siri Moore bowed. Thinking about it, Yang Dingtian could be considered as the most respected person in the primal chaos continent. But Siri Moore's attitude was extremely reserved and even had a hint of arrogance. For some reason, the Snow Clan always had a sense of superiority and arrogance when facing outsiders. Yang Dingtian finally understood why Wu Maji had such a high status in the Ning clan, and why she had always looked down on Ning Ruo. So she really had married into the Ning clan. Nice to meet you, Sir Moore, Yang Dingtian said. May I ask if the Snow Clan's king has time to see me? Siri Moore smiled and said, I'm sorry, our king is meeting another distinguished guest. Yang Dingtian's eyes jumped. Another guest was being received by the Snow Clan's king? Didn't that mean his status was higher than Yang Dingtian's? Although Yang Dingtian didn't care about status, was there anyone in the chaotic world who had a higher status than Yang Dingtian? Other than Wu Yu, Wu Lingzi, Nihility Piaoling, Wen Tian, and a few others, everyone else's status was at most on par with Yang Dingtian. Now, the Snow Clan's king was personally receiving another guest, and had sent the third in command to receive him. The second in command didn't even come out. Didn't that mean Yang Dingtian's status was 2 whole levels lower than that guest's? In that case, I'd like to see Wu Maji, Yang Dingtian said. Sir, why do you want to see my niece, Princess Wu? Siri Moore asked. I am here to deliver some gifts on behalf of Ning Wuming, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Cyril Moore's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, All right then, please follow me. But I can't guarantee that Princess will see you. Then, Siri Moore led Yang Dingtian out of the palace. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard. The walls of this courtyard were still covered in thick ice. Opening the door, instantly a warm breeze hit him in the face. The inside of this courtyard was a completely different world. There was lush green grass, bright red flowers, and flowing water. In the boundless mountain, Masteress's courtyard was a warm paradise. But now, in this world of ice and snow, Wu Maji's courtyard was even more beautiful and precious. If Mistress's little paradise was described as Eastern style on Earth, then Wu Maji's courtyard was Western style. There were large lawns, neatly trimmed ornamental trees and gardens, and a milky white castle. As the princess of the Snow Clan, Wu Maji lived here. Right now, dozens of beautiful maids were busy in the courtyard. Some were mowing the lawn, while others were trimming the flowers. Some were cleaning the white jade floor, while others were cleaning the sculptures. Yang Dingtian was very familiar with the prettiest girls among them, because they had once had a night of pleasure with Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji was such a crazy woman that she even dragged her personal maid onto the bed on the night of their wedding night. Before they entered the courtyard, A blonde beauty in a silver dress came up to them and said gently, "Sir, how may I help you?" "This is Yang Dingtian of Sky City. He's here to visit Princess Wu," Siri Moore said. "Yes, I see." The blonde beauty quickly glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "I'll bring Sir Yang Dingtian in. Please make yourself at home." Siri Moore left right away. He didn't even take half a step into Wu Maji's courtyard. "Sir Yang Dingtian, this way, please," the blonde beauty said gently and led the way. This woman was very tall. She wasn't any shorter than Yang Dingtian. She was wearing a silver silk dress, which made her body look even more voluptuous. With her long blonde hair, snow-white skin, and blue eyes, she looked like Snow White. As she walked in front, the curves of her back and her swaying posture were incomparably beautiful. She was Wu Maji's female housekeeper, Naya. She had once served Yang Dingtian intimately with the other female servants. "Naya, how's your princess?" Yang Dingtian asked. She's fine," Naya said. "When you see her, just pretend that she's talking to you. I am not sure. How are you? Did everything go well when you left Peace City?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We're fine. Thank you," Naya said gently. Soon, all the beautiful maids in the courtyard recognized Yang Dingtian. Some of them looked at him shyly, while others secretly pointed at him. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt even more pressured than when he was surrounded by countless beauties on the streets. The girls here were even prettier than the beauties on the streets. After entering the milky white castle, Naya fell a few steps behind Yang Dingtian and walked side by side. "Are you okay? I heard that you were in big trouble a while ago," Naya asked gently. To Naya and the others, they didn't care about the difference between Yang Dingtian and Ning Fu. They only knew that Yang Dingtian was their only male master. "That trouble is over. We've completely defeated Zhu Qingzhu," Yang Dingtian said. "That's good." Naya boldly glanced at Yang Dingtian. Her eyes were filled with shyness and boldness. "There are guests from the Snow Clan today. Do you know who they are?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It should be Wu Yuming and his wife. They might do something bad to you." "You have to be careful," Naya said. "Don't worry," Yang Dingtian said. "Let's go this way." Naya led Yang Dingtian up the stairs and said, "The princess's room is on the highest floor of the castle." Then Naya looked at him and said, "How long are you going to stay this time?" "Perhaps I won't be able to stay for long," Yang Dingtian replied. "Oh." Naya's beautiful eyes showed a little disappointment. They came to the top floor. At the end of the soft carpet was a magnificent door with golden carvings. Naya led Yang Dingtian to the door. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside. It was Vulture. "Sister, your belly is so big and pointy. I'm sure you're going to have a boy," Vulture said. "I think so. Anyway, he's very naughty. My belly hurts every time he kicks me," Wu Maji said in a gentle voice that she had never used before. "That's great. After he's born, he'll be the joint master of the Snow Clan and the Ning Clan." Vulture said, "By the way, Sister Wu, after your baby is born, my husband and I will take him as our godson. What do you think?" Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. "My son will take Wu Yuming as his godfather? Dream on." Wu Maji fell silent. "Hey, don't tell me you don't want to." Vulture said coquettishly, "If worse comes to worst, my husband and I will take you as our godmother when we have a baby. What do you think?" "That's great." Wu Maji smiled. "Then it's a deal," Vulture said. "After this baby is born, he'll be my and my husband's godson." Wu Maji smiled, but didn't say anything. "Sister, I have something to tell you. Ning Wuming is dead. He was killed by Yang Dingtian," Vulture said. Wu Maji said, "Sister, Ning Wuming should be the person who loves you the most in this world," Vulture said. "No, the man who loves me the most is Ning Hua," Wu Maji said coldly. "Ning Wuming tried to kill my husband. He deserved to die." Then let's not talk about this anymore." Vulture said, By the way, sister, the list of all the spies in Zhongzhou and the evil spirits they cultivated is under Ning Wuming's control. Now that he's dead, do you know where the list is? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Wu Yuming really wanted the list of spies in evil ways. It's not me who wants it, it's my husband, Vulture said. You know that I don't care about these things. But my husband said that if this name list were to fall into Yang Dingtian's hands, everyone on the name list would definitely be killed. There might be tens of thousands of people on the list. Although these people are from evil ways, many of them have never done anything evil in their lives. Many of them are innocent. If they were all killed, it would be too cruel. So my husband wants to get the list and find these people. Then he'll erase part of their memories with spiritual power and put them on a remote island for them to live. Your husband is indeed benevolent and righteous, Wu Maji said. But only Ning Wuming has this list. I don't know about it. Now that he's dead, no one knows. Just like the list of spies in the West Continent, it's all in Qin Chi-Chi's hands. Even Ning Wuming doesn't know about it. Sister, you have to know that there are tens of thousands of people on the list. Many of them are weak women like us. If they fall into Yang Dingtian's hands, he'll kill them all in order to control the Central Continent, just like what he did in the West Continent, Vulture said. You're saving countless lives. I want to save them too, Wu Maji said, but I really don't know. Vulture said, Did Ning Wuming give you any meaningful gifts? At this moment, Naya's face turned cold. She knocked on the door and said, Princess. Wu Maji said coldly, Naya, didn't I tell you? I'm having a private conversation with Madame Wu. Don't let anyone disturb us. Someone important is here to see you, Naya said, and then opened the door. It seemed that Naya was important to Wu Maji. She could be half of her family. There was also another person. Naya was on Yang Dingtian's side. She interrupted Vulture to ask for something from Wu Maji. After the golden door opened, the two pairs of eyes behind the door looked straight at Yang Dingtian. One was Vulture, and the other was Wu Maji. Vulture was stunned at first, but her gaze became complicated. Finally, her complicated and awkward expression turned into a faint smile. She said to Yang Dingtian, Hello, City Lord Yang. Vulture, hello, Yang Dingtian said. Vulture said, I haven't congratulated you yet. City, Lord Yang has won again. You used a scheme to make Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu kill each other, and then you reaped the benefits. Now, the entire Central Continent is in your hands. I congratulate you. Vulture's words were very sinister. She was mocking Yang Dingtian for not being able to defeat Zhu Qingzhu. He could only use a scheme to make Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming kill each other. However, wasn't the city Lord Yang I used to know an upright and selfless person? He wouldn't use a scheme. Are you hiding too much, or am I too stupid? Vulture said. With that, Ling Jiu glanced at Wu Maji and said, Big Sister Wu, as women, we have to keep our eyes open when facing men. With that, the spirit eagle swaggered off. Yang Dingtian ignored her and looked at Wu Maji's face. Wu Maji's face was a little plump, but it made her look more beautiful. She was so beautiful that it was as if she was releasing light. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, her beautiful eyes shrank and then quickly scattered. Then, her hands instinctively touched her belly. Her belly was really big, even bigger than Qin Chi-Chi's. Yang Dingtian even suspected that there might be twins inside. Then, the two of them fell into silence. Neither of them spoke. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and asked, Your stomach is so big. Are there two babies inside? Yes, Wu Maji said, because sometimes there are 4 little legs kicking. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to hit the nail on the head, and twins at that. Then it must be hard. It's already been more than 7 months. You'll give birth in a little more than a month. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, it's hard, but it's also very happy. Wu Maji said, But what does this have to do with you? Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's smile froze. These were his babies. Of course it had something to do with him. Of course he was happy. This child is... Yang Dingtian was interrupted before he could finish. This child belongs to my husband, Ning Ruo. What does it have to do with you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, seeing her serious look. He didn't know if she was being serious or not. Right, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, why are you here? Wu Maji asked. One is to see you and the child. The other is to pass something to you on behalf of Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian took out the Devil Spirit misty clothes and Devil Spirit black armor. Are you done? Wu Maji asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji put down the cake in her hand, then turned to the wall and pulled out a sharp sword. She then walked towards Yang Dingtian. Maji, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian asked. I'll kill you. Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed at Yang Dingtian with her pregnant belly. Bastard, you pretended to be my husband and sullied my purity. I'll kill you. Yang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. This woman with such a big belly raised her sword at him. What if she hurt the child? Chapter 595. Hey, be careful of your belly. Be careful of the baby inside. Yang Dingtian was flustered and tried to snatch the sword from her hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wu Maji slashed a few times. Although this woman's belly was big, her swordsmanship was still sharp. Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain as he was stabbed a few times. Are you serious? Yang Dingtian was shocked. What do you think? Wu Maji sneered. You dared to impersonate my husband and ruin my chastity. You deserve to die. You think I will be soft-hearted and change just because I am pregnant? Dream on. With that, Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed again. When Yang Dingtian saw that she was wielding her sword with such a big belly, he was instantly alarmed. He quickly fled and said, Okay. I'll leave after saying a few words. I'll leave after saying a few words. Wu Maji ignored him and continued to stab him. Before Ning Wuming died, he made a deal with me. He asked me to give you the demonic spirit fog cloak and demonic spirit black armor. Yang Dingtian carefully dodged and said, Then he gave you a ring and asked you to give it to me. Of course, he also asked you to go to the Ning clan after giving birth. The child in your belly will be the future leader of the Ning clan. Ring? Wu Maji asked. Yes, ring. Yang Dingtian said. I have one, but that bastard gave it to me, and I threw it away long ago. Wu Maji said. Besides, you and I are irreconcilable. My Snow clan will not make any deals with you. Then, Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed again. Yang Dingtian said seriously, Maji, are you serious? You should know the meaning of that ring. Yes, I am serious. You and I are irreconcilable. Yang Dingtian, don't have any fantasies about me because of the child in my belly. I, Wu Maji, have nothing to do with Yang Dingtian, and the child in my belly has nothing to do with you. Wu Maji said coldly, This is my husband's son, Ning Ruo's son. You must not have any improper thoughts. With that said, Wu Maji leaped lightly and landed in front of Yang Dingtian, thrusting her sword madly. Besides, I've already sworn an oath. You lied to me and ruined my innocence. As long as I see you, I will definitely kill you. If I can't kill you today, I will kill you tomorrow. If I can't kill you tomorrow, I will kill you the day after tomorrow. Wu Maji said furiously. Then he chased Yang Dingtian out of the castle. Then she closed her beautiful eyes and silently chanted a terrifying incantation. Rumble. Suddenly, countless undead crawled out from the ground and madly pounced on Yang Dingtian, crazily attacking him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless dark undead charged towards Yang Dingtian with ghostly aura that soared to the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The entire magnificent courtyard was filled with a ghostly aura. Yang Dingtian dodged like lightning. However, there were more and more dark undead. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark undead directly pierced through Yang Dingtian's body. Uff! Yang Dingtian only felt his vision go black as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. War, what's going on? In the distance, Siri Moore shouted loudly, "Third uncle! Yang Dingtian, this thief, ruined my innocence and dares to bully us today. Help me kill him," Wumaji said coldly. "Do you really want to kill him?" Siri Moore asked. "I must." Wumaji said, "Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian, I'm sorry." Siri Moore said, you're pregnant. Go back quickly. Leave this Yang Dingtian to me." With that said, Cyril Moore charged into the sky and threw his hands downwards. Flying snow! Immediately, countless snowflakes burst out from his body. They were like countless concealed weapons as they attacked Yang Dingtian in a frenzy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The countless snowflakes looked incomparably beautiful. However, wherever the snowflakes passed, they were indestructible. Yang Dingtian gathered his celestial chi and formed an energy shield. Then he waved the sword in his hand madly, frantically dodging the snowflakes. At this time, countless undead began to gather in the distance. They grew bigger and bigger until they became an incomparably huge undead. It was ferocious and terrifying as it madly pounced on Yang Dingtian. Naya quickly rushed over and cried at Wumaji, "Stop, princess, stop! This is your man, the father of the child in your belly." "Shut up, Naya," Wumaji said sternly. Wumaji spoke sternly. "Yang Dingtian humiliated me and ruined my chastity. He is my enemy, an enemy that we cannot coexist with. He was far away in the Western continent, and I couldn't help him. Now that he has come to me, he's asking for it. Kill him." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was attacked by the huge undead and Siri Moore. However, he had the chaotic attribute at this time. His mystical fire did not have any energy or heat, so it could not destroy these ice attacks. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Crack! A huge lightning bolt suddenly struck out. Demonic sky split. Crack, 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 crack. Countless lightning bolts struck out wildly. He did not dare to strike the huge undead because it was controlled by Wumaji. If he shattered the undead, Wumaji would also be severely injured. He could only resist Siri Moore's attack while dodging the huge undead. However, the undead was too fast. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's vision suddenly turned black as he was hit by the huge undead again. Black, filthy blood violently spurted out. Almost Yang Dingtian's entire body was contaminated. His whole body was on the verge of collapse. "Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help me hit that man," Yang Dingtian said loudly. "Oh." Xiao Xiao immediately rushed up and waved his fists wildly at Siri Moore. Suddenly, everyone was stunned again, because a fight between children had appeared again. Hundreds of punches were thrown in a second. The wind from each punch was like a cannonball, but none of them hit their target. However, this ice city was unlucky. Wherever Xiao Zhao's fist wind went, everything was smashed into pieces. The huge castle, the bustling streets, and the magnificent city walls. In short, wherever Xiao Zhao's fist wind went, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the most beautiful city of ice was shattered piece by piece, collapsing into pieces. Outside, countless people began to cry and howl as they desperately fled. Siri Moore looked at his city being destroyed and was furious. He said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, how dare you?" Then, Siri Moore looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, in the distance of the royal city, 3 white figures whizzed over and instantly arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. Among the 3 people, 1 was a great grandmaster and 2 were 9-star grandmasters. "Who is so bold to wreak havoc in our ice city? We will crush you into pieces." The old man who led the 3 said sternly, "I am Yang Dingtian. I came to the Snow Tribe with no ill intentions. It is you who did not distinguish between right and wrong." Before Yang Dingtian could finish, he was stopped by the old man. This old man was wearing a purplish-red robe. His hair and beard were white, and it was impossible to tell his age. He slowly raised the ice staff in his hand. One great grandmaster and two 9-star grandmasters formed a triangle and surrounded Yang Dingtian. "Today, we will destroy you, you evil creature. Kill!" Naya, who was next to her, knelt down and cried, "Princess, I beg you, just chase him away. Why do you have to kill him?" Wu Maji was furious. She swung her sleeve and knocked Naya to the ground. She said coldly, "Shut up, you traitor. From today onwards, get out of the royal city. Attack, destroy." The old man with the white beard shouted and then slowly raised the ice staff in his hand. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and began to summon the obsidian fire to condense an unprecedentedly huge lightning. Even if the old man in front of him was a great grandmaster, Yang Dingtian believed that he might not be able to escape from his lightning. Whoosh! The million-spirit demonic fire emerged from his left hand. Whoosh! The devil spirit demonic fire emerged from his right hand. Then the two flames began to condense, and condense. After condensing to the extreme, it was about to be released. It burst forth with terrifying lightning that could ignore any defense and even split Zhu Qingzhu's head open. Go! The great grandmaster smashed the ice staff in his hand. Roar! Suddenly, a great grandmaster-level frost dragon roared and rushed toward Yang Dingtian. At the same time, Yang Dingtian's two obsidian fires struck out like lightning. In an instant, the terrifying frost dragon was about to swallow Yang Dingtian. The two mystic flames were about to hit the old man at the great grandmaster realm, and then burst out with destructive lightning. Stop! At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared. It was Wu Yuming, handsome, gentle, and elegant. Even in the Snow Clan, he was still a crane in a flock of chickens. He instantly appeared between Yang Dingtian and the great grandmaster of the Snow Clan. Then he suddenly struck out with his left hand and instantly grabbed the great grandmaster frost dragon. His right hand also suddenly grabbed the two obsidian fires that were flying like lightning. Then his left and right hands suddenly crossed. In an instant, the frost dragon and the two obsidian fires collided together. Boom! A white light flashed, and the ice houses within a radius of more than 10 miles were smashed to pieces. And Wu Yuming, standing in the center of the storm, was completely safe and sound. Then everyone was suffocated and looked at all this in amazement. Yang Dingtian's two obsidian fire lightning, how amazing was it? That old man from the Snow Clan was a great grandmaster. His frost dragon Xian skill was extremely powerful. If both sides were hit, it would be a lose-lose, and it would be a serious injury. However, Wu Yuming had casually received all of the attacks by himself and then neutralized them. From this, it could be seen how astonishing his cultivation was. Wu Yuming frowned and looked at Yang Dingtian. "Brother Yang, why can't we talk things over? Why do we have to fight? It's a complete waste to destroy such a beautiful ice city." Then Wu Yuming said to the elder of the Snow Clan, "Priest elder, I know Yang Dingtian. He is not an evil person. There must be a misunderstanding in today's situation. Why don't you give me face and let him go?" The old man of the Snow Clan was the second in command of the Snow Clan, the priest elder of the Snow Clan. After hearing Wu Yuming's words, the priest elder immediately bowed and said, "Since young Lord Wu has spoken, how can this old man refuse?" Then the priest elder said to Yang Dingtian, "It seems that for young Lord Wu's face, I will spare your life. You will never be welcomed here. Please leave." Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Maji deeply and then bowed to the elder of the Snow Clan. He said to Xiao Xiao, "Xiao Xiao, stop fighting, let's go." Vulture sneered, "My husband saved you, but you didn't even say a word of thanks." Yang Dingtian said to Wu Yuming, "We still have a long way to go, right?" Then Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao flew up to the sky, rode on the demon eagle, and quickly left. Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao flew for 1,000 miles and immediately landed. Then they dug an ice cave in the snow, and Yang Dingtian hid in the ice cave and began to resolve the undead poison in his body. Wu Maji's undead poison was not a real poison, but a kind of death qi, a kind of evil energy. It was very scary. Once someone was hit, their blood would be polluted and they would become like a devil. It was only because of Yang Dingtian's astonishing bloodline and the Naga royal bloodline that he was able to suppress the spread of the undead spirit poison. Over time, he could even resolve the undead poison himself. It was a pity that the darkness flame was asleep, or else the undead poison would be a good meal for him. But in order to recover his battle strength, Yang Dingtian decided to completely expel the undead poison in his body. Wu Maji was very powerful, and the undead she summoned were even more shocking. But it was still easy for Yang Dingtian to destroy them. But he was afraid of hurting Wu Maji, so Yang Dingtian did not destroy them. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and expelled the undead poison bit by bit. Time passed second by second. Night fell. Xiao Xiao, who was supposed to be on guard, was sleeping like a pig and could not be woken up at all. Yang Dingtian wholeheartedly expelled the undead poison bit by bit. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind on the ground. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Was the Snow tribe here? Or was it Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian held his breath. Soon, someone landed on the ground above him. Crack! Then, the sword fiercely stabbed down. Yang Dingtian grabbed the blade of the sword with lightning speed and pulled it back. Crash! All of a sudden, the ice above his head suddenly collapsed, and the person on top was pulled down alive. The first thing he smelled was a mesmerizing fragrance. Then he saw a huge belly. Wu Maji? What was she doing here? You want to kill me so badly that you came after me after 1,000 miles? Yang Dingtian said coldly. After falling, Wu Maji carefully steadied herself and supported Yang Dingtian. Then she quickly reached out to touch her stomach to check if there were any bumps. Are you crazy? What if you hurt the baby by pulling me down? Wu Maji scolded. You're the one who's crazy. Not only did you try to kill me in Snow City, but you also chased me for 1,000 miles. Yang Dingtian said, If I didn't do this, would that hypocrite Wu Yuming believe me? Wu Maji said coldly, The Snow tribe can't afford to offend him. If he knows that the Snow tribe is working with you, it will be the end of us. Ah. Yang Dingtian was shocked. You're acting? Half. Wu Maji said, I wanted to cut you into pieces too. Then she handed over a ring and said, This is the ring that Ning Wuming gave me. I threw it into the latrine. You said you wanted it, so I asked someone to find it and washed it at least 100 times. Yang Dingtian immediately took the ring and looked at it carefully, but he didn't find anything strange. Then Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at it over and over again, but he couldn't find anything. Was Ning Wuming lying to him? That can't be, he's already dead. Why would he lie to me? Seeing that Yang Dingtian couldn't find anything, Wu Maji snatched the ring and put it on her finger. Then she silently inserted a stream of Xian qi into it. She silently chanted an incantation. Yang Dingtian felt a chill down his spine. Maji, you're not going to summon the dead to kill me again, are you? Killing you is good. I want to skin you, eat your flesh, and break your bones every day. Wu Maji said coldly. Being angry won't do the baby any good. Yang Dingtian said, I'm not angry, I'm just venting. Wu Maji said, Every time I think about how I'll skin you and break your bones, I feel so good. The baby is also very excited in my stomach and kicking around. All right, shut up. I don't want you to talk to me, Wu Maji said. She focused on the ring in her hand. Suddenly, under her command, the dead flew out of the ring one by one, wailing and screaming in the air. Then, the countless dead spirits formed a pattern. The pattern was a golden pyramid. It seemed that Ning Wuming had nurtured the evil spirits, and many treasures, as well as the list of spies, were all placed there. However, there was only a pyramid in the pattern. He couldn't tell where it was. "It's under the desert." Wu Maji said, "I know the general direction, but I don't know the specific location." Then Wu Maji took out a map, closed her eyes, and recalled. Then she pointed and said, "It's roughly in this area, within 100 miles." "That's easy. I can find it easily," Yang Dingtian said. "I'll go with you," Wu Maji said. "No," Yang Dingtian said. "Your stomach is so big. What if there's a bump?" "You," Wu Maji said disdainfully, "you think you can get in?" "Of course," Yang Dingtian said. "Dream on," Wu Maji said. "Do you have any evil spirit energy in you?" "Oh, you do. You put it in a box and sewed it in your stomach to trick me. You can trick me, but you can't trick the evil spirit guards in the pyramid. Once you enter, all the evil spirits inside will fight back. You can't go in. I'll ask Duan Rian to get it," Yang Dingtian said. "Duan Rian's evil spirit is only a 4th-class evil spirit." Wu Maji said, "Ning Wuming can enter this temple base, which means that only 3rd-class evil spirits can enter. So, Ning Wuming is dead and Zhu Qingzhu is gone. Only I can go in." "That won't do. I'll think of another way. I don't believe that I can't get in," Yang Dingtian said. "Anyway, you can't go." "Did I discuss it with you?" "I'm just letting you know," Wu Maji said. "Can you stop me from doing what I want to do? Who do you think you are to control me?" "I'm your man," Yang Dingtian said. "Bah!" Wu Maji spat on Yang Dingtian's face and said, "Shameless thing, you're just a pervert." Looking at her domineering and cold face, Yang Dingtian gently wiped the saliva off his face. Then he grabbed her face and kissed her fiercely. "I'm your man. If I say not to let you go, then I won't let you go." Chapter 596. Wu Maji, who was kissed, shuddered as if she was electrocuted. Then she froze on the spot. Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to hug her waist, then turned the light kiss into a deep kiss. Wu Maji's waist was like a snake in the past. Now, Yang Dingtian could not even hug her waist. At this moment, Wu Maji seemed to have come alive. Her beautiful eyes trembled and her white teeth bit down. "Ah!" Yang Dingtian screamed. His tongue suddenly felt a sharp pain, then a burning sensation. His entire tongue could not feel anything. Yang Dingtian even suspected that his tongue was bitten off. He reached out and wiped his mouth, which was full of blood. You're a dog," Yang Dingtian said fiercely, but his tongue was injured and his voice was muffled. Wu Maji pointed at Yang Dingtian's nose and said, "Yang Dingtian, show me some respect. If there's a next time, I'll bite off your tongue. Do you believe me?" Yes. Yang Dingtian stuck out his tongue and kept blowing. What's wrong? Do you want to hit her?" Xiao Xiao, who was in a deep sleep, asked Yang Dingtian after being awakened. "Hit your grandpa," Yang Dingtian said. "What's a grandpa?" Xiao Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about him and spoke to Wu Maji. "You really can't go. What if you get injured? The ring is with me. I'm leaving. If you want to stop me, knock me out and take the ring." Wu Maji said and flew out. Bastard woman. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. At this moment, Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and was about to sleep again. "Let's go." "Don't sleep." Yang Dingtian pulled Xiao Xiao away. After catching up with Wu Maji, he let her ride on his demon eagle king and flew as high as possible because it was warmer there. Yes, on Earth, the higher the altitude, the colder it was. However, this world of ice and snow was too cold. It was warmer higher. However, the higher the altitude, the thinner the air. There was not enough oxygen, and it was not good for the baby, so Yang Dingtian quickly flew down. "Are you cold?" Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji was dressed very skimpily. Even though she was pregnant, She was wearing very thin clothes. "What do you think?" Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian took the shirt and was about to put on her. "I mean, it's not cold at all," Wu Maji said. "Did you wear the demon's spirit black armor?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I have such a big belly. How do you expect me to wear it?" Wu Maji asked. "All right," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Wu Maji was too fierce. She rushed forward as if she had eaten gunpowder, choking back every word she said. "Are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything?" Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Every word he said was choked, but if he did not say anything, he would be called a mute. "Wu Yuming, did she leave?" Yang Dingtian asked. "She left a long time ago." Wu Maji said, "If I remember correctly, that vulture is your sworn sister. She used to have an affair with you." "What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing between us," Yang Dingtian said. "Is that so? You're a demon in chaos. How can a woman leave you so cleanly?" Wu Maji said. "But she obviously doesn't like you now. She's always helping her husband deal with you. You're a failure, but he has good taste. That Wu Yuming is much better than you." "Is that so?" Yang Dingtian said. "She's more handsome, more powerful, more vicious, more hypocritical than you. Isn't that enough?" Wu Maji said. "Since when did being vicious and hypocritical become strengths?" Yang Dingtian said. "In my eyes, that's a strength." Wu Maji said. "Ning Wuming is vicious enough. Why are you?" Before Yang Dingtian could finish, Wu Maji clawed at him. Yang Dingtian said angrily, "Not only is your zodiac sign a dog, but your zodiac sign is also a cat. Don't mention that bastard. I'm disgusted." Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Wu Maji Ning Wuming is already dead. Don't talk about him like that. No matter how vicious he was still the person who loved you the most and treated you the best in this world. Even more so than Ning Li, I like whoever treats me well. Am I that cheap?" Wu Maji said coldly, "If I were such a woman, would I let you off so easily?" "All right, I'm a bastard now. All right, I can't provoke you, but I can hide from you. I won't say anything, okay?" Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Wu Maji couldn't be bothered with Yang Dingtian. Then she rubbed her stomach and started singing. Of course, this was for the baby. It was a prenatal education in the chaotic realm. As she sang, Wu Maji suddenly let out a cry. "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The little bad guy in my stomach is kicking me." Wu Maji said. "Let me listen." Yang Dingtian wanted to come over. "Don't. Who are you? Why did you come over here to listen?" Wu Maji said coldly with a cold expression. Yang Dingtian said, "At most, I'll let Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao have a baby. I'll listen to all you want." Wu Maji suddenly elbowed Yang Dingtian in the stomach. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air and rolled his eyes in pain. The extreme south was divided into two parts. The north was an endless desert, and the south was endless ice and snow. In the middle was a precious and rare oasis. The north belonged to the Ning clan of the South Sea, and the south belonged to the Snow clan. Was there any value in the boundless desert that stretched for thousands of miles? Of course there was. Many precious materials, and most of the minerals were dug out from under the desert. This endless desert was even the source of the Ning clan's wealth. When dawn arrived, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji flew over the skies of Peace City. Ning City looked as prosperous and peaceful as before. It didn't look desolate or destroyed. "When are you going to bring the child to Ning City?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know." Wu Maji said, "Anyway, the slaves of Ning clan are the most loyal and obedient. Even without a master around, they would still be diligent and complete every task diligently. The territories below will also continuously hand over their wealth to Ning City." After flying over Ning City, the oasis became more and more sparse, and more deserts appeared. After 2,000 miles, all they could see was a pale white desert. The endless desert spanned 4,000 to 5,000 miles. Yang Dingtian was still holding the map to compare, but Wumaji directly flew in a certain direction. After flying to a place in the desert, "Descend," Wumaji said. Immediately, 2 demon eagles landed. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless desert. Yang Dingtian said, "It's roughly in this direction. Maji, you wait here. I'll go down into the sand and look for it one by one." "No need," Wumaji said. Then she put on the undead ring and chanted silently. Then a burst of mystic chi was injected. Swoosh! A golden light shot out from the undead ring. Suddenly, an illusory image appeared in the vast desert. It was like a mirage, extremely thin. This illusion was really a golden pyramid. As the light of the ring became brighter and brighter, the illusion of the golden pyramid became clearer and clearer and more realistic. Whoosh! The light of the undead ring dissipated. An incomparably huge illusion of a pyramid stood in front of them. Wu Maji slowly walked towards the door of the pyramid. "Hey, this is an illusion," Yang Dingtian said. "Who said it's an illusion?" Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch it. It was actually real. He touched Scalding Gold. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He thought it was a mirage. He didn't expect it to be real. What was going on? Did this undead ring summon the entire incomparably huge pyramid? Or did the space ring open a passage directly from the plane to the huge pyramid, and the world ignored the geographical distance? But no matter what it was mysterious and mysterious. Didn't you say that it's within 100 miles? You don't know the specifics? Yang Dingtian said. "You can pretend to be Ningyu and lie to me. Can't I lie to you?" Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then Wu Maji walked in. "Follow me," Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian said, "Didn't you say that I can't go in without a 3rd-grade evil spirit?" "I said that shit can be eaten. Will you eat it?" Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he had the thought of hitting a pregnant woman. This pyramid was extremely huge. It was about 200 meters tall. The door of the pyramid was a screen of light. It was as if it only recognized the ring and not the person. Wu Maji raised the undead ring and shot out a ray of light, directly dispersing the screen of light. To be safe, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill and followed in. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, entered in a daze. After entering, there was a long golden passage. At the end of the golden passage, there was another golden door. Yang Dingtian stepped in front of Wu Maji and pushed the door open. Inside was the main hall of the pyramid. The moment he entered, Yang Dingtian was shocked again. In the middle of the main hall of the pyramid was a huge tree. This tree didn't have any physical tree trunk, leaves, or branches. All of them were white, ghost-like shadows. The tree was about 10 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. This was nothing. The key was that on the tree trunk there was a ferocious howling face. It was Ning Wuming's face. At this moment, it was extremely painful and ferocious. Then, branches grew out from the tree trunk, one branch after another, making the whole tree dense. On the 10 or so thick branches below, there was a face engraved on each of them. However, they were all motionless as if they had died. Later, Yang Dingtian saw a familiar face on the branch. It was Qin Chi-Chi's face. This face was also frozen and motionless. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. The faces on the lowest branches were the Ning clan's elders. There were more than 10 of them who were above the master level. Now they were all dead. They were killed by Zhu Qingzhu. Their souls were also devoured alive. Next, it was Qin Chi-Chi, Qiu Ruhan, and the others. The 4th grade evil spirits these people possessed were all bestowed by Ning Wuming. Therefore, Ning Wuming was the trunk of this big tree, and the fourth grade evil spirits were the branches. Of course, there were the fifth grade evil spirits, such as Yi Feng, Song Minghua, and the others. They were even thinner branches and leaves. Their evil spirit energy was the evil spirit contaminants bestowed by Ning Wuming. Of course, among the branches, Yang Dingtian saw a few living faces. They were Qiu Ruhan, Shimenju, and the others. Moreover, Yang Dingtian saw that there were a few new branches on this tree. There were no faces on them, and these branches weren't thick enough. Obviously, these fourth grade evil spirits weren't bestowed to anyone. Ning Wuming had the right to bestow them to anyone. The evil spirit energy was extremely powerful. Even if one possessed a fourth grade evil spirit, they would have an immortal body and their cultivation would skyrocket. Therefore, it could be said that, in the eyes of many, evil spirits were incomparably precious. They were like immortal elixirs. In order to obtain them, many people were willing to sell everything they had. Therefore, the Ning clan was able to develop so quickly. Ning Wuming was also able to gather so many experts in a short period of time. Why can't I find Duan Ruyan? Also, more than 10 grandmasters died in the Battle of Cloud Sky City. Why don't they have an immortal body and evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. Also, how did the blood pupil demonic army grow? Wu Maji glanced at Yang Dingtian, then pulled out her sharp sword and lifted the golden bricks on the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wu Maji made her move, and countless golden bricks were sent flying. Then, Yang Dingtian was once again completely disgusted by fear. Below the golden bricks was an incomparably huge blood pool. The blood was black and even green. It was sticky and smelled fishy. It was bottomless, and this evil spirit tree was growing in this bottomless blood pool. Then, countless corpses were soaked in the blood pool. There were really countless corpses, too many to count. They were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of corpses. There were probably hundreds of thousands of corpses under the pyramid. Yang Dingtian saw that among the 100 corpses, there was one that wasn't a skeleton but had flesh. However, most of it was rotten, but it could still move. It was struggling, twisting, and screaming. The one that survived is the blood pupil demonic army. Wu Maji said, 1 in 100. As long as you are an enlightener, even if you have a little bit of Xian meridians, you can soak in it. About 1 in 100 will emerge from the blood pupil demonic army. Last time, you killed all the blood pupil demonic army. Now, a few thousand more blood pupil demonic army have matured. Not only that, among the 10,000 corpses, there might be a black pupil demonic emperor above the grandmaster level. These people don't look much different from ordinary experts. These are the black-robed grandmasters that you killed for the first time. They don't have evil spirits, but they can reach the grandmaster level in a short period of time. Evil, perverted. Yang Dingtian could not help but say, this is the so-called secret of the Ning clan's strength. Everything depends on evil spirits. What's the list of spies? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji flew up gently and came to the top of the pyramid, where there was a hanging coffin. Opening the coffin, there was a thick book inside. After opening it, it was full of densely packed words. However, they were not written in the common language of this world. This was the list of spies of evil ways. I don't recognize the words on it. Wu Maji said. I recognize them. Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Whether it was from Ning Ning's space ring or from Qin Chi Chi, Yang Dingtian had learned this special language. In addition to the list, there were many scrolls in the coffin, most of which were martial and mystic skill scrolls. In addition, there were some weapons and rings. Of course, there were also the incomplete corpses of the demonic spirits. There were more than 30 of them. However, other than the demonic spirit heart and some of the demonic spirit eyes. The other treasures were gone. Because of the energy shield and the demonic spirit black mist, the most precious things were given to Wumaji's demonic spirit black armor and demonic spirit mist cloak. Yang Dingtian took away the demonic spirit claw, demonic spirit eye, and demonic spirit heart. He did not recognize the rest, so he did not take them. You don't want these scrolls? Wumaji asked. I don't want them. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, he did not want them. He learned the most mysterious skill in the world, the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was the pinnacle of the martial arts civilization. He did not care for the other things. Moreover, these things were all from the Temple of Annihilation. If he did not learn them, it would not be suitable for others to learn them. Perhaps it would be different if they were contaminated. A thief will not leave empty-handed. I'll take these, Wumaji said. Then she took out a large bag and casually grabbed dozens of scrolls, rings, artifacts, gems, and so on, and put them into the bag. Okay, the things in this bag are yours, Wumaji said. Then the rest is all mine. You don't have any objections, right? Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was splitting the loot? What do you want these things for? Yang Dingtian said. Why do you care? Anyway, these things are mine. I don't want them. At most, I will give them to my son and daughter. Wumaji said. You are going to give them random things. I'm warning you. Yang Dingtian said. Who are you? You dare to control me? Wumaji said. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Okay, let's go out. Yang Dingtian said. You are going back. Wumaji said quietly. N. Yang Dingtian said. I will send you back first. No need. Wumaji said. I want to stay in this pyramid for a while and see if there are any other treasures. No, who knows if there are any dangers in here? Yang Dingtian said. Why do you care? Who are you? Wumaji said. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. He carried Wumaji and walked out. Wumaji immediately scolded Yang Dingtian. She opened her mouth and bit Yang Dingtian's back outside the pyramid. The moment Yang Dingtian and Wumaji walked out, the pyramid disappeared without a trace. I am going back. When the baby is born, I will try my best to come back. Yang Dingtian said. You should not come. Wumaji said. I will send you back. Yang Dingtian said. No need. Wumaji rode on her demon spirit ray and flew toward the Snow Clan. Yang Dingtian looked at her disappearing figure and flew towards the direction of the central continent. After the middle continent's lobbying, he would go to the Inyang school with his master again. This time, Dongfang Minmi would announce his identity to the world. The return of the king.